armor.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Scarlet got the wrong time somehow and thought it's starting at 1:05 a.m., so she's not there yet. Oh well. Hey guys, it is Julie B, and we are going to be diving into from season 1, episode 7 and 8 tonight. We're going to try to do a twofer and cover both of them in one night, because in order to finish our rewatch in time for season 4 and still have time to do season 4 theory crafting lives, we're going to have to start doubling up and then later tripling up on the episodes. But I think we can pull that off, because frankly, the first few episodes of season 1, I think, are the ones that really require the most attention. They told us in season 3 the answers to the end are at the beginning, and that was something that's true for the characters in the show. But I think it's also true. I think it's also a message to us that we needed to really be honing in on the first few episodes of the series for clues to the overall mystery. And the showrunners themselves said that that they hid clues to the ending and the answers to the whole mystery in the first couple of episodes. So we went over those with a fine-toothed comb, and I took it a step further, and we covered episodes 1 through 6 one at a time, because out of all of them, I think the first 6 episodes are really laying out the lore, the foreshadowing, the symbolism, and the biggest clues to the overall mystery in those first 6 episodes. Not that there aren't not that every episode isn't important and that there aren't clues in every episode, because that's the nature of a mystery box, but I feel like those first 6 merited the most attention, and now we can start grouping episodes in 2s and 3s and get through the rewatch a bit quicker. And still have time to do a live every week to discuss season 4 theories and nothing else. Just season 4 theories and this insane trailer that we just got. Because I mean, God knows that that's something that we could talk about all night, and we did a few nights ago. Uh, just in and of itself, just the trailer, that was the most batshit crazy trailer I've ever seen. So, I think we need to have a live every week just discussing season 4 theories. So, not that we can't do it, we can do it during these rewatch streams too. You know, we can also discuss any ideas that come up, um, related to season 4 anytime. But I'd like to do going forward. The plan is to do one dedicated season 4 theory stream every week, and the other 2 streams will be rewatch streams. So, and the general schedule is going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. If I can pull that off. Sometimes I'm not feeling up to it, and my pain is spiking, so then we have to switch days. But I'm going to try to stick to a Monday, Wednesday, Saturday schedule going forward, and we'll see how that goes. Let's see. Scarlet should be here in a little while. I think we got our wires crossed on what time we were starting. My fault for being last minute about all this. And I was just gonna move tonight's stream to tomorrow, but then I looked at the calendar and I thought, no, we have to do this tonight. We're running out of time. We've got a little over a month before season 4 premieres, so we've got to get this done. Um, so and then there's the matter of this post that was put up by MGM on Facebook this week, listing episodes that are important to rewatch before season 4. So they definitely are advising people to rewatch, and exactly what we're doing in order to be ready for season 4, and to find clues that they laid out in these episodes. The episodes that we're going to cover tonight happen to be on the list. I'll show you the post. Um, I don't know if I showed it in the last live or not. No, I think that they posted this after we did the last live. So I'll bring that up and put it on screen and show the episode list that MGM put out on Facebook. And it listed for season 1, it had the first episode, which we already covered, of course, and the ones that we're going to cover tonight. Those were the 3. Honestly, they really should have, if you ask me, I think they should have put down the first 3 episodes, and I guess throw in the ones from tonight as well. But I mean, I know I'm not writing the show, but I mean, I look at the first 3 episodes of season 1, and I think they're essential to any rewatch. And in a mystery box series, we should really be doing a full rewatch anyway. It's not like it requires that much of us to rewatch 30 episodes before a new season. It's doable. This isn't like the old days where we had 20 something episodes in a season. It's definitely doable. Oh, it's the From on MGM page, not the MGM one. I was looking for it on the wrong page. So it should be right here. If I can find it. I have them saved on my computer, but okay. Yeah, it's right here. So I'll share it so you can actually see. And I think I did show this in the last stream. Now it's coming back to me, but either that or I just maybe I'm remembering telling Karl about this, but Yeah, this was March 11th, that they posted this, the From on MGM page. And if you notice what's being highlighted here again, daylight. Blinding daylight in all of the From promotional materials. They're emphasizing daylight. I really think that's something we need to keep in mind with crafting theories about what's going to happen in season 4. They're trying to tell us something with this blinding daylight. All of these things, these three all these images, these 4 images that they put out here, they're a bunch of trees and the sun is blinding coming through. They're trying to tell us, I think, that daytime is no longer going to be guaranteed safe anymore. And they told us that with the teaser trailer too, with the sun coming through the From logo at the end. This bright sunlight was coming through the From logo at the end of the teaser. And the entire teaser was all made up of daytime scenes where people looked upset, disturbed, screaming, all upsetting looking stuff going on in the daytime. And then in the trailer, you had more of the daylight imagery. You had like the text that came up on screen, whenever they would have text like it said, become what you fear what you become. And even the logo of From that flashed on the screen, all of the text was bright sunshine colored. All of it was it was the color of bright, blinding sunshine, just like this. So they were using that motif as their font, as the color of their text in the trailer, in the full trailer. And then you have this. So I feel like they keep trying to send us this subliminal message in all of this. It's subtle, but I think that it's something we should think about. Now, I don't mean that I think daylight is, completely unsafe, because if they were to say, make the people unsafe 24/7, it would be just pure pandemonium. There'd be no time for anyone to just try and solve the mystery. They would just be running from monsters all the time, or the band in yellow, or whatever ragdoll monsters are stalking them now, like whatever these giant new monsters are, if they're real. Um, so I'm not saying that I think they're going to be unsafe 24/7, but I do think that they are no longer guaranteed safety in the daytime, and that was already illustrated with the man in yellow unaliving Jim in daytime. So just something to think about as we look at these. So episodes to watch ahead of season 4. You have season 1, Long Day's Journey into Night. See, that's episode 1. And the ones we're going to cover tonight, All Good Things and Broken Windows, Open Doors. That is the Colony House Massacre episode, one of the most memorable, of course, in the history of From. And episode 8 is the very memorable Boyd Arrival flashback episode. So those are highlighted by MGM that we should pay special attention to. And I definitely gave that some careful thought as I was doing a watch party for these episodes the other night in the Discord. I did do a watch party. I apologize. It was last minute, so there may have been people who wanted to join who didn't know about it until it was too late. I need to start like figuring out a better schedule for these and announcing them more ahead of time. But it's tough right now for me to schedule things with the amount of pain that I'm in. I just have a hard time planning things out in advance. But yeah, we did do a watch party in the Discord for episodes 7 and 8. And as I was watching, I just had that in the back of my mind, like, okay, why did MGM say to watch these in particular? So as we go through these episodes tonight, I'm going to be thinking about that as I look at my notes. Like, what could they be trying to tell us is most important about these 2 episodes, that they highlighted them out of all of the masterpieces that they could have picked from season 1. And season 2, they said to watch The Kindness of Strangers. That's episode 2. Episode 6, Pas de Deux. Episode 8, Forest for the Trees. And then the finale, Once Upon a Time. In season 3, episode 2, When We Go. episode 4. There and Back Again, that's the one where the ambulance came to town. And episode 10, the finale. So yeah, we'll definitely be paying special attention to those, but we're going to try to cover and do justice to the rest of the 2 seasons that we have left after season 1, for sure. And we're just going to have to cut down on the length of this stuff, because I can't keep doing 5-hour streams on every episode of the rewatch, because we don't have that kind of time. So they're going to be condensed, the way that we talk about these, and I may have to highlight a few less chats per live stream just to get through it, because as somebody pointed out, I read practically 75% of the chats that are here, and unfortunately that it's going to be harder to do that if we're going to get through this before season 4. So I hope you understand in advance that I won't be able to read quite as many, but I will read as much as I can. Hey there, Doc. Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for the support, as always. Much appreciated. Oh, hey, with Alice. Nice to see you. Hey, Bill Chill. Greetings. Best episode to date, season 1, episode 7. A lot of people feel that way about the Colony House Massacre episode. It is an excellent episode. We have David Agile. Deep diving from leads to so many rabbit holes. Well, that is for sure. JT Moore. Hello, all. So I guess we're going to go late night and into the early morning. Well, I'm going to try not to go too much into the early morning. We'll see. I'm not going to make any predictions right now as to how long this stream will be, because then I'll sound like a total jackass later if it winds up being 4 or 5 hours and I say it's not going to be. But we'll see. I'm going to try, for the sake of my pain management, not to go overboard tonight. I'm heading out for some beer for this one. Oh, nice. Enjoy it responsibly. What does Abby have to do with the Jasmine monster? Well, I put Abby in the thumbnail next to the Jasmine monster for 2 reasons. One, because we're covering 2 episodes in one live, and Jasmine is in episode 7, Abby is in episode 8. But the other reason, I do think the connection that I draw between them is purely symbolic. That's all. There isn't anything crazy that I think that connects them, but it's purely symbolic. It's the way that Jasmine was a human being who turned into a monster. Abby was turned into a monster by this place. And I think that's a key theme. As I was writing my script for the season 4 trailer breakdown, which that video I'm going to be putting out on Monday morning, by the way. As I was writing my script, I was thinking about how this trailer really highlights a major theme, the way that this place turns people into monsters, turns specifically good, helpful people into monsters. And what made me think about that was Acosta telling Boyd, "You think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster." And then Boyd was looking in the monster mirror, as we call it here. Boyd was looking in the same mirror in Colony House that Jasmine Monster looked in after she unalived Kevin. And that mirror has been used repeatedly for similar purposes. Fatima looked in it in season 3 while she was carrying the evil smiley pod. Elgin looked in it as he was helping the kimono lady with her evil work, even though he didn't know that he was doing something wrong. So there's this theme of people doing terrible things, and Fatima wound up unaliving Tilly, as we know. So there's this theme of good people, good, helpful people being turned into monsters by this place. Fatima, Elgin, and Boyd being turned into monsters. Why? I think it's because this place targets good, helpful people for a simple reason. Because they're an asset to this place. They help cut down on, the number of fatalities. They cut down on, despair and hopelessness. They help they can help try to break the cycle in the end. Good, helpful people are going to be the ones who break the curse if they, if they're allowed to just function normally. So I think the evil entity deliberately targets helpful, good people more than anybody else. Like Sarah who is good at heart and has an asset that she could be using to help them get home. The way she can hear what I think are spirits of the dead, the voices in her head. And Elgin, who, he's a good, helpful person. Boyd is immensely helpful to this town and an asset in trying to help them find answers and find a way out. So naturally, these people are targeted and they're broken. They're broken, and the worst is brought out of them. So what does it mean to break a person? It means to break them down morally, to turn them into monsters, just like the original people in the town were turned into literal monsters. So yeah, that's why I made the thumbnail what it is, with the arrow going from Abby to the Jasmine monster looking at herself in the mirror, because Abby, she was a good, helpful person who, once again, she was fully broken by the place. She was broken to the point where she did a horrific thing, that shooting massacre that she did, and she thought that she was helping. That's the worst part. It's the same with Sarah. It's the same with Elgin. They thought that they were helping, and look what happened, And now in the trailer, Boyd is looking in this mirror. Just like in episode 7 that we're going to cover tonight, in our rewatch of episode 7, Jasmine was looking in that mirror. So it's an ongoing theme, which I think is really cool that they keep doing this. I like symbolism, and it's, obviously they're not turning into literal monsters, but it's meant to symbolize turning into monsters like Jasmine, because of this place, and looking at what they've become, looking at themselves in the mirror and reflecting on what they've become. And there's Boyd in the trailer doing just that. So yeah, brilliant. This show is just brilliant. I love it. Hey there, John Hack. Nice to see you. I'm gonna pull up my images from episode 7, but first I'm gonna say hi to the rest of the awesome chat. Hey there, Trace, and Carl, you're here now in the background.
Hi, how are you?
You weren't logged in last time, Carl. So a couple people asked me in the comments, like, who's the new guy that talking in the background? You were just a disembodied voice in the background.
Yeah.
Like
most of my childhood.
Because there are some people who haven't been around here for From streams in a while, so they're like, it's been a while. Like, I apparently missed a lot. Who's the guy in the background? They wanted to know. Hey there, SL Rhodes. Nice to see you. Hey, Bill Chill, if I didn't already say hi. Hey, 11235877. I'll just say 112. Hey, 112. 112. We'll call you 112.
Room 112.
Welcome, 112. Finally watching a live session of Julie B. Well, welcome. If you're a new subscriber, I have a few. I've gotten like maybe 30 new subscribers in the last month. So you are a new subscriber. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Anyone who's listening, if you're new here, thank you so much. You've gotten me closer to my total, my next threshold of 2,000 subscribers. I'm very close, within about 15 subs of reaching that goal. So looking forward to finally getting there, because I've been stuck for a long time at 1.9. And if you're not subscribed and you happen to be listening, you can help me get there. It would be much appreciated. And please hit the like to help other people find the stream. It really helps with the algorithm. Grooving with my cat, 3:17 p.m. in Australia. Awesome, Jen. Awesome. Hey there, Ryan. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you back again. Yes, well, I love my Fromily too. The trailer itself and the reaction to it is a great lesson in the Uncanny Valley effect. What is the? I've never heard of that. Do you know what the Valley effect is, Carl?
Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
Uncanny Valley refers to sometimes like when they do. What is it like? Sometimes AI and different effects like that, where it looks like the eyes lack like being alive. The Uncanny Valley effect is like it's not real. The dead eyes kind of thing. That's what I've always heard it associated to like when they do special effects or like game, certain game renderings where they have the characters have the the effect of looking kind of dead, kind of like how about Polar Express? You know, it's how some people were like,
Yeah.
ooh, the faces are and the eyes are kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's what I've always associated it to. So I'm not sure what they're referring to at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're referring to somebody looking that way in the trailer or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Who would have fit that
Maybe
in
the
trailer?
ragdoll things.
I don't know what to make of the ragdoll monsters or the Scarecrow monsters. If you think they look like scarecrows, we think they look more like giant ragdolls, but it could go either way. I'm just looking for the Jasmine picture that I was talking about here. It's
David put it like a definition of it in there.
oh, okay. Let me see.
Yeah, and he's referring to the scarecrows as well. So kind of like not his latest comment, but the one just before, and then the latest one.
Okay, so the Uncanny Valley effect is the familiar made unfamiliar, the space between real and unreal. It gives an eerie feeling. Okay. Yeah, that definitely applies to this surreal trailer that we got.
The scarecrows emerging is the Uncanny Valley effect.
Okay, yes, the Collie Patch Kids. Yeah, they were definitely unexpected, for sure. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on whether they're dreams or whether it's really happening. I think it has to be really happening, but there are some issues with it though. Like there's the scene where the scarecrow or the ragdoll monster busts through the cabin wall, and I was saying I think that's real, but then it comes toward the camera in a POV shot, and it looks like it's about to punch you, the viewer, from a POV shot. That makes it look like it's a nightmare, because when do we see POV shots if it's not a nightmare?
Not very often.
Like yeah, you don't. I don't know why there would be a POV shot. That's got me on the fence now.
Maybe because this season is gonna be fucking bananas.
Maybe, yeah.
Because that'd be that monster punching that red shirt that just happens to be right next to the wall. That it's like an Asian guy with a mustache or something.
Yeah.
And then you see Ellis grabbing Ethan and like getting the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's bugging me that there's a POV shot. I mean, like, remember when Marielle in season 2, Marielle had a nightmare during that Killer Dream storyline, and Marielle like had Smiley coming right at her, and so I can name you 2 examples. That one, so Smiley was coming right at her in a POV shot, and then she woke up. It was a nightmare. In season 1, Christy had a nightmare that she was in the RV helping Ethan, who was injured, and Jim took the talisman down, and then this monster came smashing through a window and came right at Christy and it was a POV shot from Christy's perspective. Typically, these are used in nightmares when it's from
lots of and even in a lot of different shows, that's always like a thing, you know.
Yeah,
you normally get POV shots, and then it's like boom, you wake up like, oh,
right. Yeah, see, well, this is what I'm talking about. Like he busts through the wall, and then there's a POV shot where he's about to punch you, as if you're the you're in the scene. You
Because
know.
you see their red shirt right there, right? Like if you go back and show, there's the. It almost looks like maybe that's who he's punching because that guy wasn't gonna get away. See right there by Ellis's ass. There's a red shirt right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, I took note of that. The
Mhm.
fact that there's a red shirt right near the wall. Of course,
Mhm.
it's a red shirt because if anybody's going to die, it's going to be a red shirt before a cast member.
Right.
So they put him right near
Mhm.
that.
Like wrong day to go get Cabbage Patch or whatever, huh?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm hungry for some cauliflower. Now you ain't hungry no more.
Yeah. So that's a POV shot. Now, there's another one too. When Boyd is having a nightmare earlier in the trailer, this is also a POV shot. Right here, it's coming toward the camera. So there's another scarecrow or ragdoll monster coming right at the camera.
Yeah.
So that's
like, I want to hug you.
yeah.
You squeeze too tight.
It's nightmare fuel. So now, even if these are nightmares, though, that doesn't mean that they couldn't also be real threats. I believe if it is a nightmare, it's a real threat. Either way, I think it's a real threat.
Kind of like what, like Freddy Krueger, or you're saying like someone has a nightmare and then later on it'll manifest in a real way?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like there will be real consequences from it. It can kill you in your sleep. Like in season 2, they had those dreams that could kill you.
Right.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's when he busted through. He's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey Sonic, nice to see you. Yeah, it was very Kool-Aid.
Imagine having to explain that to your mom. Oh, well, we so and so came over and we made Kool-Aid, and the Kool-Aid man come busting through the wall. It's like, you quit lying, what happened?
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, this is just so surreal, these images. So, I don't know. I'm having a hard time committing to whether this is a dream or a nightmare. I'll do a poll. Let me set up a poll and see what you guys think in the chat, if this is actually a nightmare or not. Start a poll. Let's see. Uh, Scarecrow. Oh, no, I'm spelling it with typos. Ragdoll monsters. A nightmare. Yes. No. Yes, but
Well, are you thinking like yes, but not yet, or yes, but
yes,
yeah.
but they could still kill you.
Oh, it's a dream, but they can still get you.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So let me know what you think in the poll there. Let's see. Who else is in the chat? Let's finish saying the chat here. Oh, hey there, Jamie, Sci-Fi Vision. Have fun, guys. Do more editing. Well, thank you so much for stopping in and dropping a like. Appreciate it, Jamie. Um, so Jamie did her own breakdown of the trailer the night after the trailer dropped, and it was lit. It was lit over there. I saw a big crowd. It was probably the smartest thing you could have done, because everybody was doing lives on the day of the trailer, and the next day nobody was, but people still were so hyped to talk about it. So that was actually a smart move. Um, let's see. Let's go back up and finish greeting everybody here. Let's see. Daryl says episode 8 that we're going to cover tonight is his favorite episode. Bill says both of these may be my top 2.
Wait, 7's the massacre, right?
7 is the massacre.
And 8, what's the big thing that happens in 8 again?
Boyd's arrival flashback.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Daryl says I object to the important episodes they posted. Julie is going back to season 2, episode 9, and they didn't say to watch that episode. The list is silly. Yeah, I agree. I don't really think that a full rewatch must be done. Every episode is important. I agree. I don't think that they picked the right ones. And a full rewatch is important to do. Let's see. Yeah, Ethan definitely has a crazy connection with Fromville and Victor Early, Jen. Absolutely. Like David says, the greatest enemy is ourselves. Yeah. In this show, yeah, in the end, that can be the case. Yellow, safe daylight, like the man in yellow. Yeah, there's a lot of yellow and daylight in the promotional stuff for season 4. A lot of it. So they're definitely trying to tell us that's going to be the main thing that we need to focus on. Daylight is no longer safe. The man in yellow is going to be a huge part of the season. Even if he's not even the man in yellow anymore. I don't know what we're going to call him after this. I mean, he already took off his yellow suit. He's the man no longer in yellow. I don't know what like
the monster formerly known as the man in yellow.
Yeah, you know, the man in nude, like he's
the man in buff.
He's the man in buff. Yeah, that was quick. He got rid of the suit awfully fast, and appears to be some kind of shapeshifter now.
How many more? By the way, because Amy just subbed to you in her alt account. How many subs were you needing to 2,000?
I need like 15 more subs.
You checked that when? Just now, or when did you check that?
Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
15. So now you only need 14.
Well, thank you, Amy. That was sweet of you. Thank you. It was weird. I only needed 11, and then the next day I checked and I lost 3 subs, so it's 15 now. So I don't know. I don't know why people are unsubscribing. That's frustrating.
That's weird.
Yeah.
How would you unsubscribe?
It's a weird time to just unsubscribe to me randomly. The monsters will still only come out at night, but there are other things that out there that can come out in the day. Yeah, I agree, Daryl. Hey, Football Affinity, nice to see you. I love when directors do that. So now I have to rewatch it about 2 times. Yeah, when they when they let us know which ones we have to watch, we definitely have to pay extra attention to these. But I disagree with some of the ones they picked over other ones personally. Let's see, 112 says now the gloves are off. The town's not going to hold back any punches. It's going to be epic. That is for damn sure. It looks like it's going to be the darkest, craziest season we've ever gotten for sure. Definitely. Yes, Jen. We'll drop the link to the Sci-Fi Vision channel here. Carl, could you drop that for me, please?
For
the Sci-Fi Vision channel. Yeah, we'll drop Jamie's link over at Sci-Fi Vision in the chat, and Scarlet is over there a lot too. She's a co-host over there, so definitely check out Sci-Fi Vision channel and Jen says I follow and subscribe. Well, we'll drop the link anyway. Oh, but I don't know if you were talking about me that you're subscribed because I was talking about needing subs as well. I'm a little behind the chat, so I'm trying to catch up here. Let's see. Oh, thank you, SL. We'll be here with you. 8 hours later. Yeah, not going to do 8 hours tonight. That I can confidently say is not going to be 8 hours. Definitely not. No, not just watching 8 hours. No, I'm really not. I swear, I'm not going to do 8 hours this time. That was an aberration. I don't do those anymore. I might do one on a rare occasion, maybe during season 4. If I incorporate my treadmill pain management walk, I might be able to, but only if I do that. Um, let's see. Yeah, don't feel bad, Jamie. I don't know if Jamie's still listening, but don't feel bad about still working on your From breakdown video. That was a packed trailer. It's taking time for me to get through it. It's understandable. Take your time. From is trending like crazy. There's no rush. Oh God, Amy, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm sorry. I just saw this now. I'm really far behind the chat, but I'm so sorry for your loss. That's devastating. I hope we can just take your mind off this for a little while. Just, get some escapism here. And we're all here for you. I see the chat showing their support for you. Uh, so thank you guys for supporting our friend Amy. Football affinity, just now realizing the puppet scarecrow doll looking thingies look like the Ankui children. Do they? I guess they kind of.
Well, with the mess
Yeah, maybe the messed up hair. Could be, I could see that.
we got Dickie Doug in the chat.
Oh, let me see. And Doug's in the chat here. Oh, scroll down. Hey there, Doug. Our friend Doug Hughes in the chat, the man in yellow himself, in all his glory here on screen. Uh, there, there is our friend Doug. Thanks for popping in, and always great to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, hope you're enjoying the fan hoopla over the trailer. I'm sure you're still getting a lot of attention, as you should, because this was batshit crazy, and we're not gonna know what to call the man in yellow now. I mean, look at him, and he's probably turning into something else too. So God only knows. It appears that he's a shape-shifting entity. Um, but yeah, it's awesome to have Doug in the chat, and
Who knows? Maybe he just had an allergic reaction to touching Jim, and made his skin all itchy, so he had to take those clothes off. And maybe we'll see him later, and he'll just be wearing like a Hawaiian shirt and some booty shorts or something.
yeah, yeah, maybe so. Um, yeah, something's wrong with him. He's got he's protruding these things protruding under his skin. It is, yeah, he's allergic to Jim. Uh, um, uh, anyway, it's so awesome of Doug to join so many live chats, and I see him all over supporting various content creators who cover From, and making the fans so happy by hanging out with them. It's just awesome of you to do, Doug. Um, yeah, the monster emperor wears no clothes. Hey there, Michael. Nice to see you. Um, Doug with the wisecracks, as always. This is no time to bring up Trump. Yeah, the emperor wears no clothes definitely is fitting. That's all I'll say. Somebody needs to be like, uh, to tell the emperor he wears no clothes, but there's nobody. There's nobody around to do that. So let's see. Oh, there's the link to the Sci-Fi Vision channel right there, so you can check out that. So JT Moore says, I believe the list of episodes are relevant because they are episodes that are solely important to season 4, not to solving the entire mystery or series. That makes sense. There's some stuff that they omitted though, I think. There's the one I think the episode where Boyd fires the bile bullets at the monsters, which apparently Julie is going to story walk back to and see that happening. They didn't include that in the list. That doesn't make any sense. we should be rewatching that episode for sure. The one where Boyd fires the bile bullets at the monsters and they all stop. The bile bullets don't stop them, but it seems like something else does. The radio turns on in the RV and music starts playing, the creepy ballerina music box sound, and something bangs on the bottom of the RV. Julie's gonna story walk back and see that based on what we saw in the full trailer. So why didn't they tell us to rewatch that episode? That seems like a big omission. Um,
Yeah, because I think if they really went back and told you what was important, it would be rewatch the whole series.
yeah.
Mm.
Um, oh, there's the other account, Pixie Vines. Thank you, Amy. That was so sweet. I'll check and see. I'll check and see in a minute how many subs that gives me now. And good night to Jamie. Um, let's see. Uh, oh, cool. Jen already subscribes. Um, yeah. Okay. Um, hey there, Annie. Nice to see you. I'm gonna scroll back up and make sure I didn't miss anybody before we continue. Sonic says, "Let's get Julie that 2K subs and get that waffle party." Yeah, we'll throw a waffle party. Maybe nothing that crazy, but that's what we called our live stream for Severance, the waffle party. But
Yeah.
it just seemed fitting. Um, thanks, Sonic. David says, "I'm thinking all of the voices and apparitions in their heads are from the primal clear light boy in white, while the physical creatures in men in yellow are from the ancient evil entity." Hmm, interesting. Okay. I could see that. Um, Daryl says, "I think the dolls are the drawings too that show up in the trailer during Boyd's nightmare montage." Yeah, is there I was wondering that. Is there a reason why they show up, or do they just need more creepy shit to throw in there? Like, I wonder. I wonder. Jen agrees with me that Tilly was targeted because I think so too. Tilly was targeted because she's a helpful person. For sure, absolutely, and I was saying this place targets helpful people the most, helpful, good people. Um, just not realizing oh, yeah, I already highlighted that one, okay, so, let's see, what else is here? The voices looking past good and bad were always truthful and helpful with the ballerina and even Elgin saving Fatima or protecting her, following the myth of the woman clothed in the sun. Yeah, the voices were always truthful. They were always accurate. So, yeah, there's something I'm looking at the voices differently now. There's something to be said about that. And we'll get into that as we dive into these rewatch episodes because the voices are going to be addressed in those episodes. Um, yes, Jade peeing there is mad disrespectful for sure. Out in the woods in season 3, oh yeah, um, yeah. Um, it was just so weird that they randomly showed him peeing on a tree, and you could see. Was it really necessary to show the stream of yellow pee hitting the tree? I feel like it was. There was a reason for that, just to to underscore that he was disrespecting the land and making it more angry. Uh, okay.
So it was the P in yellow.
The P in yellow. Yeah. Um, all right. Hey there, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing all right tonight. I know you're going through a lot in your life, but I hope that we can take your mind off of it for a while and give you a positive distraction. Um, and I know it is for me doing these streams, a positive distraction from what I'm dealing with in my life. All right. Let's see. 112 says, "As I totally agree with the fact that the town is turning people into monsters and the fear of what you become in the trailer, and both Boyd and Fatima looking in the mirror, reevaluating." Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to tell us, I think. Hey, AA, nice to see you. All right. What else? What else is here? Um, Mm, Okay, just kind of scrolling through trying to catch up with you guys. Daryl says when it's attacking the cabin, I don't think it's a nightmare. Yeah, so there's another option, and I forgot, I should have put this in the poll too. Another option is that some of the doll stuff in the trailer could be part of a nightmare and some of it could be real. So that's another thing. It could be a combination of those. Um, so so like football says, I can see Boyd having a premonition of the dolls as a dream before it becomes reality. Yeah, damn, I wish I could redo that poll now because I've also thought of that too, that some could be a dream and some could be real. So, okay.
Well, looks like 57% so far say no, it's not a nightmare.
Okay.
And 23 yes, and 20% say yes, but can still kill.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the yes, but that's your pseudo hybrid version.
Right.
Like that could go for yes, they can kill you in the dream, and or it's like one part is a nightmare and the other part is real.
Yeah.
One clip is a nightmare and the other clip is real.
Yeah. So if you haven't answered the poll yet because you really didn't know what to say, but you think some could be a dream and some could be real, you could you could choose that third option. Um, And hey, Giles Corey, nice to see you. He joined us for our watch party the other night in the Discord. And if anybody's listening and you're not in the Discord, the link to join is in the description of this live stream. We have rewatch parties in there, and when From Season 4 drops, I'm going to be doing watch parties when the new episode drops every week. So we'll have a lot of fun with that. And you can share your theories in there and keep the conversation going. I always love to have those conversations in there too. Hey, Shadow Skull, nice to see you. Hope you're feeling well. Okay, I'm almost caught up with you guys. Hey, Average Cadaver, welcome. No worries about being late, Shadow. I mean, we're just now kind of getting into it, so just glad you're here. Uh, Jen says, yellow sunlight is now scaring us and making us think of the man in yellow. Doug, thanks, mate. Yeah, so now we're scared of the sunlight. It's because it's now associated with the man in yellow. I'm serious. Like this promo material is making sunlight scary. This season 4 promo material. Um, let's see. Hey there, I'm with Alice. I don't know if I already said hi, but
You did.
yeah. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
Doug is heading out to scare more from villains in his sleep or something.
Oh yeah, I see. Doug says I can't stay long. I was literally getting into bed when I saw this was happening. Yeah, it's a very late night edition, but it was it was either this or when we lose another day in our rewatch schedule, and it would have been difficult to fit everything in next week. So I just decided to dive in and go for it. So we got to do it. We got to just try and maintain a consistent schedule so we can get through this rewatch. So if that means I have to do late night lives sometimes, I've got to do it. So, what else is here that I missed before we continue? Michael says, anywho, we'll have to wait and see if Man in Yellow is the final boss or just a mini boss before the main fight. Yeah, I think that the Man in Yellow is one of the versions of the final boss. I think he's a shape shifting evil evil entity that is this ancient thing that was referred to by Marielle in the full trailer. I think it's an ancient evil entity that manifests in various forms, and the man in yellow is just one of many. That's what I think at this point.
So he's higher than middle management.
Right. That's what I think. Yeah.
So is he the CEO or the CFO or is he head of HR? What is he?
I'd say the CEO, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd say the CEO. Let's see. Uh, Recon Christ, I guess. Hey there. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but welcome. Has anyone looked into ergotism and the natural production of LSD in nature? Could be related to stuff happening in Fromville. No, I haven't, but that would make sense based on the introduction of the LSD um, storyline in season 3 with Henry and Miranda, the way they dropped acid. They did LSD before she first got to Fromville, and when she made her bottle tree in Camden, Maine. So, could there be a hint there that there's something more to do with LSD in the whole mystery of this place? Maybe. Um, causing people to have some of their visions and episodes that they're experiencing, maybe. That's an interesting point, and welcome if this is your first time joining us. Some people just, they're lurking, but I think they're new, but they just have never chatted before. So, but welcome to the channel if you are new.
Doug said hi. I
Oh,
just wanted to make sure that you saw that he said hi.
oh, okay, yeah, yes, of course. Of course, Doug. I don't know if you heard me, but I was referring to your comments earlier, um, and how glad I am to see you in the chat as always, and thank you for popping in, even though you're just about to go to bed. It's always great to see you, and we just can't wait to see what is going to come of this insanity on the screen here that I have on the screen at this moment. It's nuts. Uh, I mean, we knew the Man in Yellow was going to upend everything in season 4, but I never expected this insanity that we got from the trailer. Now he's shape shifting, seemingly. We'll see, but yeah. Good night, Doug, and sleep well. And Doug may pop on and join us sometime for a bit when he's available too. He hasn't been on in a while. We hadn't done a story time live in a while, but yeah, like he knows he's always welcome to pop on and join us, and we'll definitely have him on again. I'm gonna be hopefully doing an interview with him soon, pertaining to season 4. If we can make sure, if as long as we can make sure that MGM will allow it. If it's not too early, if they say it's okay, then we're gonna do an interview and talk about the trailer and season 4 and Ran and Yellow from season 3 stuff. Anything that he's allowed to talk about. We're definitely gonna be doing that. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back up here. Okay. I lost my place. Okay, here it is. Um, Doug said that's just because if it was night, no one would be able to see me naked, Julie. What? What was I saying at the time? That was like 10 minutes ago.
I think it was in reference to you saying that the daytime is dangerous now.
Oh, okay.
Like why did we see him in the daytime?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is definitely a side of the Man in Yellow I did not expect or have on my bingo card for season 4. Never expected to see that much of Man in Yellow. Man without yellow, I should say.
Formerly Yellow Man.
Yes. And God knows you wouldn't want to miss that. Oh man. Um and here Faith Faith has a GoFundMe. She's she's in a really difficult spot right now related to her father's death and some serious financial issues pertaining to that. So please check this out, and if you're able to help her out, yeah, she'd very much appreciate it. And yeah, my heart goes out to you, Faith. What you're dealing with right now, it's just horrific, and nobody should have to suffer what you're dealing with on top of a loss that's already so devastating. So, yeah, there's no amount that is too small, like Faith said here, and she also has a Cash App and PayPal as alternatives. So, Faith, feel free to post that in the comment section, the the regular comment section of this live stream as well, so that people can find it there too. And you can post your Cash App and PayPal info there as well. Because some people like to donate to that instead. I think GoFundMe takes a cut of that of donations, whereas Cash App and PayPal don't. So there's always that too. Um, And we're here for you any way that we can be, Faith. Glad that you could join us tonight and maybe get a little escapism out of this. Um, let's see. Okay, so Man in Yellow is my spirit animal. What was this about? She's gonna need an extra skein of wool. I don't remember what I was talking
For
about.
the making for modifying the man yellow. Gonna
Oh,
need all kind of extra SKUs of whatever.
oh yeah,
Wink, wink.
yeah. The mini Man in Yellow crochet doll. Interesting. Yeah. Um. All right. So, oh, hey there, Anon. Nice to see you. Want to make sure I didn't miss anybody before we get started. And we'll break down episode 7 of season 1. What- what-
This
Um,
usually means like
yeah. Oh, okay. So, Average Cadaver says, I definitely don't think it's a coincidence that season 4 is dropping on Bicycle Day. Bicycle Day. Yeah, I never even heard of Bicycle Day. Hmm. Hey there, Kelly. Nice to see you. Let's see. Mike Light 1018. Welcome. What about the ballerina? What's that all about? It's like she's forgotten. I think that was just a temporary entity that doesn't need to be around anymore. That was the music box entity that's gone now because Boyd smashed the music box. That was part of the whole cicada entity, I think. It was all kind of tied up in one. The cicadas and the music box, all of that. That's why I think that she's gone. David says the man in yellow arrived and died, and the ancient evil entity can shapeshift into his form. The real man in yellow was likely broken the same way this place is breaking Boyd. I absolutely agree. I think the man in yellow is just a regular guy who got killed by this place. And we got some evidence of that
mhm.
with Victor digging up a drawing of a man smiling in a yellow suit in the full trailer.
Just a regular detective coming to town, you know?
Yeah, yeah, he could have been. Imagine if he is the detective who was investigating the disappearance of Miranda, Victor, and Eloise,
And he finds them. And
and
then he died.
and he finds them in Drumville and gets killed there. That would be a cool twist because that guy just disappeared, or he died. Henry said that he died. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh,
Yeah. So Victor digs this up, and it looks like the man in yellow is wearing a clean suit. It's not dirty, and he's smiling. When Victor draws actual monsters, he draws them looking scary. He doesn't draw them with happy faces like this.
mhm.
So it looks like he's a regular guy who's just happy and normal. And he had just arrived in town, maybe not knowing what kind of a horrible place he's in yet. So So yeah, I definitely think he was just a regular guy, and the ancient evil entity took his form, and that's just one of many forms that he takes. And I discussed this. I believe this is the case. That's one of the things I discussed in my trailer breakdown, which I'm going to be releasing Monday morning. So yeah, please keep an eye out for that video and give it a like and drop a comment to help me boost it in the algorithm. I would truly appreciate it if you guys could do that. If you happen to see it when I do post it, I'm going to schedule it probably for maybe like 10 a.m. Monday morning. I might not be able to be in the live chat for that, but that's a time when I'm not always awake because I keep strange hours. But I think that's a good time to premiere videos. So I'll probably schedule it for like 10 a.m. Eastern Monday morning. Um, could Martin be the man in yellow in a different time? That's an interesting question, Jen. You never know. Um, okay. The man in yellow is now the man in a birthday suit. Yes. Yes, he is, Jay. Um, Sonic. Uh, yes, you're continuing a Freddy scheme you guys are doing in the chat here, but Julie's stream is on our 14. That part cracks me up. Okay. Um, Man in Yellow's favorite game is Peekaboo. Bicycle Day is the day that LSD was created. Oh, okay. Albert Hoffman accidentally ingested some and went for a bicycle ride. Oh, interesting.
Sounds safe.
Yeah, sounds real safe. Uh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Wonder if there's anything to that, or if it's just a coincidence that's coming out that day. The suitcase shows the monsters love playing dress up. Yeah, they definitely do, David. Um, please hit the like button and help people find the stream. 49 people watching. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to be, we feel free to keep chatting about season 4 in the trailer, but we're going to be focusing on the rewatch of episodes 7 and 8 of season 1. And as we do it, we're going to think about why exactly the creators of the show, why MGM said that we should pay special attention to these episodes. They said episodes 7 and 8 we should really focus on out of season 1. They identified the premiere and 7 and 8. So we should keep that in mind as we're discussing it tonight. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna pull up those images right now. I'll tell you, this trailer has been a real nightmare to break down as it is just packed with so much to discuss. Just so many cryptic images, many of which are flashing on the screen really fast. And it took me days and a lot of hours to write the script, edit it, and get all the images together. But I'm going to record it tomorrow, edit it, and get it out by Monday. So um, it's a lot of hours of work going into this. So yeah, when you do see it, giving it a view and a like, and throw a comment in the comment section, even if it's just one emoji, it's enough to trigger the algorithm. It doesn't matter how long the comment is. Fun fact. That all of that would really help me out and get the video pushed out to more people. The first 48 hours are crucial with releasing videos on YouTube and the algorithm. So if you do it within the first 48 hours, um, YouTube sees, okay, this is something people are really interested in, and then if it does well enough in the first 48 hours, and then it pushes it out to more people, and ultimately it has a chance to perform a lot better that way. So, okay, so I've got my images here for season 1, episode 7. We're gonna dive into which is called All Good Things. Um, as in, all good things must come to an end because it marks the end of the colony house that we all knew that they experienced prior, which is kind of like their little utopian where everything was shared and they never had um, any major attack like this before. And that came crashing to an end, to a halt with this episode. So it was never the same, and it marks the end. I mean, at least there's one positive side of it. It does mark the end of division between Colony House and Town because Colony House after that was forced to avail themselves of the generosity of the people in town who took them in and gave them a roof over their heads while Colony House was being repaired. So, um, at least they started to band together again. No more division between the two, and that's good for their survival as a whole. It's better this way. It's better for them that they all, as one community, band together instead of this separation that they had going on. So, so yeah, it was good in the end, but I mean, it came at a great cost. They lost like 23 people in this massacre, but yeah, I guess the silver lining was the end of that division. Faith said, "Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Julie. Means the world to me." Um, let's see. Girlfriend, is that GF girlfriend? We'll take Oh, about 28 or so to transfer 700 for vehicle registration. It's not terribly high, I won't complain. It's the price of registration that's terrible. Yeah, when you posted that with the cost of your registration, I was shocked by how expensive that is. And then Carl told me that in some parts of the country, that's actually not unusual for car registrations to be obscenely overpriced like that. That's crazy to me. Yeah, like she Faith was explaining how she got her father left her these vehicles, um, but the cost to register them is so high that it's just impossible to cover. And yeah, I just couldn't believe that. In Rhode Island, I think it's like 70 something dollars. I forget. I couldn't believe how cheap it is here in Iowa. It was like, how much was it to register my car? Wasn't it like um,
You talking about rate?
registration? Wasn't it like $30 here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really unfair how you're getting price gouged so badly in some parts of the country for registration. So that's just crazy. But anyway, I hope that you get the help that you need to hold on to those cars. You know, you get something gets left to you by a dear loved one. You deserve to be able to hold on to it, for God's sake. Let's see. So, episode 7 got Julie out of that dang house. That's another good thing about it. Julie did not belong in Colony House. Um, hey there, Cameron. Nice to see you. Of course, that's okay. Absolutely. I mean, as we're doing this rewatch, if you have any unrelated stuff that you want to throw at me, I'm happy to address it. That's absolutely okay. I'm happy to see participation. That's great. And I don't think I've seen you in the chat ever before, so welcome. And what is your question? And I saw Doc in here. Hey, Doc. Nice to see you. As always, my friend. Uh, they did a hack job on Christy's beautiful hair after season 1, but I think and Jim is kind of iffy, but I think Christie's is the real issue for me. Hey there, CT5V New Era. Nice to see you. I wonder if the talismans will still work since they pissed off the man in yellow. Well, I think they'll still work against the monsters. Otherwise, it would just be pandemonium 24/7. Um, so I think they'll work against the monsters, but the man in yellow and other who knows, this new ragdoll or scarecrow entity, they won't work against that. I don't think they'll work against the man in yellow. That's a wild card. Hey, Debbie, nice to see you. Hope you're feeling well tonight. Debbie just premiered a new art piece. Feel free to drop that link in the chat, Debbie, to your new art video um, called Jaded Proclivities. I just love that title. That was just genius. Brilliant. Absolutely love it. So drop the link in the chat so that after the stream, folks can check it out. Hey, Beehive Girl, nice to see you. Watching a movie with my family for my hubby's birthday, but would rather be watching this. Well, I appreciate you popping in the chat. It's nice to see you, and of course, gotta have that family time. Um, okay, so Chim's hair was okay. Yeah, I think it was okay when it wasn't in a man bun. I didn't like him with a man bun. So when it was just hanging loose, I was okay with it. So, okay, so let's get into the breakdown here so that we're not here a crazy long time. We can get through these episodes. So it starts with Jasmine Monster outside of Kevin's window, and well, I should say that's just part of the. It doesn't really start with that, but that's in the what do you call it? The recap. It's in the recap from the previous episode is Kevin found her waiting there outside saying, "When can I come inside?" ominously. And here's
You wanted
oh, oh, pause. Yeah, that's definitely what he wanted to know. Oh my god. Yeah, Kevin, corn dog Kevin just couldn't help himself. He Yeah, you couldn't find somebody to hook up with in this house full of people, constantly. We get this idea from this impression that they're constantly, like, humping each other's bones, Colony House, and he couldn't find anybody interested. That's ridiculous. And he wasn't a bad-looking guy either. He had
excuse you?
he wasn't he wasn't bad looking. He just if he could get rid of the porn stash, that would have helped.
Maybe he was just tired of what was there. Maybe he Trudy was straight.
Trudy, yeah, maybe, but, or maybe he wanted love and not just lust, and he couldn't find that there, and had this ridiculous idea that he could fall in love with it and get love in return from this
Yeah, he
monster.
found a connection. He
Yeah.
thought he could fix her.
He thought he could fix her. Yeah, that worked out for her. Carl, give me a heads up, if you would please, when or if who was it who said they have a question? Um, it was who was it? Cameron.
Mhm.
Yeah, if Cameron asks that question, could you just give me a heads up and I'll definitely address it, please.
Sure.
Because I'm gonna be in the image tab where I won't see it. I might miss it.
Hmm.
Um, oh no, I don't know why that's happening. With Alice said my mic is going faint or muffled every little bit. That shouldn't be happening.
All right, well,
I'm
make
not.
sure it's not anything going on with that. Yo,
Yeah,
yo, yo, microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Microphone checker.
yeah.
Knick-knack, paddywhack, Eagles found home. No, don't give him nothing but a bullet to his dome. Did anyone hear me?
Let me know in the chat if anyone else hears my mic going faint or muffled at all, please. Let me know how I sound. Am I coming through clearly for everybody else? I don't know what's wrong with my device because I'm not moving. I'm not moving or doing anything. All right. So let's see.
Yeah, somebody says going in and out.
Going
Did you?
Big Heck says Sonic says sounds good. Big Heck says yeah, you're like clipping.
And then Big Bill Chill says, "I hear you clearly. Maybe when you move or something."
You know what it could be? Sometimes when I'm in my images tab, it acts weird. My device acts weird. I hope oh, I hope it doesn't keep doing this because I need to be able to show the images. Also, it's nice to see you, Big Hack. It's been a while. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming back. Kelly says,
Some people say it sounds good, and other people say it sounds muffled.
I'm gonna close a whole bunch of tabs and see if that makes it completely stop. I'm gonna just close as much as I can here. I have a few tabs open, so that might be the issue. Um, Faith, yeah, Faith, that's tough. That's a lot of that's a lot of debt to be left with from your dad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're going through all that. Um, but definitely share the link to your GoFundMe and your Cash App and all that again in the comment section of this live. And if anyone is able to donate, no amount is too small. Okay, so why they give us these episodes as homework? Yeah, but well, I think we needed to do a full rewatch anyway. Big Heck, we really do. Just because this show is so detailed and it's a mystery box. So before we start the new season, we should definitely rewatch all of it. But yeah, I like that they identified some specific ones. It's interesting to me. I'll definitely be paying extra attention to them. Um, so okay. Bill says he hears me clearly. Okay, well, I didn't move at all. That's the weird thing. And Daryl says I'm going in and out. So how come it's clear for some people and not for others? What is happening? Big Hex says, yeah, it's the weekend, so I'm up late. I'd be around more if you weren't a vampire. I know, I know. When season 4 comes around, I'm gonna be more consistent about going live earlier. Definitely. I'm not gonna be doing midnight streams for season 4, and I'm gonna try to do earlier streams even before that.
Everybody says that it sounds better now.
Okay, good. Bill says, Julie, don't you start story walking on us. Okay. So all right. So anyway, I think I closed everything that I could close. So yeah, let me know if it goes in and out again as I go back to the images here. So they're getting ready for Fatima's anniversary party. And oh, okay. Wait, before I get into that, Cameron did ask the question. So Cameron says Fatima was already having pregnancy symptoms when Smiley was still alive. When Boyd kills him, she asks Christy if she had any pregnancy test. Was the original plan for her to have an actual baby? I don't think so. I think that the evil entity was kind of a few chess moves ahead. So I look at it like a chess game, the way that all of this works. And the evil entity, I think, anticipated what was going to happen already. It knew that Boyd had the worms, and actually there were visions that were encouraging Boyd to give the worms to somebody. So I think, believe it or not, I think that the evil entity, the big bad, wanted Boyd to give the worms to a monster. Why? Because that unleashed the cicada entity that came for 3 people and captured them. Julie, Randall, and Marielle captured their souls and had them in the dungeon, and then everybody else was at risk of dying via killer dreams. So what I think is Fatima was already having pregnancy symptoms even before Smiley died, because this was all in the works already. The evil entity already made her feel these pregnancy symptoms in preparation for what was going to happen. It was already in motion. Remember the ballerina music box visions? The ballerina, she opened her mouth and showed a bunch of worms hanging out of her mouth in Boyd's face. And then in another moment, she pinned him down on the bed and covered his mouth. And
Whoa.
It looked like those visions were encouraging Boyd to give the worms to somebody. And who would he do that to? He would not do it to any living person. Obviously, he would do it to a monster, not a living person. And the evil entity would know that. So when you're playing chess, you need to always be thinking several moves ahead. I believe that's what the evil entity was doing. And so it already was putting this in motion. It already brought someone to town who was going to help facilitate the kidnapping of Fatima once she was impregnated and ready to give birth to the Smiley Pod. It brought Elgin to town, I think, in anticipation of that, way ahead of when he'd actually be needed for that purpose. I'm actually going to put out a video explaining how I think all of this worked, because I have a theory on the way that went down and the way I think it connects to what happened in 1978 and how everybody died, how the whole town died. I believe it was connected, and the same thing happened back then. I have more to say on that, but I won't give it all away. I'll save it for the video, but anyway, it's confusing the way it was laid out with Fatima having pregnancy symptoms before Smiley was even dead. But I think those symptoms were just given to her by the evil entity in preparation for what was to come. That's my opinion. That's just my theory. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. Recon says, it made Fatima snap. She lost hope when she screamed at the 2 monsters outside. Her faith went and she expected the worst. I think that's what did it. Well, the fact that she was targeted like she was definitely made her snap and lose hope, and I believe that was the point. She was chosen to carry the Smiley Pod because she was so full of hope, and this evil entity feeds on fear and suffering. It needed to kill that source of hope, that beacon of hope that Fatima was for so many people in Colony House. So I don't know. Like, you could say it's the other way around, and she expected the worst, and she was so full of dread about this pregnancy, so it manifested this. I know that's a theory that people have, but I think it's the other way around. I think the dread just came from this place, and what it was doing to her psyche. And she had this dark, foreboding feeling just because of all the trauma that she'd been through. It started with the Colony House massacre that we're going to talk about tonight. She had this dark mentality ever since that happened. She was never the same after that. So let's see. And you're welcome, Faith. You're welcome, Faith. I'm happy to help however I can. Happy to help. We're like a family here. And what does family do? We support each other through hard times. Oh, hey there, Koala T. Nice to see you. It's Koala T Reacts in the chat. I'm in and I'm out. 55 people in the chat. Oh my God. Go crazy. Love it. Going to bed. Thank you so much, Koala T. Thank you for all of your support. You put my channel up on screen again the other day during one of your lives and supported me. Your mods dropped my link. You pinned my link to the top of your chat. I mean, you're just such an amazing person. Thank you so much for always supporting me and other content creators. It's a beautiful thing that you use your platform to do that and to give back, to support others, uplift others, and not just yourself. And that is how it should be on YouTube. And not enough people are like that. Too many people treat it like a competition and are cutthroat. The opposite of you. You're amazing. You're an inspiration to me. Thank you so much. And if you haven't checked out Koala T's channel, go check it out. If you're a fan of rap, hip hop, and you like humorous, entertaining reactions to it, then you're gonna love his channel. And especially if you're a Kendrick Lamar fan, go check out Koala T Reacts channel. I got a bunch of new subs just thanks to him last year when I had really hit a slump, and that was really awesome of him to help me like that and get more people over to my channel. And here is Debbie's art piece, Jaded Proclivities. Check that out when you get a chance. That is so awesome. I love that name. And you're welcome, Debbie. I'm so happy to support you anytime. I want to be that person who's uplifting other content creators too. It's something I really believe in. So I'm always happy to help. Hey, welcome, Portia Forbes. Haven't seen you before. I don't know if you're new to the channel or just new to the chat. But
she was brought here by Football Affinity.
Oh,
that's his girl. That's his boo boo.
Oh, well, thank you, Football, for introducing Portia to the channel. Thank you so much. And yeah, please consider subscribing. I'm very close to hitting 2,000 subscribers, and you can help get me just a little bit closer. Every subscriber is like a huge thing now as we get closer. And we're happy to have you here. Always happy to welcome new folks to the chat. So, yes, don't forget to hit the like button, please, and thank you. That would really help me out. So, yes, this is another theory I've heard, Jay, that Fatima may have been pregnant and would have miscarried, but Smiley was dead. But once Smiley was dead, he took over her fetus. The only thing about that, though, is she said that it was impossible for her to get pregnant. So it's like maybe she was completely infertile, and and she would not have been able to do it. That's the thing that trips me up. So I think that she couldn't have gotten pregnant if it wasn't for this. So, and Karl dropped the link to Koala T Reacts right there in the chat, so you guys can check that out. So anyway, so let's get back to this. Scarlet is going to be here just in time because we're about to start the breakdown. So
break it down.
So here we go. And we're gonna try to get through this quicker than usual. I will be checking on the chat as much as I can. I gotta try to get through these a little bit faster because we're gonna be discussing 2 episodes tonight if I can manage to get them done. So we have Colony House preparing for Fatima's 1-year anniversary party. And this is their glass half full, hopeful mentality, which I think is a really good thing to have in this horrible situation. They're looking at it like, let's celebrate the fact that we're still alive, instead of, just wallowing in misery that it's been a year since she's been here. in this nightmare town. And Ellis doesn't have that positive mentality. He's daydreaming. She puts on her favorite sweater for the party, and she hides it from Trudy because Trudy knows. And I think that this sweater, I've always said that I think it because it's yellow, because yellow in Western culture, so Fatima is a beacon of hope. At least she was, and this color represents that really well. Boyd wears yellow a lot, and he is the living embodiment of the town's hope. The man in yellow wears yellow, so you might say, "Oh, that doesn't fit," but his suit is dirty. It's tarnished. I think it represents tarnished hope. I think that he started corrupted by it. I think he was corrupted by it, broken by this place. And then the kicker, after he died, I think that the ancient evil entity here took his form and goes around looking like him, wearing a suit that's now all filthy, representing the corruption of that once hopeful, full of life person. So I think that, yellow throughout the show really does work as symbolic of hope. I find it really symbolic that Fatima gives her yellow sweater away to Trudy. Trudy immediately gets murdered, and it's like, I think it symbolizes hope that night at Colony House, the death of her hope, because she's never the same after this massacre. If you go back and watch, Fatima is never the same after Colony House massacre night. She's darker, she's tense, she's traumatized by it. So yeah. There's Julie, it's Julie enjoying her time with Fatima a little too much, crushing on Fatima, as we find out later. And and Ellis refuses to they refuse to drink with Ellis, and he's like,
Well, Julie's
so he goes down and offers some liquor to Victor instead, but Victor's not interested either. Nobody wants to day drink with Ellis. He's acting like a jerk, frankly, but
okay. People in the
but
chat
yeah,
hear me.
he's dealing with he's still dealing with the trauma of his. This just remind him of, when he first got to town and what wound up happening, the loss of his mother, not long after they got to town. Now, this is the scene where Victor discovers that all the peaches are gone.
Okay, I don't think Julie hears
poor
me, though.
Victor, no more peaches.
No, Julie isn't hearing me at all.
He said after all these
talking.
years, that was the only thing that was consistent. That was the same. That there were always those peaches, and now they're gone, and he's just devastated by it.
Full.
And I think that kind of means something. That it's interesting to me that happens on the day of the Colony House massacre. It's like this is the beginning of shit going to hell in this place.
I know I am, because you can't hear me.
It starts with the Colony House massacre. A new cycle has begun, and things are just going to keep getting worse and worse, including no more peaches for Victor. And ultimately, other things happen. The crops getting poisoned, and the seasons changing, getting colder, and no more endless summer and all that. Here we see Kevin Pornstash leaving the flowers for the monsters. For specifically one monster, Trudy, Jasmine.
I mean,
why
Donna
did I
tells
call
them
her
to have
Trudy?
partners, but they never
She kills
partner
Trudy.
up. And Kevin has a partner, but
but,
where's his partner?
Yeah, then we have Tabitha reading the Chromonacle book to Ethan. And oh, sorry, Scarlet is there. I had my volume down all the way. I'm sorry, Scarlet, if you were trying to talk. I didn't even see that. How long have you been there?
Probably about 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. I
I
had
was
my
just
volume all
talking.
the way.
I just talked right over you when I had a comment about Kevin, so I just said what I was
say. I couldn't hear you.
I was like,
I didn't know that you were there. Carl must have.
Find your buddy, and I'm like, where's Kevin's buddy?
Yeah. Carl must have added you. I was waiting to hear the notification that you were there, and I didn't hear anything. They're laughing in the chat.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
When you took a pause, I started talking about something, and then you just kept talking, so I just kept talking.
Oh my god. Yeah, I couldn't, guys, I couldn't see the chat because I was looking at my image tab. So anyway, yeah, you guys are funny. We, the chat, are in Donna's pocket. This is almost funnier than when Tony had to wake her up. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a deep cut, man.
That happened. Big hack. You were there for that too.
Yes, I was. Well, I actually watched it later because I had to run to school at 8:30, and then when I came back to look at it on my break, you were like sleeping, and then Tony rang you.
Yeah.
It's just you snoring with ringing in the background.
Oh, hey Joyce. Nice to see you, Joyce. Yes, it was chaos for a few minutes. Sorry about that. Hey, Ace. Nice to see you. I'll just call you Ace. You've changed your name from before. I think it was Ant before. It says Victor made a deal with the monsters in some way. I'm not sure what deal he made yet, but I'm sure he made some type of deal with them. Oh, okay. Interesting theory. And thank you for the support, Faith. Very much appreciated. Please strike the like, save this video to a playlist, share even if it's to yourself, subscribe and comment in the permanent comment section when it's available for maximum algorithm engagement. And that helps push this video out to more people. Thank you so much for all those suggestions, Faith, as always. That's always much appreciated. Hey there, Jehovah Sins. Nice to see you. So okay. Am I still is my voice still not coming through clearly? Am I cutting out?
Oh, you cut it out for a couple times. It kind of paused and then started up again.
Okay, I'm gonna go out and come back in. I don't know. I'm gonna reboot the whole device and come right back. Okay. Because there's no reason that should be happening. I'll be right back.
All right.
Here, you can talk on mine.
Hopefully it won't take me out as well. So now it's the Scarlet Show. It's the Scarlet Show. It's the Scarlet Show. Be in the car.
You should be unmuted on that Bluetooth.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh, but we can still hear you in the background.
So you can talk.
You can hear you in the background.
You're not listening to me?
I have a question for the chat. Do you think
So do you want me to mute it again?
who do you think the Carbonacle is? Carbonacle? You know, the bird on this book. Who do you think it is? Do you think it's Tabby? Do you think maybe Julie? Because I have this feeling that maybe future Julie writes this book, and I wonder maybe the Carbonacle is Julie. I like to hear you guys, what your feelings are. Oh, you know, Bill Chill, I think I am going to make From Bingo, but do you guys think it'd be better if I made it for every single episode, or do you think it'd just be good for the finale? Or do you think we should all theorize and then what's going to happen on each episode, and then I write an individual bingo card out for each episode, and then we have a little fun with that and the watch parties. Yeah, I have a theory that I've been still cooking that I like that both Ethan and Julie have a big part in what makes Fromville. So oh yeah, Debbie Bovevi, you're like going to the whole like two crab knuckles for you part. So yeah, exactly. I said it and then it popped up in the chat. That was my best. That was actually my best. Like what I enjoyed Jim the most in the show, and that he made the like best dad was when he was just like playing like the bird and acting and being all silly. And I was like, yeah, Jim has the possibility of being a great dad, but then he does so many other just horrible things.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, you're back.
Hopefully it'll come through better now. But let me know in the chat if I start to break up, and Scarlet, you can let me know too. If I don't see the chat, and I'll see what I can do. I can always like switch and talk on Carl's device. So we can always do it that way. I can talk on his device and show pictures on this one. So let me know in the chat, like right now, just as a mic check, if I'm coming through clearly, please. And so
I wonder if there is more than one Carbonakle book. Is it like a series? Because every time she reads to Ethan, it seems like it's a she.
Yeah.
So
I don't.
maybe that's
Yeah,
further in the series.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem I was gonna say before I sign off too, like the problem with the thing with StreamYard is when two people talk at the same time, it's impossible to hear. You can't really hear much of either person. I hate that about StreamYard. It's not like when two people are talking in a room and you can still hear both of their voices, so you can sort of make out what they're saying. But for some reason with StreamYard, when two people talk simultaneously, you can't really hear anything. I hate that. So sorry about that, guys. About the not being able to hear Scarlet, but I don't know. So I don't know if they were able to really hear what I was saying about Fatima and her, and what I think her sweater represents and the color yellow. But
yeah, I think they heard all that because that's when I was coming in. I was backstage.
Okay, like what was I talking about when you came in on stage?
Kevin Stash.
Oh, okay, good.
Picking
All
up
right, then I
stuff
don't
off the
need to
patio. That's it. That's where I came
Oh,
in at.
good. Oh, good. Okay. Phew. All right. I didn't want to have to reiterate all of that.
No.
Okay, great. So okay. So we've got Tabitha reading the Chromonocle to Ethan, and this is kind of paralleling the actual show. They're using the Chromonocle quest story to, as a framework for the show we're watching, the story that we're watching via From, and it's clear what they're trying to do. So that goes without saying at this point. I think everybody has been able to clock that. It's a quest, like Ethan says, it's a quest in the show, and in order to go home, they're gonna have to save someone. In this case, they're gonna have to somehow save the children, whatever that means. Save their souls from this place, free them, or actually literally go back in time and save the Nkui children. Could be either or. But anyway, that's the significance of the Chromonocle. And
I wonder if anybody's actually taken a picture of the book, because she kind of has it open and there's kind of like a paragraph and a picture.
oh yeah, I don't have a screenshot of that. I have many, but oddly enough, not of that. But
I also forgot she has that Fame sweatshirt on, because how Harold used to be in, it wasn't Fame, he was a background dancer.
mm-hmm. Yeah, Yeah, Harold has an amazing repertoire. So yeah, we're gonna try to cram in both this one and episode 8 tonight without going 8 hours. So I'm gonna try really hard to manage to pull that off. Hope we can do it. So we've got Jade here, and he is maniacally drawing the symbol over and over again. Book in the previous episode, the book of symbols that Christopher drew. And we now know that Christopher did that, and he couldn't stop drawing them, just like Jade. And Kenny's pissed off because he finds Jade drawing them in his book, because he couldn't find enough paper. And there's no stationery store in Fromville, so he's just drawing them in one of Kenny's books. So I found that whole thing amusing. And Jade yelling, "You want me to just write on the walls like a psychopath?"
Like Jim? Like Jim.
like Jim. When I first watched it, I didn't even realize that he was making a reference to what Jim was doing.
That's funny. Because, like, I do have a little bit of echo, though. But is that the Poe book that he's writing in?
I'm not sure, actually. Actually, yeah, it must be. It must be the book, the Edgar Allan Poe book. Yeah, it's. I'm sure it is. It's the one that he's reading with Christy. So yeah, he wants, and Tian Chen wants him to go down for dinner, but Jade is just, he's got tunnel vision. He's like a man possessed. Ever since he found that book of symbols, it's just lit a fire under him even more. In addition to the visions he's having, now he just can't stop trying to figure this whole thing out, and he's starting to. I think finding the book of symbols started to open his mind to a more mystical side of things, instead of just approaching this scientifically, trying to figure it out with his science-oriented mind. Now, this is starting to open his mind to the mystical, in addition to the crazy visions that he's having. And then Khatri pays a visit to Boyd, and yeah, he's got quite the bombshell to drop on him in this episode. But it's not in this scene. But yeah, he's going to confess that he's got Sarah tied up in his basement. Jim is making plans for a radio tower, because he got a signal on the radio by putting it up in a tree, but it's not high enough. He needs to get it higher, so he's making plans for a radio tower. Which, it was a good plan. It was definitely a good plan to try and do this, but we now know that wherever they are, there's no way that could have possibly worked. They're not in a normal place. I think they're in some sort of pocket dimension, where you're not going to be able to get a signal out to the rest of the world with any sort of radio. Now I'm looking at my notes here. My notes are a bit out of order. Let me see. So
I did notice that when Harold stepped by that sign, it said 7 days. So there's been 7 days of no deaths after the 96 days of no deaths.
Oh, right.
Just to give some time reference to the thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. See, in my notes, I had said that also about Jade, that he's starting to turn into Christopher now. He's starting to follow Christopher's path, and I think that the connections to people that he's starting to care about will save him from becoming another Christopher and really snapping. And he actually, started to care for, like, Tian Chen, for example, and He even cares about the Matthews. You know, he's changed a lot. He's undergone a huge redemption arc. So yeah, I don't really have I don't think I have much on this scene here that we're looking at that I can find. It's not one of the key scenes that I took notes on. So we'll just move on.
I have one. I have one thing to say about it.
What?
Jim's wearing a pretty thick gold band in this scene.
Oh, like
Dun, dun,
like
dun.
the
I'm
like,
keeping track of the big gold rings in the show.
yeah, like the one in the trailer.
Yeah.
Who does it belong to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, noted. Um yeah, I guess I don't think there was anything really important in this. So let's just continue. We got 2 episodes to get through, um so yeah, we've got the party here, and Donna gives a really emotional speech to Fatima um about how well, I'll just read it. She says, some of you about Fatima, some of you were here then, many of you arrived since. And she says, well, I won't read the whole thing, but she says, you've made this big old drafty box feel a little more like home. We are so lucky to have you. And she talks about how, you know, Fatima's green thumb doesn't hurt either. The amazing weed that she produces for everybody. Everyone loves that. And you know, she also gives her this dream catcher as a gift. We've got that theme of dreams and nightmares that keeps coming up, and the dream catcher is definitely part of it. She gives her this beautiful, you know, handmade dream catcher. It says, may it catch all the bad ones and leave you only good dreams, or something like that. No, sadly, that's not what happens. Her life just starts to unravel after this night, if anything. It's almost like a bad luck charm. It brought her nightmares instead of dreams, it seems. And you know, because she's never the same. She's never the same after this night. She's so traumatized by it. But this speech underscores the importance of Fatima to these people. She's like a beacon of light in the darkness with her positive perspective, the whole even a nightmare can look like a dream perspective that she has. And they need her. And this is why in season 3, Donna agreed to Boyd that she would keep the secret that Fatima murdered Tilly, because the people of this house, they couldn't take it if they learned that, and she couldn't take it either if she were to lose her, if they put her in the box or something, that they couldn't take it. That's how important she is to them. And that's exactly why this place and this evil entity picked her to carry that smiley pot in the first place, I think, because they need her so much, and because she brings so much hope. And this show is very much about, one of the major themes is a battle between hope and fear, hope versus fear. And you know, I think the evil entity feeds on fear and suffering, not hope. When Ghost Abby told Boyd that it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope, I don't believe that. I think that was a lie. If you really look, it seems like the evil entity feeds on fear and suffering. If you look at what's happening in the show, and who are the people targeted the most by the place, people who bring hope and are helpful, good people, like Boyd. Boyd is a beacon of hope, and he is targeted. This place is trying to break him because he brings hope instead of fear, and he helps people survive. Fatima, she's targeted. She gets this smiley pod that she has to carry, and look what it does to her. And Father Khatri, you know, as a man of God, that's one source of hope for these people. And he gets murdered. And I think he gets murdered for that reason, because he's a source of hope. So it's people like that who get targeted more than anybody else. So I really feel like that dichotomy, that battle of hope versus fear, is a major theme, and I don't think the evil entity feeds on hope at all.
You know that like the name Fatima instead of Fatima, but they're essentially the same thing. They have hands of Fatima that are protective objects that are supposed to protect against the evil eye.
Oh, okay.
So I always thought of that when I think of her, even though her name's pronounced differently.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think they do pick names for symbolic reasons for sure. Well, good night, Recon. It was lovely meeting you too. If you happen to hear this, and yeah, hope to see you again. Debbie says definitely a pocket dimension inside Donna's quantum pockets. Nice.
I kind of feel bad that the like girl that Fatima makes out with is just the rest of the time is just sitting around listening to Dale.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Joy says, I don't know if I would have come to love Jade so much if his hair and beard didn't get so unruly and awesome. Really? That helped?
Oh, so she likes her Jade a little dirty, I guess.
Yes, you like that Sasquatch Jade look. You like the the extreme lumberjack look. So let's see. Yeah, like Daryl says, we know Ghost Abby isn't real Abby. Boyd knows it and called it out to fake Khatri, who knows who knows isn't Khatri either. Absolutely. Daryl says,
sorry. I was going to point out this orange shirt that Donna wears because, when we watch the trailer, she's wearing a black shirt. So I wonder if she's like going from those colors of hope, like orange, the colors of the sun to like the color of darkness.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But she clearly has an orange shirt on in the shot.
Right. Symbolic. Could be. Daryl says, Julie beat me to it. I was about to bring up Donna not telling people about what Fatima did in season 3. One step ahead. Yeah. great minds. So going on from here, Fatima makes out with this woman. Julie watches with envy, and Kevin immediately walks away because he's so jealous and wanting a connection like that. So he goes to wait for his monster girlfriend then.
Fatima has connections with 2 people, and he's like, why can't I even have one connection with one person?
Yeah. So he's jealous for sure. Julie is like, uncomfortable and envious, so she walks away too.
Yeah, awaken.
Yeah. So now we get Father Khatri's confession. He finally confesses to Boyd his secret, his dark secret about how he got there. And okay, let me get to my notes on this here. So he tells Boyd, Boyd looks at his bloody shirt. This is all the stuff that Khatri buried. His bloody shirt from when he arrived there, his bottle of liquor, and I guess his candy bar must be there too. But he tells Boyd, we've never really discussed who he used to be before we came here. And he confesses that before he got there, there was a kid in his congregation who had been beaten so badly, possibly even killed by his father. It wasn't really made clear if his father like actually killed him or what, but
I thought it was implied that he killed him because he said his neck was bent all weird and stuff like that, and he wasn't getting up, and I thought, that kid's dead.
Yeah, it sounded like he killed him, but he didn't explicitly say if he killed him or if he just paralyzed him for life or something by breaking his neck. So but at any rate, he implies that he killed the father of that kid. he just flew into a rage and retaliated by killing the father of that kid. And then he, because he felt responsible too, because he could tell that something wasn't right, and the boy needed him, and he had sent him home from church, and so he felt so much guilt, and so he killed the father. That's how his shirt got covered in blood, and when he got to Fromville, he buried it, but he winds up on a bridge about to jump off holding the bottle of alcohol. And this is something that I've referenced many, many times. If you've ever listened to one of these lives, you've probably heard me say this many times, that what my theory on this is. He says, quote, "It was the first time in my life I heard the voice of God told me to get back in the car, that there was another path for me to follow." So he got in the car and drove, and 2 hours later, he was there in Fromville. And he says, "I've always known that there's a reason we're here, that there's a path we're meant to follow." So I find it uncanny that as a man of God, this is the first time in his life he heard the voice of God 2 hours before he winds up in Fromville. And it told him to get back in his car and drive, and then he winds up there. So I've had this theory all along that that wasn't the voice of God, that it was an entity from within Fromville reaching out to get him there. And now I believe that entity was the boy in white. I've believed that for a while, since season 3. Season 3 convinced me that the boy in white is trying to help, which is why I think the boy in white is the one that did this, because Khatri is a helpful person in this place. He gives people hope, and he's serving an important purpose by making sure Sarah stays out of the box. Sarah winds up being a resource they need in this place. So he's helping in that way, and he's a source of hope for people. So I really believe the boy in white reached out and brought him there. Not really the voice of God. It's too uncanny that he wound up there, and I don't think God would want him to go there in the first place. I think it's all part of this whole cosmic chess game that I think is going on. In my theory of how it all works, it's the boy in white and the ancient evil entity, for lack of a better name, we'll call it the man in yellow. Those two sides are bringing people to town for a specific purpose, to use them like chess pieces. And boy in white side is trying to make all of this cycles stop, all this violence, and set everybody free who's left there. And the man in yellow evil side is trying to keep it all going eternally and keep feeding on all of everyone's fear and pain. And that's what I think is going on here. And this story that he tells, it definitely gives me fodder for that theory. I mean, it's just so uncanny that he got that message, and then he winds up there. He heard the voice of God telling him to drive. He winds up there 2 hours later, right when he was about to jump off a bridge. It seems like he was chosen to be there. And then you see what a purpose he actually wound up serving there. Not only did he bring people hope and comfort by leading sermons, by giving sermons at the church, but he serves a vital purpose in this episode before he dies by convincing Boyd to keep Sarah out of the box. Because later in season 2, she winds up helping to save them all. She helps Boyd. She winds up being the inspiration for Boyd to figure out how to beat that music box threat. She helps him with that. And, she plays a role. She's not like the deciding factor, but she plays an important role. And she'll continue to play an important role. So Father Khatri helped a lot.
And she kept an eye on Smelgen.
She kept an eye on Smelgen. Yeah, she did. But anyway, so that's my theory on Father Khatri, the boy in white, the man in yellow, and how all of that works. But he goes on to say that girl may be the key to unlocking all of this. That girl may be the way we all go home, meaning Sarah. So maybe he's right that she's going to be one important resource. I don't think she's the way they all go home, but I do think that she's an important resource because she's able to tap into elements of Fromville that nobody else can. The voices that she hears.
She brings all the boys to the yard.
She brings all the boys to the yard who think they can fix her. She does that too. So
I was gonna say the next scene is like Kevin looking in the Jasmine mirror.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah,
I was kind of confused to why Boyd pulled his gun on Khatri here. He's a little quick to draw that gun.
Yeah, that was a little extreme. Boyd has a temper. He has an issue with his temper. He's always had that issue, but it seems like it's going to be getting worse in season 4.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he draws the gun right here and points it at Khatri. Also, Khatri says that I never told a soul. There was no possible way she could have known. Something was watching me that day when he buried his bag, and he thinks that something might be trying to help them through Sarah. So yeah, like there's definitely something watching them. I don't now him saying that, I don't know if it happens in this scene or if it's in the next one, because there are a few scenes of him with Boyd in this episode, obviously, but that's in my notes here because that's a key thing that picture Sarah draws. There's no way that she could have known about the candy bar. Nobody was around when he buried all that. That proves that the voices are legit. The voices told her about the candy bar. The voices, or whatever is creating the voices in her head, took over her body and made her draw that picture. So
that wasn't an Apollo bar, was it? Or was it?
No.
Apollo bar?
No, it was a made up brand, Cosmic.
Oh, okay.
Cosmic.
Maybe Apollo is a competition, and that's on Lost.
Yeah. Yeah, the Apollo bar was from Lost.
I was gonna say, is it also out of this world?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. He's right. He's right that something had to have been watching him when he buried his bag. So there is some entity there that's watching them and can see them no matter where they are, even out in the middle of a field. It's not like he was in a house where there could have been a camera. He was in the middle of a field and something saw him bury that and communicated to Sarah what to draw. And he says, whatever it is, it's part of the fabric of this place. Whatever connection Sarah has makes her valuable in ways we may not even understand yet. And I think this comes later. Let me see. Let me scroll down to the later scene where he's talking about that, because I didn't structure my notes in terms of like scene by scene, what happens in, what he says in each scene. That's the tricky thing when you have a setup like this. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So he shows Boyd the picture, and yeah, so that's where he says all the stuff I just was reiterating. And so he's right that whatever it is that's speaking through Sarah, it's part of the fabric of this place. Whatever connection Sarah has maybe makes her valuable in ways we may not even understand yet. And he says, if you want to put her in the box, that's fine. But if you're serious about finding answers, the fact, then don't do it, in other words. And he says, the fact that you're going on this journey at the same time this connection is revealed, that's not just a coincidence. That's providence. meaning Boyd is planning on going out into the woods on a trek to find a way out. So he thinks that this is like divine providence, that Boyd happens to be planning this trip now when this connection is revealed of Sarah connecting to some kind of force in this place. This some kind of omniscient force that's watching them, that's aware of things that nobody could have known. So he's right. He's right that it's not a coincidence, but whatever is watching them, I think that it's a godlike entity. It's a kind of a cosmic entity that's able to see them. But it's not God, not in this place, in my opinion. I think that what Sarah is connecting to, I think it's the spirits of the dead. I think it's the souls of the dead who are trapped there, and they're able to see what people are doing. So they knew that Khatri buried the bag. They communicated that to Sarah. The voices told Sarah they're trapped there too, and they also want to go home, and they're just like them. Well, sounds like they could be the spirits of people who died there. We're just like you. We also want to go home. I know they could be lying, but looking back now with everything we know now, I think they're telling the truth. They've been right about so many things. They were right about the candy bar. They told Sarah to stand at the edge of town and wait, and 2 cars would arrive. And they said to stand at the edge of town and she would see. Well, since they're the spirits of the dead, maybe that's how they knew. They saw that the cars were on their way into town. Maybe they saw the cars at the fallen tree and they knew. So that's what I'm going with it for now. I think the voices are the spirits of the dead, and potentially she can hear the boy in white and the man in yellow randomly talking to her. But I do think in all of these cases where she hears multiple voices speaking or screaming in her head, I think it's the souls of the dead who are trapped. In season 3, it gets more sinister, where they're laughing about Fatima being kidnapped and saying they're not going to make it to her in time. Well, not everyone who died there has to be a good person. Some of them could be evil, horrible people who were brought there by the evil entity to cause trouble while they were alive, and now they're laughing in Sarah's head about how they're not going to make it to Fatima in time. So that's how I explain that they're evil people who were brought there, and now their souls are trapped there too. So yeah, that's what I think. And Boyd says, and you think this thing is trying to help us. Well, let me wait on that, because I think that comes in the next scene. So I'll go back. We'll go back up here and pick up in the colony house scenes with Kevin meeting up with his dream date, his monster dream date, Jasmine. And it's kind of cool how the first shot we see is of Kevin's reflection in the monster mirror, as I like to call it now. He's under we're constantly seeing either monsters or people who are turning into a kind of monster, or people who are being manipulated by monsters, reflections in this mirror. And here we see Kevin going to the window and meeting up with Jasmine. She pulls this nonsense routine with him about how she can't keep coming here when she can never touch him. She can only see him and never touch him, and it's it's too painful, so she's not going to come anymore, essentially.
It's very Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
I did know she's standing on the roof too. You can clearly see she's standing on the part of the roof of Colony House. I know that was a question.
Yeah, how did she get up there?
Yeah,
She climbed up. They climb. They're climbers.
Oh, so she's doing the Romeo end of the Romeo Juliet, huh?
Yeah.
yeah, I guess
Hark,
so.
what
Yeah,
light
pretty
through
much.
yon window breaks? It's Kevin, aka the sun.
It's Kevin. Yeah, that's Kevin.
um, yeah, and she says, "Why won't you let me in? I can't keep coming here knowing I can see you but never get to feel you, knowing that you're afraid of me, that you're disgusted by me. You always tell me how lonely you are in there. You have no idea how lonely it is out here. It wasn't my choice to be this way." Hmm.
Where art thou, Jasmine?
It's yeah. So she does that forlorn, pitiful routine, and she says that she's lonely out there. It's weirdly sincere.
Mm-hmm.
It's really remarkable how sincere she is about it. She looks like she has tears in her eyes, and her face contorts as she talks about her loneliness.
Mm-hmm.
It's different than the creepy grandma. It
Yeah.
to me, it could be a really convincing act, but to me, there's a little ring of truth in it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as if there's some tiny vestige of humanity still in there, and she genuinely does look sad.
Mm-hmm.
And now in season 3 we learned that they really didn't choose to be that way, that they were turned into monsters by some entity that they bargained with, and so it literally wasn't her choice to be that way. um and they're kind of tormented for eternity having to do this. I know that most of the time they look like they're having fun, they smile, and they're enjoying ripping people apart. So I realize that, and there's
Mm-hmm.
they're basically not human anymore, but in somewhere deep down there is some tiny vestige of humanity that does almost seem sad, just in this moment at least.
I mean, I honestly thought when I first watched this that this relationship was going to continue longer than it did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought it might get existential or something. I thought she might be sitting on the other side of the window and they might have a long talk because they said they talk at night.
Right.
Oh, and she could have been the nice one, huh? The nice monster.
Yeah, it would have been cool if it had continued longer, because she was amazing. Her performance
Mm-hmm.
was so good.
Mm-hmm.
It was too bad that she only appeared for this one time, one time in a brief scene in the previous episode where she didn't say anything.
Yeah,
uh,
that and the black mod monster.
yeah,
So the
that
time
one.
there's a black monster, pretty much.
Yeah, she only appeared once, the black monster, the black
Mm-hmm.
mod one. Yeah,
The mod. I call her the mod monster because she's wearing that cute mod dress.
right. um so yeah, this is a really interesting scene to me, and
Mm-hmm.
um I know that it's mostly lies and tricks, though. I do realize that they're really great at making people let them in under no matter what. Like, they're good at getting in people's heads and exploiting them and their individual weaknesses. Like Kevin is lonely for companionship, for female companionship, and she's really good at manipulating that. And that's why this is the one that's here to target him.
Mm-hmm.
A young, attractive looking female, and the granny was sent to manipulate a young child. They're
And
good at
that teen monster that everybody gets crazy about was sent to sway Julie.
right, exactly. Specific monsters target specific people for a reason. They'll be most easily manipulated by that particular monster. So yeah, this is a great act that she's putting on, but there's another scene later that also gives me that feeling that just there's a tiny vestige of humanity in their suffering. um so 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 then yeah, he, she turns to go, and he's taken in by the act, of course. uh he's like, you promise it'll just be you, nobody else, and she says it'll just be her, and somehow he thinks she's going to be an exception to all the others, and she's going to be the one monster that's not going to rip him apart. uh God, just the idiocy of it all.
Yeah.
um
He needs his buddy. He needs his colony house buddy.
yeah. So he lets her in. He starts to let her in, and we cut to this scene where it's the very well known Dale pocket dimension scene, or pocket universe, I should say. Um, this is something that I think maybe the writers intended for us not to focus on very much. Because Ellis walks in on this mid conversation. We don't even get to hear how the conversation started. We come in right in the middle of it while Dale is talking to this young woman who looks like she has. Yeah, she looks like she.
That's who Fatima made out with. Now she's stuck with
Yeah.
Dale.
She looks like she has so much interest in what he's saying. Like she's regaled by this.
Do you know offhand what bosonic string theory is? Because it says bosonic string theorists believe there are 26 dimensions.
I can read it.
Yeah.
He says, I don't know what that is. He says, the question is, how many dimensions are there? Bosonic string theorists believe there are 26 dimensions, but superstring theorists say there's only 10. I've never actually looked that up, so I don't know what that is. And then she asks if this place is another dimension, and he says, with total certainty, no, this is a pocket universe. He says it like he's just so positive that it's a pocket universe. I don't know what makes him so sure, but I think Dale is right. I think he's correct, and I think the term pocket dimension sounds like more accurate. I don't know. Pocket universe.
Yeah.
That's universe makes it sound enormous, like, infinite in terms of space. I don't know, but I think the terms could be interchangeable. But he does say pocket universe.
Yeah.
I think
If
he's
anybody
correct.
if anybody in the chat wants to look up bosonic theory or a superstring,
String theory.
and let us know what a superstring it says. Superstring
So
theory.
it must be
Like the 10 or the 26.
the Higson or whatever it's called, the particle.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you've heard of that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you know anything about it? Yeah, I need to look it up.
Yeah, it's all BS. Don't worry about
it. Yeah,
but it
it's
might
like
be what Prineville is.
It sounds like what do you call it? Theoretical physics or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like not something that is that scientists are sure exists, but like it's a theory. It's theoretical. Kind of like the idea of time travel and stuff like that. Ellis walks in on this conversation and acts like a total dick, and just tells Dale to shut the fuck up, and because he's been drinking too much, and he doesn't. He just needs to like lay off the liquor and just be away from people. But he gets up in Dale's face, and like he's about to get into it with him, and Fatima she starts to get him away, and then Dale makes a really insensitive remark to Ellis, saying something. What does he say about
About his mom, yeah.
doesn't he say like take he says like mother like son, but before that I think he says like something about shooting up the place. Does he say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I said something like that.
He says something like, yeah, take him away before he shoots up the place or something. And then he says like mother like son, referring to his mother, who obviously did that, and and that sets him off, and he starts charging at Dale. Donna has to break it up, and Fatima gets him out of there, and then that was just really uncalled for to say that about his mom. His mom had a mental break, and that's why she massacred people. But Dale was around back then when it happened, and Dale probably lost people he cared about, lost friends.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, it was a nasty thing to say, but I can understand where he was coming from at the same time.
I also want to point out there's a bowl of apples on that table when he's talking about a pocket universe.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
I wonder if that's our symbol of knowledge. Like every time there's knowledge, there's some apples, so I should take note.
I really believe the apples in the show are symbolic of knowledge, as in the tree of knowledge, the Garden of Eden in the Bible. So interesting. Yeah.
It's right when he's talking about. It's right when he's talking about Pocket Universe, though. It's right there, like by Stacy when he's talking to her.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. I like that, and it's a shot from far away too, so it's kind of a weird shot too. But yeah, you can see the apples right there. Maybe hinting that he's dropping some knowledge right there, some massive knowledge. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, that they're in another dimension. They're in a pocket universe or a pocket dimension. One, I don't know what the difference is, but it just makes sense. What else? What else would you call a place that you can't find it on a map, because people get there from all different parts of the country. They're all around the country, and somehow they wind up in the same place. Therefore, this place cannot be found on any map of our world. That means it's out of this world, like it says on the candy bar that Khatri buried. I think that's a hint too. This place is out of this world. It's not in the world we know. It's in a pocket universe or a pocket dimension that's not part of our world. So
yeah, I was always fascinated with the triangle necklace that Dale wears too, and I was trying to make sense of where the triangle fit in all this.
Yeah, it's a striking necklace. I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be striking pretty soon with Donna here.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Striking.
Yeah, she socks him in the face, which is funny because they're married in real life, and so Liz got to pretend punch her own husband in the face.
Oh, Dale's her real husband?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Cliff Saunders. They were married before they were already married.
Oh, I see.
Yep. And they laugh about it, about how fun it was to film this scene.
That girl right behind Donna looks really young.
Yeah, she does. I don't know where all the young people went, but anyway, so yeah, she puts him in his place, because that was really messed up what he said to Alice. Well, let me check out the chat real quick before we go on, but we gotta keep it moving. Let's see. Yeah, great shot of Donna. Yeah, I like that. It's classic Donna right there. So, oh, Brandon's in the chat. Where's Brandon? Hey, Brandon. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you're feeling well. It's great to see you. Brandon says, I love y'all. This is my motivation after work, is being here with all of you. Aw, you are so sweet, Brandon. We love you too. And we're glad that we can be here, and hope it helps You know, I know sometimes you're working. I think, didn't you say that you work a third shift job and sometimes like you're listening to us while you're working? I think Brandon has said that. But yeah, anyway. Okay, Faith headed out. Faith said, oh geez, on way to 3 a.m. Have to force myself out of here. Rewatch tomorrow. Thanks again for all the support over the last month. Julie/Fromily. Hope y'all have a great night. Well, belated good night to Faith, and I'm so glad that we could help in any way. And thank you in advance for rewatching. Shout out to the replay gang. So, Brandon said, hello everyone. It was a hard working week. Glad to see everyone. Well, I'm glad it's done and you can get some time off, and I hope you enjoy your weekend, Brandon. David says, is this the episode when Smiley rolls his hand across the staircase hand railing like he is reminiscing? Yes, it is. It is. So we're going to get to that.
He really likes plants. He really loves plants.
Yes. Yes, he does. So I saw, Karl, you wrote something funny and I'm trying to find it. I lost it. Where did it go? The chat's been busy. What was it you wrote about Sophia?
Oh, she was gonna bring forth God's flood to cleanse the corruption.
Yeah, Sophia will bring God's cleansing flood to wash away the corruption. Build a boat, ahead and bring everyone's favorite eye gouger home.
Yeah, that's what all the boys want.
Yeah.
They want to save Sarah.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, maybe that's what's going to happen. We have a lot of biblical themes in this show. So, I'm not bad. I'm just drawn this way. David said string theory is a highly debated topic in the scientific community due to a lack of empirical evidence. Philosophers usually argue against it. Okay. Thanks for that tidbit, David. Bill says superstring theory is a theoretical framework in physics proposing that the fundamental constituents of the universe are not point-like particles, but rather tiny one-dimensional vibrating strings. It aims to unify general relativity, gravity, and quantum mechanics, often requiring 10 or 11 dimensions.
It's what Einstein was working on when he died. It was the unifying theory or the unification theory.
Oh.
And that's what mathematical whoop-de-whoops have tried to finish, and that's what they're coming up with.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah. Science wasn't my best subject in school. I'm not going to lie. I hated it. It was my least favorite subject. It did not come naturally to me. Mm-hmm. I loved English. English was my favorite place to be. I loved reading and writing. That was my biggest strength. And, I could pull off an A in science, but I had to work a lot harder to get it. It was not easy for me.
Yeah.
So
Nikola Tesla thinks that Einstein was an idiot, by the way.
Oh, really?
For real.
Tesla thinks that Einstein was an idiot?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look it up.
Or thought, yeah. Obviously. Interesting. David said in Fringe they had the 2 dimensions and then they had the pocket dimension. Oh, yeah. Remember, Karl, in Fringe? Mm-hmm. Remember the episode where they found a pocket dimension?
Oh, when they went to that town? Are you talking about that one?
No, there was another episode where they were in a pocket dimension. They were in this weird little pocket dimension, and it had like different physics than our world. It was really weird. I can't remember a lot of the details. I just remember the physics were off.
Yeah. I mean, I saw like all the episodes, but yeah, you're right. I can't remember that one. All I remember is obviously there was the two dimensions and their incursions and whatnot.
Yeah. I've got to look that episode up and rewatch it now.
Right.
I want to rewatch it and I'll show it to you.
Well, that's like that Twilight Zone episode, right? where the little girl and the dog and things didn't work. Remember?
Yeah, the episode. It
Yeah,
was the episode of the Twilight Zone where the little girl goes
yeah,
through the wall into
mhm,
a pocket dimension.
right. And same thing. All the physics are different. You know what? That's really lucky. Neighbors. Neighbors helping neighbors. It's like, hey, you're a theoretical physicist. My daughter disappeared into the wall. Can you come over and help? Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
Right. um yeah, that was very lucky. But yeah, so there's this episode of Fringe about a pocket dimension. They had two universes. They had a parallel universe, and then they had a pocket dimension. And so I'm gonna go back and rewatch that. Tony Teflon has been talking a lot about an episode of Fringe called Welcome to Westfield, season 4, I believe, episode 12. Welcome to Westfield, and it was about a parallel universe. He thinks that From works a lot like that, and they basically built a whole show around that concept because J.J. Abrams also created Fringe and he created Fringe and Lost. He didn't create From, but the person who was who worked on both From and Fringe was, I believe, Jeff Pinkner. And was there somebody else? I believe it might have also been the guy with the crazy hair. I forget his name now.
Jack Bender?
Yeah, he might have also worked on Fringe, but I know Jeff Pinkner did.
He might have, yeah.
So Tony thinks that Welcome to Westfield is going to be a lot like From, and it's there are two universes merging together, and in that episode there was a town people couldn't get out of. You kept trying to leave, and the road would loop around. But I really don't think From is going to work. I don't think From is going to be much like it, other than that similarity. From is very different in many, many ways. I think From is going to have a lot more to do with the mystical side of things, magic, and he doesn't believe that, but I think it is. Like the monsters transforming into these shape-shifting. I mean, they were humans transformed into shape-shifting monsters, and Tabitha and Jade reincarnated. It's a lot more mystical, I think. It's part sci-fi, but I think part fantasy. It's really a mixture, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, monsters.
Yeah, So, okay. As much as I would love to read every one of these comments, we should probably keep on going through the breakdown. Oh, hey there, Nick L. Nice to see you. Welcome. Just came across something on the cave mural where people are in boats. It looks like there is a red moon covering someone above the big tree. Person is on land near water as they arrive. Really? I'll have to take another look at that, Nick. Nick is one of the really avid theorists in the From community. He and Robert Saunders, they really put their heads together a lot, and they come up with some of the best theories I've ever seen for From.
Yeah, I definitely think people came there in boats, and I wonder if there was a log across the river.
Yeah, could be.
Or somebody rode a horse in it, and there was I mean, what happened before trails too, or roads?
Right. I mean, if that happened, I think that was only. What I think is the boats are just the first people on their way to settle in the town. I think the first people who lived there came there on boats. They were like the pilgrims. I think those were the first people who got there, and everybody after that arrived on roads through horses and wagons, and that's how I think it went personally. But I'll definitely take another look at that mural, Nick. That's interesting. And if anybody knows where you can find a clean copy of that cave mural without Victor in the way or Tabitha in the way, let me know, because I know I didn't hallucinate it. I saw.
You didn't hallucinate it. I've also seen that. We had it on a live.
Yeah, and I've lost it. I think it must have been released by the art department because it never aired on the show. A clean copy of the mural where you can see the whole thing from left to right without anybody in the way. If anybody knows where to find it, please let me know because I don't know where it is now. I think Jeremy has used it on his lives, and I've seen it in his Discord before, but I can't find it. And it would be really nice to have a better, clearer image of that. So okay. David says Sophia is the Gnostic goddess, the representation of wisdom, and also the final transformation of the anima. In the hero's journey, the hero returns with the gift of the goddess. Fascinating that they named her that then. So David says, I see Sophia giving a gift to Tabitha, and she uses it to return home. It could be an object or just information. Nice theory, David. I like it.
I thought she also replaced Jim, like, because knowledge comes at a cost, and then Jim dies and he's replaced by somebody whose name means wisdom.
Yeah, I think that's very fitting, isn't it? That was in season 5 when the little boy was hidden. Okay. Oh, a little boy was hidden, and was that the episode of Fringe? I think Nick was referring to that. Hey there, RRAM FC. Welcome. It's not a watch along, it's a discussion of these 2 episodes of season 1, episodes 7 and 8. We do watch parties though. If you want to watch with us in the Discord when we are getting ready for these live streams, we do that. So you can join the Discord if you'd like. In the description of this live stream, there's a link to join. And we do watch parties regularly. Either the night before the live stream or sometimes the night of the live stream, I do the watch parties, and I announce it in the Discord and tag everybody so people know when it's going to happen. Welcome. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and consider subscribing if you're not subscribed. So close to getting to 2K subscribers. Brandon says you have the full map. We went hours over the map that had the water. Scarlet, Amy, Doc, Dieter, and Karl were all on that stream. I think you're talking about the. Wait, are you talking about the Peach Truck map? Because I know we all went over that for hours.
No, we went over the cave map too, Julie.
Yeah, I know we've gone over it, but have we gone over the clean copy of it?
Yes, we've gone over the clean copy. That's what I mean.
Oh, Nick said I posted 2 pictures in your Discord, one from the art department and one from the show. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have been looking everywhere for that. You have no idea. It's driving me nuts. I was starting to wonder if I was like remembering wrong and we never had a copy that was so clean where you could see everything. Thank you very much. I'm going to go check that. And, obviously we're going over these 2 episodes right now, so we won't be pouring over it in this live, but I'm going to go check on it just to see. Thank you, Nick. If anybody was going to have it, I knew it would have to be Nick. Let's see. Yep, I see. Oh, well, wow, there's an image over here I've never seen. Yeah. That looks great. Yeah. So all right, so moving on. Yeah, no, that's great, Nick. That's awesome. Thank you. So let's see. All right. So I'm gonna let's get back into the breakdown. So now it's that very memorable scene where he lets Jasmine in the window, and we all know this isn't gonna end well. He lets her in, and he
I always enjoy that they had the shower right by the window too. For some reason, at County House.
Yeah, the shower. I don't remember the shower curtain being right there. That's yeah. Why is it right next to the window? Like to flash people outside. It's kind of weird. So he lets her.
And why didn't she just rip him to threat? to shreds. She's toys with him.
She toys with him first. It's like the evil entity likes to play. It likes to play with its food in a way. It likes to hunt and play and treat it like a game. So she tells him to close the window, and she puts her hands on his face. He says her hands are so warm. She's like, "Did you think they would be cold?" And it's almost sweet for a moment, but you know it's not going to end well. Yeah. So they kiss, and then it starts out just looking like it's getting hot and heavy, but then she opens her eyes and his are still shut. Like that's so sinister. She opens her eyes. You can see her just staring at him while he's making out with her. And then her claws come out, start digging into his back. Nasty. The claws get really long too.
Oh yeah.
And she rips his tongue out, spits it on the floor, and I love that face she makes too.
Yeah.
The face that she makes. She was a great actress. It's too bad that we only got her that one time.
So they like the tongue. That's what we're seeing here.
They like the tongue, apparently.
Hey, tacos de lengua are pretty good.
Oh yeah, I agree. They're good.
Yeah.
God. Anyway,
it's a taco that looks you back.
Yeah. Yeah. Little pig, let me in. Yeah, at least he got some action on the way out. His last moments.
Kevin's like, it was worth it.
Yeah.
I like when Nick says, Kevin got more action than Kenny.
Yeah, he did. Was it worth it? Was it really worth it?
Totally.
Yeah, that looks painful.
Yeah, it does. It's horrible. So he really suffered before she ripped him apart,
Action comes at a cost.
Action comes at a cost. Jason, what's up with the Polaroid pictures from season 3 and the upcoming season 4? What's up with the Polaroids? I think that should be done. I think. I mean, there was nothing in the trailer, so I don't know what you mean, Jay. I don't think we're gonna see any more of the haunted Polaroid camera, but you never know. We might. I think it was just a plot device for Elgin and the kimono lady.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to watch the Endless, but we ended up watching Resolution because the Endless had the Polaroids in it.
Right. Football said, imagine what he felt at this moment. Gotta be the dumbest character award, right? Defo gave her some tongue before she ripped it out. Yep. A manipulation technique.
Yeah, but it kind of mirrors Sarah too, kissing Toby and then stabbing him and getting the tongue out.
Yeah. It does. So moving on, we've got Jade being called down for dinner by Tian Chen and Kenny, and he's just in here ruminating still. But so he ignores Kenny at first, but then Tian Chen comes in and yells at him in Mandarin, and he's like, "Okay, all right, Jesus," and then he goes down. Just a little bit of comedy.
Yeah, I like the fact that he speaks Cantonese at the end, so he's learning a little bit of it while he's in there.
Yeah, that's cool. So then Fatima gives Trudy her sweater. She finds Trudy all alone, and she feels bad for her, so she gives Trudy her sweater. Just very compassionate of her. It's the one piece of clothing she was keeping to herself, and she gives it up because Trudy's lonely and she doesn't know how to make friends. So So Fatima
Oh,
makes her
she
feel
knows how
better.
to make friends.
Well, not the kind she really wants in this
She could have
moment.
made friends with Kevin. She should have just tried.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then she would have been alive.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
all would have been alive. Kevin would have been alive.
Hmm.
She would have been alive.
Yep.
She had the power to give life, and she took it to herself.
Yep. And I really, again, like I said earlier, I think that it's like Fatima symbolically, her hope was murdered on the night of Colony House. She gave her sweater away, which I think symbolized her hope. And then Trudy's murdered, and Fatima is never the same after this massacre. She's never the same. And then Julie comes in and wants to make out with her like
Yeah.
the other chick.
Uh-huh.
Awkward. Not much to say about the mystery, but yeah, it's just awkwardness.
She believes
So,
that Fatima just gives it up for everyone.
yeah, I guess she's like, Ellis is my person, and that's just her having fun with that woman. So really inappropriate, and Julie is a minor, so obviously Fatima was not going to, make out with her. And Julie runs off. It's a total cringeworthy, like secondhand embarrassment kind of moment for me. Hard to watch. So getting back to Father Khatri and Boyd, this is really the crux of this episode in terms of like the the Father Khatri character and the way he goes out and how important he is to the story by convincing Boyd to spare Sarah. I think it's really important. And to establish that this establishes to Boyd that Sarah and her voices are legit. He convinces him with this picture of the candy bar. We already went over most of that conversation, I think. Let me just make sure. Let's see that we didn't miss anything. Way ahead of this in my notes. Let me go back. Okay. All right. So okay. So he says yeah, he tells Boyd, that he thinks that Sarah's voices are somehow going to help them get home. And Boyd says, "You think this thing is trying to help us by killing an old man and a child?" Meaning what Sarah did at the clinic. But maybe in a way that was trying to help. I think that it's dark, but I do think that those voices were trying to help by telling Sarah to kill Toby. I think that they were helping them get home. I think that Toby must have had to die in order to motivate Jade enough to figure out how to get out in the end. Like I think Toby must have been a distraction that would have impeded Jade from finding the answer, and the voices knew that, and that's why they told Sarah to do it. I think Khatri is right, and they were trying to help, but in a really dark way, in a way like the trolley problem. A small number have to die in order to serve the greater good, to save a larger number of people. This is just the way it had to be. That's what I think. Jade was ultra motivated by being isolated without his childhood best friend Toby, and he just developed tunnel vision, and it made him so much more serious about this place once he realized Toby was dead. This place, this is real, and he has to go through this alone now without his childhood best friend by his side. Things could have played out differently if Toby had been there through all of this. And maybe Jade would not have had the kind of inspiration that he's had by being isolated and having nothing to do but ruminate over how to find the way out. His genius mind needed that isolation. So yeah, in the end, I think the voices were trying to help. in a really fucked up way that resulted in the deaths of those innocent people, but serving the greater good. And Boyd starts chugging Khatri's liquor here, listening to this story, listening to Khatri's case for Sarah and her voices. So, and Brandon said that's true. Fatima said no, but what
What if Trudy had said?
Trudy lived in a moment because tomorrow is not guaranteed. Yeah, you never know. Maybe Trudy would have said yes. You know, they do live in the moment in Colony House. That's true. Yeah. Do they have an open marriage, Carl? I think it was only open on Fatima's end. Probably.
Yeah.
I doubt Ellis was doing that.
Even though they seem to be grooming somebody.
Yeah, I agree. Daryl says, "Ghost Toby, you could have just told me to leave Jade alone, assholes." Yeah, you didn't have to stab me through the tongue and eviscerate me. Could have just left Jade alone. Yeah, poor Toby and Mr. Lou, and it's a shame, but maybe in the grand scheme of things, the voices knew it had to be that way. The spirits of the dead knew it had to be that way, and that's why they told Sarah to do it. So, and then in this scene, Tabitha is digging that hole, and she's really deep down in there.
She probably shouldn't have dug that hole.
She probably shouldn't have dug that hole. Jim climbs down there with her, and they have a moment of bonding. They take a break from fighting and just not being on the same page, and they kind of reconnect in this scene.
Is Fatima some kind of like engineer or something? Because certain holes you gotta like read on the aggregate that you're, you know what I mean, that you're working with.
Yeah.
It's like she's created like smooth walls. Just pretty good.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it?
And no reinforcement, no nothing. It's just, but no wonder it fell down, huh? She wasn't there to supervise what was going on after that.
Right. I guess so. I mean, that's why it all collapsed. So then we go to this scene, which I find so haunting. It's Jasmine monster. After she killed Kevin, she's washing the blood off her hands, and then she looks in the mirror, and she takes a long, haunting look in the mirror, sees that there's a blood stain on her white collar, and there's this sad look in her eyes, and I really think it's like that tiny vestige of humanity that's still in there for that moment. And she's looking in her eye, she's looking at herself in the mirror, looking at what she's become with sadness.
There's still hope, is what it is, Julie. There's still hope. She just needs the right man.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Somebody that can get past that, the walls, the walls of teeth that she puts up. Somebody just needs to lay it down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I think she's a little too far gone at this point. But she's the way she looks in the mirror at herself, it's like, look at what I've become. Look what I've become. I mean, and she does this when she's all alone. She's not putting on an act for anyone. There's nobody there to try to fool into thinking that it's not like when she was outside on the balcony putting on an act that she was sad and lonely. She's all alone, and there's no smile on her face, like gleeful about what she's just done. It seems like just in this moment, that little glimmer of humanity is still in there, suffering, unable to stop herself from doing what she's doing. look what I've become. And, and she tries to wipe the blood off, but she can't wipe it off. And I think
Yeah,
it's symbolic of that.
Sorry, Julie. Yeah,
It's
her collar is white in the next scene though. When she's around Trudy, her collar's white. I always thought that was kind of interesting.
okay. What I was gonna say, it's like it reminds me a lot of Lady Macbeth. Out damned spot. Lady Macbeth tries to wash the blood off her hands, but she can't. She can't get the blood off. She can't wash away the stain of her guilt. And I think that that's what this is a metaphor. Uh, this is a metaphor for that. She's looking at what she's become, and she's trying to wash the stain away, but she can't. She can't wash away the stain of guilt and all the murders that she's committed, that she's been forced to commit as this monster. They don't have control. She said to Kevin, "I didn't choose to be this way." And that's true. We found out in season 3 that some entity turned the humans into these monsters who are forced to do this. They didn't choose to become this, and there's clearly an external entity controlling them. They walk around like robots. They have robotic movements. They often move in tandem, and they're definitely not in control of their own actions. They're mouthpieces for some kind of omniscient entity that knows everyone's names and knows about them and how to get into people's heads. So they're not in control at all. But in this moment, it's like the writers were trying to send us a message, like to give us a hint that these monsters used to be human, and this is what she's become now. And she's got a tiny vestige of humanity in there that's sad in this brief moment and unable to wash away the stain of what is now centuries of guilt, I'm sure, of murdering people, being forced to murder people.
And
So
yet she got it
brilliant.
out by the next scene though, because it's white.
Okay, well, it doesn't really change my point. It doesn't change the symbolism of what they showed us here.
Yeah, I know, but I'm pointing it out that I don't know how she cleaned it between that scene and the next one.
Yeah, well, that I would say is the glamour effect.
Maybe they got some borax or something in their pockets.
Yeah, that's that's the glamour effect. They always wind up with clean outfits later. Um, so they were just in this scene. It was just the writers trying to use some symbolism, but all of the monsters wind up with clean outfits even after they murder people. So that's nothing new. But yeah, she leaves. Then she opens the window for the monsters to come in and invade Colony House, and you see the creepy shot of them walking up the hill. Just so unnerving. Yeah, it was just a brilliant scene, and that's the start of the whole monster mirror thing that they establish, where you know people who are starting to break and turn into monsters find themselves looking in this same mirror. You have Fatima looking in this mirror when she was carrying the smiley pod in season 3 with this evil entity inside her, turning her into a monster, making her murder Tilly. And Elgin looks in this mirror when he's assisting the kimono lady in kidnapping Fatima, and he's under the influence of an evil entity. It's turning him into a monster, and he looks in that mirror. Now in season 4, the trailer, we've got Boyd looking in this mirror, and so it's like it's the monster mirror. It's the look at what I've become and reflecting mirror.
You know what that tells me?
Because Boyd is now turning into a monster.
That's
Boyd
right.
just tortured Elgin.
You know what that tells me?
What?
Get rid of that fucking mirror.
Yeah, it's the mirror. It's cursed. So yeah, I just love what they do with this. So Yes, Daryl. Boyd is becoming a monster. He's shoving Acosta and everything. Yep. He's shoving Acosta. He just tortured Elgin. Now he's shoving a woman into the side of the ambulance. It's never okay to put hands on a woman unless it's in self-defense, you know. So yeah, now it's Boyd's turn to look in this mirror and reflect on what he's become or what he's becoming. Hashtag monster mirror. Yes. Yes. And oh, B is back. Oh my god, I'm free. Time Bandits is over. That movie sucks. From is so much better. Well, we're glad you're here. Yes, everyone wears yellow at some point, Michael. That's true. Ethan wears yellow t-shirt. Boyd wears yellow button down. Victor wears yellow front vest. Fatima wears yellow sweater. I mean, maybe not everyone, but a number of major characters definitely do. That's true. David says the fact that they have a reflection and slither of humanity makes them different from vampires. Yes, absolutely. Um, and so moving on, we got to try to go quicker because we still have another episode to try to get through tonight. So Victor gets a visit from Julie, who's looking for a place to kind of hide after embarrassing herself with Fatima. And somebody finally starts asking Victor questions, which is smart. Finally, she's like, finally somebody recognizes that he's been here the longest and he might have some information. About time. Like she's wondering what he's drawing, and she's like, let me see. She's like, you've been here the longest. Do you know what this place is? This is who people need to be talking to more. Victor has a lot of answers locked in his trauma stricken brain. If people could just help him unlock more of them. He's all prepared to, for a massacre too. He knows something bad is coming based on what's happened before when he was a kid. And she notices that he's collecting license plates from all the cars that have come into town. And she asks if he's going somewhere because he's packing. He's like, I don't want to talk about that. Well, he says it's hard to explain. She asks why he dug the graves, and he says, I don't want to talk about that. Which is such a trauma thing, not just evading wanting to talk about upsetting things, but it's because he knows that it's all starting over again. A new cycle has begun. He knows that because the boy in white showed up after being gone for a long time. And last time the boy in white showed up is when things started to go bad for him as a kid. And it culminated in a total massacre of everybody. So that's why he dug the graves. And so he has information and he needs to be sharing it, but he's too afraid to talk to people about it. She asks why he said that 2 cars coming in on the same day was special, and says, you've been in this place the longest. Do you know what this place is? He has an ominous look on his face when she says that. And then the camera cuts away. So I don't think he actually does know what this place is, but he definitely might have an idea. He definitely knows more than anybody else, but most of his knowledge is buried under trauma, which is a common thing, to lose memories because of trauma. And let's see. Victor does not know what 2 cars coming means. No, he doesn't, but he does know that it's special. He said to Julie, that's special. It hasn't happened in a long time. What do you think it means? Back in episode 2. He knows it's special. And he's starting to put the pieces together that, okay, 2 cars come, the boy in white shows up, and eventually there's going to be a massacre. He's putting those pieces together. So he does know that it means something bad is going to happen. He just doesn't know why. Brandon had said the reflection is a reminder of what the monsters once were, what they gave up for everlasting life. Yes, great. That's very well said. Very well said, Brandon. So Jay thinks that Boyd is going to shove Acosta in season 4 because she got to the bullets he took from her. Could be. Yeah. He took away her bullets from her gun. That would be bad. She's way too volatile. She shouldn't be trusted with that. Daryl says Victor said it was special and Julie mistook that as him calling her special. I get why Julie was scared of him when she first met him. Right. Yeah, definitely. He was coming off as weird and creepy for sure. But it's just his trauma that makes him come off that way. So Jay said 2 cars came on the same day, but not at the same time. That's right. Yeah, not simultaneously, but on the same day. Same as in this cycle. And I think Victor was in one of those 2 cars. He just doesn't remember. Because it just makes so much sense that in every cycle it would be Tabitha and Jade coming back again at the same time. They're the 2 of them colliding in every cycle. Not in a car crash, literally in every cycle, but just the 2 of them and their paths colliding. Now Jade goes down to dinner, but he still is poring over that book of symbols. And then he finds this picture with Christopher in it. And Tian Chen notices in the background Victor is there. She notices because his lunchbox is a dead giveaway. So that's a big discovery for them, that Victor is there. So he might know something about Christopher and this book of symbols based on that. So that was a cool discovery to see. And that's the first time Jade got a look at his previous self, Christopher. Little did he know then that was him, literally in a past life. And unfortunately, then we have Trudy's brutal death scene. The monsters, they know that she's lonely, and they take advantage of that fact by laughing and pretending they're having fun in the room. And she hears the laughter and wants to be part of it because she's lonely. So she goes in there. That's just so cruel. They prey on people for their individual weaknesses and frailties and whatever they can exploit. So they exploit that. They get her to come in there, and then they surround her and move in on her, and there's no escape. Jasmine says, "Hello, Trudy," and she's like, "How do you know my name?" Jasmine says, "We know all your names." That's key information. That tells me the monsters are a tool of the evil entity, and it's omniscient. It knows about these people. It knows their names. It knows how to get in their heads and manipulate their individual traits and frailties. And that's how you have a situation like the teen boy monster saying to Julie, "Hey, Julie, don't you recognize me?" It doesn't mean she had to have met him story walking. I mean, she might have, but he already knows her name because the monsters know all their names and they know about them as individuals. They can kind of get into their heads because somehow this ancient evil entity that's controlling them, it controls the monsters, and it must be able to read people's minds. It can get in their heads somehow. So it knows about them. It knows things that it shouldn't know. So yeah, key information that we got here. It must have some sort of mind reading ability, this evil entity that controls the monsters. And the monsters kind of just operate like a hive mind controlled by this evil entity, I think. It controls them remotely, and they have all the knowledge that this evil entity has. That's where they get it from. Because they're just mindless zombie-like creatures at this point. They don't have their own intellect or powers. I think it all comes from this evil entity. They're just the tip of the spear, as we were told. So, and then over here we have Dale, still boring this poor woman. I forgot her name again, Stacy. And saying that he could be really useful if people would just listen to him. He's lamenting that nobody listens to him. And I think this is a clue from the writers to us that we should be listening to Dale more. That he's right, it's a pocket universe. I could be really helpful if people would just listen to me. It's like it's the writers saying that this minor character Dale, we're not going to pay much attention to him, but we should, because he's right, and it's a pocket universe. That's what I think, anyway. He gets the blood dripped on him, and then of course we have this iconic shot of Smiley in all his glory, and that's what really started to put him on the map. The smile monster, Smiley. Grinning at that bloody grin, and of course, yeah, everyone starts screaming and running. Here's the mod monster, the only African American monster we've ever seen, who never shows up again after this scene. This is the only episode she appears in. Odd. And they proceed down the stairs. Everybody goes running. Julie and Victor go out the window. Julie is terrified, but she chooses to trust Victor. This was a leap of faith for her, but I mean, everybody's screaming, and what else is she gonna do? She has to. He's all prepared with a rope that because he knew something bad was going to happen based on the way things played out before. So he's all prepared with a rope that he has tied near his window. His pictures are tied up with a rope that he puts around Julie's neck, and he has her go first, and he follows, putting her safety before himself. And I'm impressed by how surprisingly composed he is in this scene. He's not childlike here. He knew something like this was coming, and he prepared for it. And he stepped up. He was cool in this crisis. He knew it was coming because of, the boy in white popping up again and 2 cars arriving. So he was ready this time. They climb down the rope, and Fatima convinces Donna to take everybody in the van, and she's going to go find Ellis. Because that's the protocol. Donna's supposed to be in the van and get them to town. In case something like this were to happen, that was their plan. And when Victor and Julie climb down the rope, they see the boy. Well, Victor sees the boy in white, not Julie, of course. And Julie's come a long way since being creeped out by Victor. She puts her life in his hands and trusts him enough to go with him, instead of trying to run a different way. He sees the boy in white looking at them, and then the boy in white turns and silently walks toward the forest, as if to try to lead them. So Julie says, "We have to get to town," and he says, "No, we have to go to the trees. You have to trust me. If you want to see your family again, we have to go to the trees." So she listens. She actually listens to him, because he knows the boy in white is there to help. This is part of my basis for believing the boy in white is a helpful entity. He helps. He saves Victor and Julie on this night. He leads them to the safety of a faraway tree, and I believe that he controls where the faraway trees go, and he sent them to safe locations. Now, we can get into later in the rewatch other instances of the faraway tree and what happens. Well, we'll just focus on the way it pans out in this episode. And in this episode, it's clear that he helped, and the faraway trees sent him to safe places. Later, yes, he sends Boyd and Sarah into a tree, and Boyd lands in a place that's not safe, but it may be that it had to be that way. Ultimately, maybe the boy in white couldn't control where Boyd went. I have a theory that Boyd went into that cicada coma dungeon because he had a note in his pocket that he got out of a bottle from the bottle tree. It said 1864 on it. He broke a bottle and it said 1864, which is one of the years written on the wall in Tabitha's premonition dream of the lighthouse. So I think that number in his pocket may have been what sent him to that dungeon area, because I do think that is a dream state from the past. When he comes out of the dream state, the dungeon is turned to ruins. That indicates to me that that dream state is in a past version of Fromville, and I think it's in 1864. So that in his pocket, I think that's what sent him there. I don't think the boy in white put him there to harm him. And Sarah, who had nothing in her pocket from any weird bottle tree, Sarah was sent to a safe place, the basement of the Matthews. Was it the Matthews? No, sorry, the church house, the church building, not the Matthews house. What am I saying? Sarah got sent to the church basement. Anyway, so yeah, a lot of really monumental scenes here. Just in an excellent episode. The boy in white was there in the day at the after the massacre. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Daryl. David says, if I was Victor, I would have kept chopping the tree, looking at the boy in white and saying, do something about it if you want me to stop. Right, yeah. But I do think that's another example of the boy in white trying to help, saying, don't chop down that tree, because that tree must be important to them getting out. It must be really important in the end. So he told Victor, don't chop down that tree, and intervened. And he said, I think it's best if you learn for yourselves. He's spoon feeding the Mansers. But anyway, I could go on and on about that. And let's see, 48 likes. Please hit the like and help people find the stream. Thank you so much. Joyce said it's like he suddenly remembered, oh yeah, I'm a grown man, I should take care of this kid. Oh, we lost Scarlet. Maybe she lost internet reception. That happens sometimes. Yeah, children can be prepared, but that's true. But Victor usually freaks out easily, but he stayed so calm in this scene. Brandon said, think about young Victor and the travelers that entered Fromville. They just saw a lonely lost child. Victor told his story numerous times and witnesses the deaths. Victor was the fishhook. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean about how he's the fishhook. I mean, he's. Yeah, I'm not sure. Explain a little more, Brandon, about what you mean by that. Maybe it's just my pain, making my brain fuzzy at the moment. My pain is getting worse. And yeah, Michael said that he agrees with me on this. We agree that the two cars arriving means the two parents have been reborn and new cycle is starting to resume the quest. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and AA says, I think Julie met the guy who asked if he recognized her. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, she could have, but we can also explain it even if she hasn't met him. So, because the monsters know all their names. Like Jasmine says. Okay, so yeah, he did already dig the graves. So Brandon, you're saying Victor is the fishhook. He made the people stop and wanted to help him. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Brandon. Bill says, reel them in or we'll have to keep you down here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna mute myself for a second. So yeah, Victor is also the repressed man. Oh yeah. Brandon says Victor saw the cars coming in and then saw them all disappear. Just a sec. I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. So yeah, Victor could very well be one of the symbolic lonely dragons, Tian Chen losing her husband is also a lonely dragon in the story, and Victor, because he lived in Fromville for like 40 years alone, absolutely. And so anyway, so moving on. So we've got Ellis, he's looking for Fatima, and this is where Smiley feels the plant and runs his hand along the banister, and it seems like, I think he's doing this because he misses being human and, experiencing normal life. Because he also runs his hand along the bus seats in the bus, I think, and he plays with the steering wheel in season 2. And these are things that he says. Scarlet and I interviewed him on the Sci-Fi Vision channel, Jamie McGuire, who plays Smiley, and he said that he was told to do these things. That it was literally in the script for him to run his hand along the plant and the banister. He didn't improvise this. So I found that interesting. Ellis finds Trudy, and initially he thinks it's Fatima because she's wearing Fatima's sweater. So he gets a terrible scare. But then, he sees Smiley coming, gets another scare, and he jumps out the window to escape him. Breaks his arm in the process. Fatima runs and grabs him. She whisks him inside, but the monsters are coming at them in there too. And so Fatima shuts them in this entryway area, and puts up a talisman that she had with her, thank God. And it works. It keeps the monsters out. So this right here is the beginning of Fatima starting to break. The trauma of this ordeal, almost losing Ellis and losing 22 people who die in this massacre. She's never the same after this night. And you can see it on her face here. This is where it starts. Ella's like, nope, not today, Satan. Yes. That's right, Michael. Ella's breaking his body to survive. Respect it. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This place lies. Smiley is touching and feeling things. They touch, they break, they steal. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, touching and feeling things. Yeah, the evil entity does that in the form of the cicadas too. The cicada entity in season 2. Yeah, he'd be a great gardener. Yeah. Yep. Michael says, mothers help mothers. Jade always goes to Victor for help. Seems like maybe Tianchen was Tabitha's lonely dragon and Victor was Jade's. Could be. Or, or there are just two figures that really fit that description of a lonely dragon in general, and Victor fits that pretty well. He does always go to Victor for help, like you said too. That's a great point. Brandon says Victor knew where the cars went to because he only knew that town. With all the time Victor survived, how come he didn't know about the village? Or does he know? Knowledge comes at a cost. Yeah, he doesn't remember. It's the trauma that he's been through that has his memories blocked. But now he's starting to unearth memories. He's starting to, really just dig those things up through, deep in his psyche. They're coming out. Smiley trimming the edges. Carl. The Night Gardener, another reference. Let's think, why did Boyd get all the talismans in one cave? That was a storage. Yeah. It seems like a game, the way that they were laid there. Amy says, Smiley will trim your roses for free. Joyce, Smiley starting chain of events that led to his rebirth. Right. That's right. Maybe Smiley repeatedly dies. That's why he's so nostalgic. Yeah, maybe, Bill. Smiley, the original CEO of Armstrong Garden Centers. The Dr. Seuss book, All the Places You'll Go, reads like a poetic map of the human psyche. Oh, it sure does, David. Why didn't the previous people explore and find the things the current Fromville people have found? The monsters in the past were runners and more aggressive. Yeah, I mean, that actually could be why, people didn't explore. They didn't have the time to. They were too busy trying to survive. That's why, So, so Ellis and Fatima survive, and Victor and Julie go to the tree. Julie's terrified. Victor says to go in the tree. He says, you'll be safe. I'll be right behind you. and he gets her to do it. She comes out into the root cellar. So she's indeed sent to a safe location. And I have a theory on the root cellar, actually. I think that this is a location where children in particular are safe, where the evil entity can't get to them, can't get to children if they're in this magical, I think, magical root cellar. Think about it. How come Victor managed to survive? He was down in the root cellar, and Eloise ran out of the root cellar. Everyone else in town died, no matter where they may have been hiding that night. There was some entity that was able to kill everyone in town, and I'm sure they were all hiding in different places. Why did nobody check the root cellar? I think maybe that root cellar could be enchanted. It could be a place that protects children. Maybe. It's just an idea, just a theory. But Julie is sent there specifically. And it's another massacre night, and here she is. It's not a total massacre this time, but this is where Victor was during the total massacre, and he survived. So, and and here's Julie. Now, then we have Boyd and Khatri, and Khatri has finally convinced Boyd to keep Sarah out of the box, and he says he wants to go with Boyd on his trip into the woods with Sarah, to bring Sarah along. And Khatri thinks it's part of this divine plan for him, and that's why God, in his opinion, he believes God was the one who spoke to him the night that he was going to jump off a bridge and drove here and got to this place. So he thinks this is what it was all about. He convinces Boyd to go with him, to go with his plan and take Sarah. And it's so sad that Khatri doesn't get to, go through with this. But he fulfills his purpose. I think his purpose was fulfilled. He was a hopeful figure for the time that he was there. He is the one. We find out in the next episode that he is the one who saved Boyd and his family when they first got to town. That's crucial. I mean, that could have been part of his purpose too, and why he was brought there. He saved Boyd, and look how Boyd has wound up being the salvation of this whole place in terms of being their leader and keeping so many people from dying. So, Khatri did so many good things, and now he's convinced Boyd to keep Sarah out of the box, and she winds up being a huge asset because she can hear those voices and tap into that. And that winds up helping Boyd figure out how to defeat the cicada entity in season 2 and save the town. So a helpful entity, I think, clearly brought Khatri there, selected him, and that was the boy in white, I think. That's when Donna arrives, and this whole van full of Colony House people, and Boyd and Khatri run outside to escort them all in, and Khatri is sadly duped. And some monster just says "father," and instinctively he turns around, being a priest. That's such a perfect way to target a priest. Even though it makes no sense to turn around and he should have run inside, he heard someone say "father" and he instinctively turned around. The monsters know how to exploit people's individual traits, and that's what happens. Then I think it's the waitress monster who kills him. The bald version transformed into a creature, and looks like Stretch Armstrong, like Gumby kind of stretchy arm thing going on here. It was wild. Like the arm stretched so far, just slit his throat. We've never seen anything quite like that before or since. It was interesting though how it made him turn around first. She could have just killed him with his back turned, but she chose to do this. She could have just killed him from behind. It makes me wonder if there's some kind of magical trait where people have to see the monsters first before the monsters kill them. It's just a thought, because they always see the monsters first before they get killed. Frank saw the monsters through the holes in the box before they killed him. He looked out through the holes. It's like the observer effect in play here. I don't know. It makes me wonder. Anyway, Boyd escorts Khatri inside, and I don't know why he's holding his gun out, as if that's going to do anything against the monsters. He knows it's not, but it must be just instinct for Boyd. He brings Khatri inside, and we have this devastating death scene. And Khatri asks Boyd to pray with him, and they say the Lord's Prayer, at least most of it anyway. They recite that together, and when Khatri can no longer speak, Boyd finishes the prayer for him. Just devastating. For me, that was the most brutal death scene in the history of the show. And the second most brutal would be Tien Chen's. That was horrific too. But this was a real gut punch. And Khatri was an amazing character. I really wish they hadn't killed him off, but it definitely it established the stakes that they were willing to kill off such an amazing character. And a show like this needs stakes. We can't have everybody survive. We do have to feel that the danger is real. And for a long time, they really weren't willing to kill off major characters. In season 2, there weren't any major deaths. But in season 3, Jim died. That was a big one. And Tien Chen was also a pretty big one. So I think season 3 reestablished those stakes. So yeah. Evil Gumby. It was like Evil Gumby. Can a monster be saved? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, Daryl, that was a crazy big death. The first big death of the show. Yeah, Bill, is anyone in From blind, deaf, or mute? I wonder if somebody were blind, if the monsters could still get to them. Every single death we've ever seen, they saw the monsters first, I think. The only one maybe not when Tom the bartender and that red shirt, when they were trapped under the Matthews house, I have to go back and look. They might not have seen the monster coming. I'm not sure. Gosh, we forgive the monster, for she has sinned. Oh, that's why Karl said, can a monster be saved? Sometimes I see things out of order. It said the monster screamed when Tabitha and Jim were fighting. That was funny. That was funny, Amy. Yeah. Yeah, that was great, right, Tam? That was a funny moment in season 3 when they were screaming. The monsters started screaming because Tabitha and Jim wouldn't stop arguing. They wouldn't shut the hell up. Yeah, we love you, Khatri. You're a real one. Khatri, Boyd, Khatri, and Sarah could have been a fun threesome. Pause. It would have been interesting to see them on that trip together. I really wanted to see that. Bill, those monsters or those forms may have also lived in Colony House. Nostalgia. So I guess that may be why Smiley was running his hand on the banister. True. And yeah, Michael, yeah, I was thinking this too during season 3. People kept saying, why didn't anyone ever discover the village yet? I think it's because the village is more than a half day's walk away, and people didn't trek that far out into the woods because they didn't think the talismans would work out there. And then once they discovered that the talisman worked in the RV overnight, Boyd was willing to go out and try it in a tent, and he found that it worked. So now they were able to explore more, and they found that village as a result because they knew the talismans would work out there. That's why people didn't discover the village sooner. Victor, in his cycle, they probably had no idea it was out there because they didn't have talismans yet. So that's absolutely right, Michael. And yeah, it could have even been further in the past if the place has been shrinking, evidenced by the trees moving, getting closer together. Chosen people in Fromville are chosen as a solution to survive and escape. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. I agree. Like, the chosen people by a helpful entity, they're chosen for that. And then there are other chosen people chosen by the evil entity who are brought there to cause harm and to keep the cycle going, I think. In previous cycles may not have had talismans. Right. They definitely didn't have them when Victor was a kid, I think. And who knows, they might have had them in other cycles, though. Smiley and Grandma Monster out here winning. So let's see. I think we can get through the next episode a lot faster. I'll see if I can just plow through it quickly, because and also I'm going to wind up getting on the treadmill, since you guys have said you don't mind the background noise a little. It's not that bad. It's just a little bit of background noise. I'm going to get on the treadmill to get through so that I can break down the next episode and not split this up into a separate live. I'm going to close this and open up my folder for, I wonder what happened to Scarlet for episode 8. She may have lost connection. She has network issues, so she may have lost internet connection. So let me get my photos up here, and I hate to do it, but I am going to be getting on the treadmill shortly to alleviate some pain, but I'm going to stream and do that simultaneously. So that way we can start getting through this rewatch quicker. We'll do 2 episodes at once, and that way we can actually make it through the rewatch before season 4, because that's coming in just a little over a month. Okay, where is it? Okay, it's called Broken Windows, Open Doors. The aftermath of the massacre, and the Boyd origin story, how he got there. This was also on the list of episodes to watch before season 4, according to MGM and their social media. Treadmill Schmedville. Plow, pause. Yeah, as soon as I said plow, I thought someone's mind's going to go in the gutter there. Karl. Mr. Gutter Mind. He says, you being on the treadmill doesn't bother us, Julie. I'm happy you were able to get another treadmill. Thank you. I appreciate it. You'll only hear a little bit of a whirring sound in the background. It's not much. It's just a little, you'll notice it, but you guys have said on the other live I did recently with it that it wasn't loud. So I'm going to be doing that in a few minutes. And that will help. Then that way we can actually fit in both episodes. Daryl says, if I had a Boyd, I'd go out into the forest. And if I had a Dale, I'd throw him in the pool. Awesome. And if you are just joining, if anyone listening is just joining, please hit the like button and help people find the stream. Consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed. Very close to reaching 2,000 subscribers. I'm going to take a look and see if it has moved at all. Let me see if the total has gone up at all during this live. Let's see. It looks like I picked up a few, actually. I picked up 4 during this live. So nice. All right. So I need 11 more subs to reach 2K now. So we're getting there. And so Amy, I finally answered your question. You asked if my subscriber count went up after you subscribed on your other account. You're gonna hear a pause while I drink some water. I'm still here. Pause. Literal pause. 49 likes. Awesome. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. Bill said, I predicted Sunday last week. Fingers crossed for 2K. Thanks, Bill. You never know. I think what might put me over the top is my next video, which I really wanted to have released today, but I just couldn't get it done. I tried, but it's very lengthy. It's going to be a deep dive into the full trailer, so it's going to come out on Monday, and that might help get me to 2K, maybe, if I'm lucky. If not that, then the video after that, maybe. Maybe the interview I do with Doug, the next interview, that might do it too. Brandon says, all newcomers welcome. Yes, the chat will speak to you. We are a family of friendly like minds. Welcome. Thank you, Brandon. That was a lovely message to any newcomers. And we do have some newcomers to the chat recently. We've been expanding our family, so thank you for representing compassion and kindness, like exactly the way I want in this group, in this community. It's exactly what I want. And good night, B. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Please subscribe and like the video. Thank you, Bill. So yeah, we're gonna keep on plugging through here. We've got broken windows, open doors. Boyd is getting ready to go out into the woods and still covered in Father Khatri's blood. Thankfully, he seems to have an endless supply of these identical yellow shirts because he keeps getting them all bloodied. Like he gets one covered in blood, in Tian Chen's blood in season 3. He's standing here looking at his boat key. Kenny comes in, sees the giant blood stain on the floor. And let's see. And thank you, Amy. Yes, it did help. The extra sub. Every extra sub gets me closer. Thank you so much. So yeah, we've got this gruesome blood stain on the floor where Khatri was. Kenny says that they've gotten the colony house people situated in the houses in town and thinks Boyd should gather everyone and say something. And he tells Kenny that he should do it himself. He's going to need practice saying everything's going to be okay or God's got a plan and sound halfway convincing. Boyd is really sounding cynical here and can't really blame him. This pious, good man of God, Khatri, just died in his arms the night before. So Boyd is not very faithful, let's say. And I get it under his circumstances. The thing of it is, though, Boyd believes that it's a sign from his wife that he had that he heard If I Had a Boat come on the jukebox. That's his favorite song. And he believes that's a sign from his deceased wife's spirit. He's clearly had a crisis of faith due to what happened to his wife and having to live in this town, and then Father Khatri dying. He's angry at the idea that any of this is somehow part of God's plan, and yet he still has enough faith to believe the spirit of his wife sent him a sign that he should go on this quest into the forest. So yeah, I find that interesting. And then Boyd goes down and comes face to face with Sarah. That's not who she was expecting to come down those stairs, so she's a deer in the headlights. And he looks pissed. So things are pretty tense between them. Now we transition to the flashback of Boyd on his way into Fromville. So here is his journey. And I always find it interesting to see the journey of new arrival scenes into this place. So we see that he was in a rural area. It looks like farm country at this point. We had seen the Matthews on a highway, and now Boyd is in this kind of farm country, far from a major city, I'm guessing, and we hear If I Had a Boat in the background playing. Really poignant song choice. This is the backstory of Boyd, Ellis, and Abby that had been teased all season, and it finally comes out. The boat key Boyd was holding for the boat his wife had just bought him when they got to the town, and he never got to even see it. So we get the story behind it. He is just retired from a 30-year career in the military, and he and his family are going off on vacation. And he talks about, once again, how he wants a boat so badly, and it's not in the budget. Abby didn't think that they could afford it. But then they surprise him and tell him they got him a boat, or they give him a boat key, and that's how he realizes they got him a boat. It's his retirement gift from the army, and he's so happy. He is so damn happy. He finally got his boat, and I think the boat was probably at their vacation home or where they were going, and he never got to see it. In season 3, there's one of those haunted Polaroid pictures shows an image of his boat, which he never got to see, and I think it was, I forget, was it at his house? I'm trying to remember now. But there was something odd about the picture, and maybe my pain is making it hard for me to remember it at the moment. But it was, yeah, I forget what was. He knew that it was, what was it? I forget. There was some point he made about it. Remind me in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, if you have any idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, so they're all happy and laughing, and yeah, his face when he realizes they got a boat. And then they see the goddamn tree. I felt so bad for Boyd in this episode. And they're in a rural area, like everybody we've seen who's come to the fallen tree. They're always in a rural area. They're not on a major highway. It's a 2-lane road, one way going each direction, and it's always like that. It's always a wooded area like this. Why? That's odd. Also, Boyd has the Rendezvous fictional company trailer attached to his car. But yeah, why is it always a rural area? Maybe I'm thinking because the entities bringing people to town don't want a slew of unwanted folks showing up. They want to control specific people who are going to be brought in, choose specific people, and they don't want to do this. So they don't do this when they're in the middle of a busy city, open up a portal and suck them in, because then they could get a whole bunch of extra people they don't want. They're choosing people for specific purposes, I think. The evil entity and a helpful entity. And they don't want just a whole bunch of randos to show up. That's why I think it happens in a rural area. So Boyd takes Sarah for a walk in the woods and tells her that the creatures used to shriek all night long, drove us crazy. But that all stopped once they got the talismans. They started to whisper. I always wondered about that. So, yeah, why did they stop shrieking and start whispering instead? I think they changed tactics. They did that, he said, once they got the talismans. So they changed tactics and got more manipulative. The shrieking was probably to scare the shit out of them when they were outside. Now they're trying to trick them into letting them inside the house. So shrieking wouldn't work. If you think about it logically, shrieking outside the house is not going to get people to open the door, is it? So they started to whisper instead. That might make people curious enough to open the door. And they started to use different tactics and manipulate them, talk to them outside the house and trick them into opening the window or the door. If they're standing out there shrieking like a banshee, then nobody's going to open the door or the window for them. So to me, that it makes logical sense that they stopped shrieking when the people got the talismans. Now, for some reason, that went out the window, though. I don't know why, but now they're shrieking again. And I think they started shrieking again when the bus came to town. They were shrieking a little bit, I think, on the night the bus was there. I think, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I think they were screaming, the monsters were screaming then. And in season 3, they did a lot of shrieking, on camera no less, shrieking. So why did they go back to shrieking again? That to me doesn't really make sense. I don't know why the writers went in that direction. Why'd they start shrieking again? Brandon says monsters were more aggressive but calmed down because they could destroy towns very fast. Victor witnessed this. Yeah, I mean, they definitely could. Michael says, I think it was because folks were outside and not protected by the talismans, so the people were easier to scare. True. But I mean, I feel like it would work better to approach them more calmly and pretend to be normal. Come up on them quietly, like sneak up on them, like that one did with Khatri. She came up on him and just said, "Father." If she had just stood there shrieking, he would have just run. So I don't know. I don't think it makes sense for them to randomly be shrieking again. Still, they were outside. Since they were outside and walking around, not inside behind talismans where it's safe and they have no reason to exude fear. Okay, Michael. Yeah, I mean, shrieking once they're already outside, I could see that. Seems like they like making people scared. Well, that's for sure. Brandon said the monster screamed to stop Jim and his wife from fighting. Good answer, Brandon. Yeah, good answer. They definitely did that because that annoyed the hell out of them. It annoyed us too. Tam says, I love Sarah and Boyd's dynamic. Yeah, those were some really interesting scenes. Good night, Amy. Thanks for being with us. I'm with Alice said the house was there, but no boat in the pic. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes. Yeah. Michael said Polaroid of his house, but the boat wasn't there. Presumably because they never got home and maybe it was never delivered, or he had no memory of it because he never actually saw it at home. I think it wasn't there because he never saw the boat. And the monsters, I think the evil entity can read people's minds, and it read Boyd's mind, and Boyd didn't know what the boat looked like. So that's why I think his house was there, but the boat was not. And that's how he knew, like, it was, this picture is bullshit. That it was just playing games with them. Boyd's boat key, Chekhov's key. I was thinking that too, Daryl. Yeah, once again, you pulled the thought right out of my head. I was thinking that was like Chekhov's key because they kept showing it over and over again, and now we get to see the point of it all. Like eventually, it was going to come into play in the plot, and maybe there will be a boat that manifests in this place in the end, and it really will be Chekhov's key even more. That would be cool. Tam says, didn't think I'd ever like Randall, but I have started to be fond of him. Yeah, I find him compelling as a character. Tam says, I really want to see Randall and Boyd interact. Randall screamed at him when he was brought in after being attacked, but they haven't talked since. I hope their relationship improves somehow. Right. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult because I don't think it'll ever really be that good because Boyd was forced to choose between Randall and saving the people in the ambulance. The monsters made him choose, and he had to choose the greater number of people to save. It's, what do you call that? My God, my brain isn't working tonight. I mean, it is, but like I keep forgetting certain things I'm trying to remember. It's the trolley problem. Boyd was forced to save a group of people over just one. The monsters made him choose. So Randall is always going to hold that against him, I think. So Mike Light says, we don't know the true purpose of the talisman. Well, yeah, and we also don't know who made those things, too. Who made the talismans? Yeah, why did they stop them fighting? Brandon says the monsters could be pushing the Fromville people, making the mistakes they made. Oh yeah, the evil entity controlling the monsters is definitely definitely trying to manipulate people in multiple ways. Explains why the monsters stopped running, because they are not the real threat. Scarecrow, Dream Demon, and the Man in Yellow shapeshifter. Absolutely. Yeah. They can run. They just chose to stop running. Yeah, Michael. The monsters. They made Boyd choose to instill fear and to sow division due to Boyd having to leave a man behind to die. Absolutely, and it also helps break Boyd because he had to leave a man behind. That goes against his code. He's a veteran of the military. They forced him to do that. That helps break him. It was an impossible choice. Ram, I think we're expecting this show to have 5 seasons. That's what the showrunners have said they want. That they've said in interviews that they want 5 seasons. So hopefully they'll get that, and I think that they will. But Bill thinks that the show will have 6. That would be great. I would love it if we get 6. I would love it. I hope we get 6. Daryl says the creators haven't officially confirmed how many they're going to do. The actor who plays Boyd recently said they might do up to 6 seasons, but we don't know. I didn't know that, Daryl. Thanks for that information. I didn't know Harold said that. But yeah, the creators have said that they were hoping for 5. Yeah, no Semper Fidelis. Boyd had to abandon it for the greater good, and that was a terrible choice that the monsters forced him to make. Boyd loves Sarah now. It's true, Daryl. This dynamic really has changed. It was very tense in this episode, the dynamic between Boyd and Sarah. Very tense. So, okay, let me go to my notes here. Okay. So he tells Sarah that the only reason she's still alive is because Khatri thought she'd be useful in helping them all get home. But the second she proves him wrong, he'll put a bullet in her himself. Damn. Don't fuck with Boyd. Boyd is not to be trifled with. He's always had this dark side. He's always had this dark side. There was the dark side of him that made him slap Frank and hold a gun on Frank while shoving him at his dead daughter's body. And he threatens to put a bullet in Sarah in this scene. He's always had this dark side, but it's being brought out more and more. And it looks like in season 4 more than ever. This place turning him into a monster, turning a good man into a monster. And if we look back, I think we should really take note. Maybe I think this is a big reason why the creators of the show, I mean, MGM, told us that we should watch this episode. Make sure to rewatch this episode before season 4. I think they want us to really reflect on Boyd and his journey and the way that he's changed. And if we look at how he is now, threatening to put a bullet in Sarah, and look at the juxtaposition of this darkness, this dark Boyd, with the way he used to be when he was on his way into town and when he first arrived there. He changed a lot. This place, even in season 1, the place had already changed him a lot. He's different. He's different than the way he was in those flashback scenes. This place brings out a dark side of people, and it makes people do things they would never otherwise have done. Like Boyd having to leave Randall behind in season 3 and save the people on the ambulance. And Boyd torturing Elgin. He tortured Elgin. He mangled his hand, and he let Sarah rip his eye out. So Boyd never would have done those things if he wasn't in this place. It brings out the worst in people, and it puts people in those positions. The evil entity puts people in these positions to break them. It tries to break good, helpful people. Like I was saying earlier, it targets people like Boyd the most because he stands to be the biggest asset to helping people potentially escape this place, survive this place, and maybe even escape it. He's helped so many people survive. Khatri had said that before Boyd arrived, Khatri was burying more people in a week than Boyd has seen die in all the time he's been here. That's how many people were dying before Boyd got there. That's a massive body count. That's how many people were being brought in there and killed and buried. Khatri said it was more in a week than Boyd has seen in all the time he's been here. And Boyd has been there for I think 2 years, I believe. That's amazing how many people Boyd has kept alive. You think the evil entity wants someone like Boyd to be okay? I mean, the evil entity is going to target him the most because he's helped so many people survive, and he's trying to find a way home too. He's trying to find a way out, trekking out into the forest, looking for an escape for everyone. So it tries to break him by putting him in situations that make him compromise his morality and his ethics. And targeting Fatima was a great way to do that. So I think Fatima was chosen for 2 reasons to carry the Smiley Pod. One, because Fatima herself was a beacon of hope to this place, and so she was too helpful. She needed to be targeted. But even more so, she was targeted because of her connection to Boyd. because she was supposedly carrying Boyd's grandchild, and in reality, it was this smiley pod, and this was a way to further break Boyd. Look what Boyd did as a result. The evil entity, through the kimono lady, got Elgin to kidnap Fatima, and then Boyd tortured Elgin for information on where Fatima is, because Boyd would do anything for his family members. This is how you break Boyd. You break him by putting him in situations that make him compromise his morality and make him turn into a monster. And in season 4, Acosta tells him in the full trailer, you think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster. He looks at himself in the mirror like, what have I become? What am I becoming? He sits at Abby's grave and says, this, things are different. I am changing. I don't know if I like who I'm becoming. So this is a huge theme of the show, in breaking people down, this ancient evil entity, in order to keep winning and keep feeding on people's fear and suffering, keep killing people and making the cycle continue, keeping people from ever breaking the curse and finding a way out. It targets the most helpful people. It targets people like Boyd the most, more than anybody else, for a special kind of hell that he gets to go through, in addition to what everyone else has to suffer just by being there in the first place. Let me go over to the chat real quick. Okay, yeah, I thought Boyd has been there for 2 years. Yeah, I think what Michael is saying is right. So yes, I am aware that it's the Marine Corps that has the Semper Fidelis motto. But I do think that, like, Boyd believes in the principle of it, even though he wasn't in that branch of the military. He was in the army. His wife was in the Marines, so he definitely believed in it even more because of that. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, and let's see. Boyd, Tam says, Boyd cursing after grabbing keys from the nurse monster, a horrific but funny moment. Yeah, that was darkly comedic. Yes. He was like, fuck you for making him choose, and he grabbed the keys. Yep. Yeah, Daryl, it's hard to imagine how they can wrap up the show with 5 seasons. It with a mystery box this intricate, it seems like they need at least 6. I agree. Hey there, Game Survivor. Welcome. This TV show is so much different and dark and so lovely. Shows like this usually have government and military around it, e.g. Stranger Things, It, Welcome to Derry, but this one is beyond. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They definitely do have that theme, all 3 of those shows. Abby was probably a potentially better leader. Yeah, maybe Bill, but she see, the thing is, her nickname in the Marines was Iron Abby, and iron can't bend. It can't bend, so eventually she broke. That's how I, interpret her nickname in the show. Boyd was able to bend and adapt, and she couldn't. She couldn't adapt to this place, so she broke. It broke her mind. And look what it did to her. She was a helpful, good person, and it broke her to the point where she massacred a bunch of people. Yeah, maybe Abby was lied to by the entity, kimono lady, or voices. That very well could be, Michael. Yeah. Bill, what did Kenny's dad know? I don't know. Maybe. I think there's more to the story about Kenny's dad that we're probably never going to know. AA says, I said this earlier, but not sure if you saw it. Yeah, apologies, guys, if I'm not seeing as many of the chats as I usually do. Since we're fitting in 2 episodes instead of 1, I haven't been able to read. Usually I read practically the whole chat, but I haven't been able to read everything this time. So I might have missed this. Let's see. I think that all the adults in town have killed someone. Tabitha and Jim accidentally killed Thomas. Father K killed the boy's dad, and Sarah. And Sarah killed. Oh, so you think Sarah? Sarah is speculated to have killed her ex before she got to town. I agree. I think she killed her ex, who was abusing her, which is implied that he was abusing her. Boyd might have killed in the army. Oh, that's an interesting theory, AA. Maybe a common thread amongst the people here could be that they've all killed someone. That's weird. Daryl doesn't see Game Survivor in the chat. Very weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Well, Daryl, see if you have live chat or top chat selected. If you have top chat, click on it again to turn it and select live chat, and that way you'll see all the chats. At least you should. Michael says, seems like we're probably only just getting to the backstory and lore, so I'm assuming it goes to at least 5, maybe more. I feel like only 5 would probably feel rushed. I think so too. Brandon says, so many avenues for Boyd and his wife on what they did in the military. Their past jobs could explain their mind state. Oh, definitely. And that gives them a lot of trauma. They both, Boyd, we know Boyd went to a lot of hellholes when he was in the military. So he probably has a lot of trauma from it. And that could make him a good victim for this place. Yes, they cast one colonial woman ghost monster for season 4 late in casting, so it seems like we're maybe going to start seeing or getting some backstory, or at least introducing older characters or entities. Let's see. Game Survivor says, "Oh, I never liked how Donna talked to Boyd about her wife. She kept bringing her up in season 3 during those moments of Fatima becoming intense, living among peeps in the colony house." When she was talking about Abby, yeah, she kept bringing that up in season 3. I thought it was weird. She suddenly brought up Abby, and Boyd he didn't react badly to it, actually. When Khatri brought up Abby in season 1, he got upset. It's like, don't you bring up my wife. Oh, okay. Well, it worked. Great. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know what counts as top chat or versus live chat. Maybe people who have posted the highest number of times in the chat, that appears in top chat, maybe. I don't know how that gets sorted out. Yeah, I agree, Michael. It seems like there's a lot more backstory to figure out before the final end game. I know they say this is a character story, not a mystery lore story, but it feels like we need to get the whole story before the end of it. So hopefully they take their time and tell the whole story. I hope so too. I don't like when they say that it's not about the mystery. I really hated that interview where the showrunner said it's not about the mystery. For them, it's about the character drama. I did not like that. I did not like that at all. So here we have some colony house people moving into Tian Chen's house, and Jade is not happy about it. We've got Clara and this unnamed guy, and Kenny says they're going to be staying with them for a while, and he's not happy. Jade is like, no, they made their choice. They chose the flower, fuck them, basically. He's such an asshole to them. And Clara was like, aren't you the guy who thought this was an escape room or something? She should have been like, hey, dude, give me back my bike. I don't know why she doesn't bring it up here. Like, hey, where's my bike? You never gave it back. there was another episode where it showed the bike literally still sitting there. I forget which one it was. Where I saw it, but yeah, he's like, all right, great, Kumbaya, fucking yeah, and he walks away. Gotta love Jade. He has the best lines in the whole show. Easily the funniest lines. And later he calls them the smelly hippies from Colony House. When the Matthews come in. When we just got rid of those smelly hippies from Colony House, and now we gotta deal with you people. Jade's like, well, screw you too. Yes. Bill says the rise of Clara. It's like, hashtag Bikegate. To him, yeah, he said, aren't you the guy who thought this was an escape room? How's that working out for you? Yes, Michael, it may not have started out as a mystery show, but the fandom loved it, and we pay the bills and keep the lights on by watching and buying subscriptions, so I hope they do right by us. Me too. Me too. Now I am going to get on the treadmill for this last section of the live, and we're going to go through this episode more quickly. I think this episode we can go through a little faster. There's not quite as much going on. Here the Matthews are sitting around the table, and they're asking Julie how she got out of there when the massacre was happening, and she says that she was up in Victor's room. No, not like that. She's like, she just needed a place to get away for a bit, and Victor had a rope already. They climbed down, and he took her to a tree, and she said, she got in the tree and she was just there in the root cellar after that. And they to their credit, they don't disbelieve her. I don't know how you could disbelieve any crazy thing that somebody says in this place. They don't question her story at all. She also says that it's she said that Victor told her it's starting. Victor told her to tell Ethan that it's starting. He said Ethan will know what it means. And Ethan does know exactly what happened, because when she says that she got into a tree and found herself somewhere else, Ethan says, you went through a faraway tree. He knew exactly what that was, of course, because Victor already showed him how faraway trees work. Let me see. I'm looking for my notes on this. Where is it? Well, he's like, you went through a faraway tree, and oh, here it is. He explains to the family that the faraway trees can take you to all sorts of places, and sometimes people go to different places when they go into a tree at the same time. So maybe Victor went somewhere else. He says they have to find him. And Julie starts freaking out based on what Ethan says. She starts having a panic attack, runs out of the room, and Tabitha goes to comfort her. And Ethan comes out and just makes it worse. Just talking more about this stuff. And she's just like, over the top, anxious after what happened to her. And then Jade barges into the house, asking Julie if she knows where Victor is, because he has that Polaroid with Victor in it from the past, as a little kid, and so he wants to know what the deal is. Maybe Victor has answers about what's going on with this place, but he doesn't even know how to knock. and he upsets Julie more by asking her, and then Jim just hauls him out of the house, assaulting him like he hauled Victor out of the diner. He needs anger management, clearly. I mean, dude, like, you don't have to keep putting your hands on people. He blasts Jade for freaking out about the symbol, because Jade tries to tell him about the symbol that he keeps seeing everywhere and the Polaroid. But Jim won't listen, and Jim's like pissed off that Jade took off like a nut job when they were trying to make the radio work, and he shares that the radio picked up static after Jade took off, and he thinks if they can get it to higher ground at Colony House, then maybe it might work. So he refuses to look at Jade's book of symbols. Jim is just very earthbound. Jade his mind is starting to get open to the mystical side of things. And maybe there's a mystical answer to this place. And Jim, his mind is too closed to that at this point in time. So he's completely focused on finding a scientific way around this, as in getting a radio signal. And at least temporarily, he gets Jade back with him on that. So they decide to work on it together. And Jim says, let's see. Oh, well, that's a later scene. I'll save this part. Yeah, so that's that scene. And Jade busting into the house when Julie is crying and Jim getting mad was so funny. Yes, it was, Daryl. Tabitha's husbands working together. You look at that. It's kind of weird when you think of it that way, but yeah, they are. Daryl, it says it did start out being a mystery show, and it always has been. They are just saying that getting the audience to care about the characters is the most important. I hope that's all they mean by that, and that they really do care about the mystery. When they say it's not about the mystery, they don't mean the mystery isn't important. They just mean that caring about the character is the most important. Yeah, I hope so. I think it just kind of sounds bad out of context for sure. It sounds bad to those of us who are deeply invested in the mystery and want a satisfying resolution to that and all of our questions answered. Now in this scene, we see Boyd entering town with his family. We flash back to this, and Save Us painted on the barn in white. Kind of like the white paint in the barn that says knowledge comes at a cost in the season 4 trailer. But this to me just screams Boyd is a savior figure. Boyd is a Christ figure. Boyd I forgot to mention earlier in his first scene that Boyd was talking about his nickname in the army was Mr. Fish and Loaves. And that's a biblical reference. That's a Jesus reference. Boyd is a Jesus type figure. He's a Christ figure. He's the one who has to burden himself with saving the whole town. That's all put on his shoulders. And that's just foreshadowed here by this Save Us message when he comes into town. That's the first thing he sees. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He was sent to the worst hellholes on Earth, and he had to make do with the smallest of resources. That's why I think he was chosen by a helpful entity to be in this place. Think about how uncanny it is that Boyd, of all people, would wind up in this place. He says he just finished a 30-year career in the military, and he would be sent to some of the worst hellholes on Earth. They'd have next to nothing to work with, and he would make it work. The slimmest of resources, and he'd make it work. What is he doing here? exactly that. They have the slimmest of resources, and it's one of the worst hellholes you can imagine. And I really think that was, not a coincidence. That was an entity choosing him to be there, an entity that's there to help. Ethan said earlier in the series, one of the questions that they should write on the Matthews wall of questions is, who here is trying to help? Ethan is basically a mouthpiece for the writers of the show. That's his function in this show. He is a mouthpiece for the writers, and the way all of this works, Ethan is trying to spell it out. It's a quest. They may have to save someone in order to go home. It's just like his Chromonocle story. And whatever Ethan says, we need to be listening. And Ethan said that there's something there that's trying to help. Who here is trying to help? And there is an entity there, I think, that is choosing people like Boyd to bring there to help everyone survive, and maybe even try to break the curse and get home. And I believe that entity is the boy in white. That is the helpful entity. In opposition to the evil entity represented by the man in yellow. It's just too much of an insane coincidence that Boyd winds up here. There's just no way. There's no way. And I think the writers are trying to give us that clue by having Boyd explain his military background. I mean, could he have been a better fit for this place? He was handpicked. That's why he's here. He was handpicked by a helpful entity. So when Randall said in season 3 that nothing here is trying to help them, he's wrong. He's wrong. He's a cynical person, and he's incorrect. I'm convinced of that. In the end, we're going to find that out. We're going to have that confirmed. Incidentally, that string of red beads around Boyd's rearview mirror, that we later see on his nightstand next to his bed. He holds on to that. Maybe that's something Abby gave him. So when he gets there, we have another helpful person stopping them in the middle of the road, Khatri. And it's close to dark right now, so Khatri tells them, you have no reason to believe me. I don't blame you, but it's not safe. You have to come with me. Here is another person who I think was handpicked to be there, Khatri, by a helpful entity brought to this place. Khatri saves Boyd and his family in this moment. Boyd and his family would have been killed by the monsters if it wasn't for Khatri. Khatri also brings hope to this place as a priest, and he winds up keeping Sarah out of the box. And Sarah is a huge asset to this place with the way she could tap into those voices. So yeah, he stops them and he's like, "You've got to come with me." And Abby goes for her gun, and he's like, he tells her, "You can take that with you. It's good that you have a gun. That's good. You can point it at me the whole time, but you've got to come with me." And then they hear a screech. Boyd is like, "What the hell is that?" And Khatri says, "That's death, and that's coming. You gotta come with me." So they listen to him. They listen to him, and they follow him to hide in a hole that all night long. This is what they used to do every night. They hid in holes until Boyd came along. Look how Boyd transformed this place and made it possible. As Khatri said in season 1, he said, "You made it possible for people to live again, not just survive. You saved this town." He said, "You have to be the one to lead these people home." He's the chosen one. He's like the Messiah. He's the Christ figure of the show. which is why I think in the end, Boyd is going to sacrifice himself. He won't make it out, I think. I think he'll die probably in the finale of the whole series. Until then, I think he has bulletproof plot armor, but so the whole group of them hide in this hole. They didn't get to sleep in comfortable beds at night. They had to hide in holes every night until he came along. You have Donna, Dale, Khatri, and Boyd's family here in this hole. So Donna and Dale are two of the people who have been there the longest. And Khatri tells Abby she can put her gun away because, or Donna tells her she can put her gun away because the only thing that's gonna hurt them is out there. And Khatri says that he'll answer all their questions in the morning, but right now they have to be quiet. And it looks like here he's praying. So yeah, this was the life they had to live. These people had to live before Boyd's family got there. So Boyd gets a really lousy treatment by the town. They should be way more grateful to him than they are, and way less hard on him. He's made mistakes, but they would all be living like this if it wasn't for him, and they should be listening to him a whole lot more. Oh, hey, Doug is in the chat. MVP murdered very promptly. Khatri is because Daryl said Khatri is the MVP. Murdered very promptly. Yeah, Khatri definitely is an MVP. Doug says, not for long, Brandon. Got up to pee. Yeah. We're still going because we're breaking down 2 episodes here. From Somniacs. Yes. Doug said, oh my god, don't you people ever sleep? I can hear him saying it in his Doug voice too. Carl says, sleep is the cousin of death. Yeah, sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak. Daryl says Khatri saves people and Doug over here rips out Jim's throat. Jay, it's possible that both Boyd and Abby were handpicked. If you think about it, multiple people on the same bus were handpicked. Randall seems like he was handpicked. Elgin was handpicked. He had a dream about From on the way into town. Marielle was handpicked. She's the fiance of Christy. Bacta was handpicked. She knew the cicada nursery rhyme. Her grandma told it to her. And they were all on the same bus. So maybe Boyd and Abby were handpicked. But we don't know that Abby was having dreams of From as a child either. That's something that people assume. But Abby's specific words in this episode are, I keep remembering this dream I had when I was a little girl. That's all she says. We don't know that she dreamed about From. I think it's possible that she had a dream about the place, but we don't know that. The way I interpreted it when I heard her say that was that she dreamed that that something was, about to kill her, and when she died in the dream, she woke up. You ever have a nightmare where something supposedly kills you and then you wake up? When you die in a dream, you tend to wake up. Well, maybe that's the dream she had as a little girl. She died in the dream and then she woke up. So she thought she had to unalive everybody to wake them up. That's how I interpreted that. Because right after she said that, she went on a killing spree. So that's what I've always thought about when she says that. I keep remembering this dream I had when I was a little girl, and then she goes on this killing spree to wake them all up. Maybe in that dream as a little girl, she just died and woke up. So now she's waking people up by killing them. So you could interpret it that way. But yeah, either way though, Abby and Boyd could have been destined to wind up there. That's possible too. Just think about the bus again. Think about how many people on that bus seemed like they were handpicked to be there. And somehow if that was orchestrated, then Boyd and Abby could have also been. But yeah. And Michael thinks that Abby was Eloise, which is a really interesting theory. Really, really interesting. Football Affinity says Abby as Eloise was the best Eloise theory I've heard. That's a great theory. It is. She isn't one of the two parents, so not reincarnated, ergo no past life visions. So remembering Fromville in childhood nightmares must be a legit childhood memory of having lived in Fromville. Yes, if the dream was about Fromville. We don't know that for sure, but it could have been. It could have absolutely been that. So yeah, Michael thinks that she got out with amnesia, dissociative identity disorder, and grew up under a different identity. Never made it home. Basically an orphan. That's an awesome theory, and she's the right age to be Eloise. We're resurfacing memories dismissed as just dreams or nightmares. She's the right age. She's close to Victor's age, so she could have been. She could have absolutely been Eloise. Doug says, right, I'm off. Stay frosty. Good night, Doug. Now, okay, I'm going to get on the treadmill while I do this last stretch of the live. So, let's see. While I do that, I'll read a few chats, and then I'll get back to the images. Let's see. Game Survivor says, if there's more questions, that means season 5 is up next. And if all questions from season 3 answered and less questions are not at all, then season 4 is the last. But really wish they reached season 5. Oh yeah, I don't think season 4 will be the last. We're going to get 5 seasons. I'm sure of it. We need 5 seasons. There's no way they can answer everything in a satisfactory way in just season 4, if you ask me. Michael, my reading of this. So Abby was looking at Fromville and it was triggering memories from her childhood. So that was Michael's reading of the scene, and that's most people's reading of the scene. And my alternate take is, to me, it looked like a 1,000-yard stare of somebody who wasn't even really paying attention to what she was looking at. Her eyes were glazed over as she looked off in the distance. That's like a 1,000-yard stare of someone who's coming unhinged, and she was kind of in her head in that moment. Not even there, not even really looking at anything in particular, but thinking about the dream that she had as a little girl and checked out. I don't know. But yeah, that was my read of it. Hey there, Jack, welcome. Also, don't forget Martin knew her. Martin knew her, or not necessarily. He didn't necessarily have to know her, not to be contrarian, but he said he could have been a tool of the evil entity speaking through him. We don't know. There's a lot of mystery around Martin. We don't know how Martin knew what he knew and said, what if Abby was right? What if it was all just a dream? I mean, how would Martin have even known what she said about dreams, about her dream? And And like Abby thought that everybody was asleep and she needed to wake them all up. That was what she was doing. She was trying to wake them all up by killing them. That's why she did that. So, you know, because she thought they were just dreaming. Like this, none of this is real. And yeah. So like, how did Martin know that? Martin wasn't present for that. So either the evil entity was speaking through Martin, or and he was just an apparition, which is what I've tended to think all along, or Martin was a story walker and that's how he knows things he shouldn't know. I'm starting to think Martin was a story walker, and that's from Mahalik Fletch's theory that Martin was a story walker. And I'm starting to come around to that way of thinking. Her aim was impeccable, catching bodies left and right. Yeah, football. Seriously. So oh, that's so cool, Brandon. You have a Men in Yellow picture being added to your office. It's so kind of him to talk to all of us, right? It's so cool of him. Karl had another MVP. You know, another version of MVP, most eviscerated person. Good one. So Brandon, I missed this one from Brandon. Let's see, continued. That alone broken marriage vows and military, but his situation saved the many and his son. It's very, very touchy, but in the end, Boyd is broken because he doesn't have a father K. Yeah, and he started to break as soon as he had to shoot his own wife. He had to kill his own wife to save his son. So he's never been the same since. We see a very different Boyd in this episode, in this flashback, before all of that happened to him. And yeah, so definitely there, Michael, there's a case to be made that Abby could have been Eloise. The math definitely works like you've laid out here. Absolutely. And Jack, Martin could have known Abby, but let's not forget this. Not everything as it seems in this place. And how do we know Martin was really there? He could have been a story walker, and so he found out about Abby and what she said about how everything could be a dream, right? But there's an alternate explanation, and the alternate explanation is maybe Martin was already dead, and the evil entity was using him as an illusion just to screw with Boyd, like he did with Ghost Abby. You know, Ghost Abby was already dead, and I think it's pretty clear that Ghost Abby is a projection of the evil entity trying to manipulate Boyd. At any rate, something is creating these apparitions of people who died there. Ghost Khatri, Ghost Abby, Ghost Tom. We've seen these things before. So how do we know Martin was actually still alive in there? We don't know. He could have already been dead. Maybe he already died in that dungeon, and at this point, he's an apparition. The evil entity was speaking through him. It's either that or he was a story walker. There's no other explanation that works for me. Because even if he knew Abby, how would he have known what she said about how all of this could be a dream? Or what she thought about how all of this could be a dream? Because she never really talked about it openly. She just started... Well, she talked to Boyd about it right after she massacred a bunch of people. That she said, you know, everyone's just asleep or whatever. I forget her exact wording at the moment. But anyway. Yeah, Jack, what he said was, what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? So yeah, like Michael says, Martin was acting off, and yeah, Boyd was gonna talk about what he got back, but then he got lost overnight and didn't get back till the morning. Oh no, so Martin Boyd was acting off. Sorry. Yeah, Boyd was. Yeah, I think, or maybe you're talking about Abby was acting off. Yeah. So Michael says clearly the cicadas took over the three and sequestered their spirits in the dungeon realm or whatever. So there's clearly some kind of control going on. Right. So it may have been speaking through Martin to mess with Boyd. Yeah, indeed. Much like Evil Abby later tried to talk Boyd out of something, out of smashing the music box. Mike Light says, do you think the cicada monster is an extension of the evil entity? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Just another manifestation of this ancient evil entity that Marielle mentions in the season 4 trailer. I think the cicada entity is just part of it. It's another part of that ancient evil entity. It's the way that the monsters get reborn. It's an entity that helps make sure they get reborn so they're immortal. Brandon says, also remember we keep seeing the little girl at the Red Rock looking up at something very large. We have seen the night monsters, the dream cicadas, the scarecrow, the spiders, Boyd's bite. Right. She could be looking at one of those scarecrow or ragdoll monster things that's in the trailer. That could be what she's looking at. They even flashed a shot of that little girl, Tabitha, as a little girl. That was Tabitha as a little girl. They flashed that in the trailer, in the season 4 trailer. That was from season 3. That's when Tabitha remembered her dream as a little girl, and she was in colonial clothes. So that it could be the scarecrow ragdoll monster thing, because that's at the cabins, and the little girl Tabitha was near the Red Rocks at the cabins. That's right next to the cabins. What pulled the tent? That's one of the big lingering questions, Brandon. So, okay. Let me see. I got to mute myself for a minute. So if you guys could just talk amongst yourselves, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I'm going to get back into the breakdown so we can wrap this thing up maybe in the next hour. Let's see. In this portion, I'm going to be on the treadmill, so you're going to hear just a little bit of treadmill sound, but it shouldn't be loud or anything. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely something very tall that the little girl is screaming at. it's making her scream, and it's in the daytime, so we know it's not the nightmare creatures. It's something else. So what is it? The man in yellow? It could very well be one of the Scarecrow creatures. So, okay. Gotta just grab my phone. Okay. So getting back into this, we have Ellis and Fatima at the clinic, and he's recovering from a broken arm after jumping out the colony house window. Oh wow, I got another subscriber. So now I went from 1.98k subs to 1.99. So thank you to whoever that was who subscribed. That's cool. So we're closer than ever now. 10 subscribers away from hitting 2k. 1.99k. That's cool to see. Yes, Tony, it's really live. Yes, still live. But I didn't start that early. I didn't start until midnight Eastern time. So, yeah, we've got a lot of episodes to discuss before season 4. So we're talking season 1, episodes 7 and 8 tonight. So I'm gonna be on this probably for the next hour before we wrap it up. And now I'm streaming on the treadmill just to get through the live because I need that to manage my pain. So I apologize for the little bit of noise that you can hear in the background, but this is so that I can keep my pain under control and be able to keep streaming. I have a nerve pain condition, and if I don't do this, the pain will get even worse. Okay, so getting back to it, Christy sets Ellis's arm, and he heals remarkably fast after this. Ellis may be the recipient of some fast healing properties of this place, like Ethan healed fast too. Ethan healed really fast. Ellis also heals really fast from a stab wound from Dale in season 2. So Kenny visits Christy, and they talk about their Edgar Allan Poe book that they've been reading, passing it back and forth between each other. What's the book that they're reading? I'm trying to remember. The Arthur Gordon Pym, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Well, they have their cute little flirty moment as usual. And, poor Ketty. She gives Ketty a kiss on the cheek, giving him false hope, even though she has a fiance back home, which sucks. Poor Kenny. So, from there, Jade takes Jim up to Colony House to ask Donna permission to put a radio tower on the roof. And they think that they can get a signal out of Fromville if they do that. Just getting it up higher than the tree line is what they want to do. Sorry, just trying to find my point in the notes here. Let's see. And, okay, so, let's see, Boyd and Donna, nope, not that part. Well, basically, in a nutshell, she just says, sure, why not, She doesn't look very, okay, I found it. I found my spot in the notes. So, they ask if they can build the tower there, and they think they can get a signal strong enough that anyone in the area could hear it. she asks, what area is that exactly? And because she knows they have no idea where the hell they are. And since they've all come from different locations all around the country and somehow wound up in the same spot, they can't be anywhere normal that you could find on a map where you could broadcast a radio signal that others would hear. So she looks at them like they're complete idiots. And they are, kind of, for thinking that this would work, but it was worth a try. And Jim says, whatever this place is, wherever this place is, radio signals work in ways that we can't. It was a solid thing. It was a solid idea to at least try. But just knowing that everyone was in a different part of the country when they somehow wound up in the same place tells you that this is not in our world. It is out of this world, like it says on the cosmic candy bar. It's another dimension where radio signals are not going to reach out of there back to their world. It's just not. They're clearly not in our world. They're not in anywhere you can find on a map. So Donna looks like she wants to just bust out laughing at them, but she agrees to let them build the tower. I guess she figures it can't do any harm. Little does she know it can do harm, because the evil entity doesn't want people trying to find a way out. It gets angry when people look for answers. Now, Boyd takes Sarah out to the little shed in the woods to have a talk with her. And he tells her that he wants to take her with him to see if he can find a way out of this place, basically. And, you know, it's very tense between them, the dynamic between the two of them. And she asks where Father Khatri is also, and he says that Father Khatri is dead. And he probably told her that already before this scene, but I forgot to mention it. And, you know, he cuffs her. He cuffs her in there and tells her, you know, he'll come back for her, but she needs to wait for him here. And he's going to join her out there and take her with him on his trip to find a way out. And then we cut to, you know, I find it, I feel like we're supposed to really notice how dark Boyd is again, how menacing he is towards Sarah, and then juxtaposed with the way Boyd used to be in these flashbacks. We go from that scene directly to a scene of him when he first got there, before the place started to change him and turn him into a darker person. And he climbs out of the hole, and it's the first time that he sees what these monsters do to people. Eviscerated bodies laying everywhere. And now his family is trapped in this place. You know, it's horrific. So they're all just looking around and taking it in. And then they go to the diner to discuss and get the whole story finally from Khatri. And Khatri explains what the whole situation is in this place at the diner, and Boyd is incredulous that all these people do is hide and pray every night for help. Like, that's all they do. And they're getting massacred all the time. So many people are dying all the time. And they didn't have a resourceful person like Khatri. Like Boyd. They didn't have a resourceful person like Boyd to help them until now. Abby says, you don't know anything else about this place? Who built it? How long it's been here? Khatri says, what we know is what you see, and the people here are just trying to live through the night. Doesn't give us much time for anything else. I mean, that's understandable. They're living in survival mode, and I understand that. But Boyd is right that they could be doing so much more than they are. Boyd says, you've got to start working together. Donna says, that's easier said than done. But Boyd says, you start small, gather your resources, create a system, make sure nobody hides in the same place twice. You got to get these people to start looking out for each other, start taking care of each other. Then you build from there. I mean, what a leader, what a great leader. He shows up there, and most people would just be completely like paralyzed with fear and just focused on protecting themselves and their own family when you first arrive in this place. But look at what Boyd did. What a special kind of individual he is, that he showed up there and he immediately started problem solving. He sprung into action and became a leader overnight, literally overnight. And that's why I think he was handpicked to be here by a helpful entity, because anything else is just way too uncanny. For it to just be a coincidence that he wound up here is uncanny. Look at Mr. Fish and Loaves in action here, already getting to work. He says, so then he springs into action. He tells them to take inventory. He gets a whole group of them together, and you see them already organizing under his leadership. He tells them to take inventory of all of their resources, ration them, rotate where people hide every night. He gives people jobs to do. He puts people in charge of various things. And it's amazing seeing him just fly into action like this when he just got here. Now you can see this is on a different day. He's wearing a different shirt, but he got to work with coming up with ideas and planning literally overnight when he was sitting there in the previous scene. So yeah, amazing. And he assigns jobs to everybody here. Just literally, you see him literally rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. So yeah, I don't think it was an accident that he wound up here. Boyd accepted his situation so much faster and calmly than others have. Absolutely. Compare that to Acosta. She completely freaked out and shot somebody by accident, shot a woman to death. I mean, look at the contrast between Acosta and Boyd. Oh, wait, Doug came back in too. Doug said, I just thought of a few more Khatri equals MVP variations. Might visit periodically. My veins punctured. Made very poltergeisty. Nice. Nice ones, Doug. He said, Jesus, no, I can't sleep. Okay, I am really out of here now. Later, Doug. Hope you can get more sleep. Sorry we've distracted you. Let me scroll up a little bit here and see what else is in the chat before I move on. Let's see. Brandon said to Tony, you did an interesting breakdown. Oh yeah, Tony's videos are always interesting and well thought out. Tony said, I try my best, just put out what I think, for better or worse. But you do an excellent job. You do an excellent, excellent job. And you always get people talking. I'm always hearing people say, like, did you hear what Tony put out in his latest video? It's always a huge influence in the fandom, whatever it is that you think and you put out. Anon says, Julie, I'm so sorry you're going through so much pain. Aw, you are incredible for running these marathon streams. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the empathy and the compassion. It's not easy. I'm suffering 24/7 from debilitating pain, but I'm not letting it break me. I won't let it break me. I still find things to make life worth living anyway. And it started really with this channel. And, I didn't really have any reason to keep going until this channel came along. I just didn't see any point in suffering, and I was all alone, till I found this channel. I made this channel. I found this amazing family through the channel. I made the best friends I've ever made in my life. I found my soulmate. So I have reasons to keep going now that I didn't have. It all started with this show From. That's where it started. I'm so thankful for this show. This one TV show did all of that to change my life. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for this one show. I never would have started this channel. Anyway. Oh, thanks, Brandon. Brandon sent some information on pain relief. I really hope it helps. Thank you so much. That is so kind and compassionate of you, Brandon. I truly appreciate it, and I will take a look at that after the stream. Daryl says, Boyd was wearing blue and now yellow. He needs to be blue again. Yeah. He was wearing bright blue. He needs blue for the ocean, and he needs to get his butt on a boat. Yeah. Michael said, this place is technological. They got a giant weather-controlled space station. Oh, wait. No, that was Geostorm. Nice. Hey there, Kraichu34. Welcome. Yeah, but Acosta is a cop, and Boyd is from the Army. Yes, very true. I feel like a cop should be a little bit more, collected in an emergency situation than she was, but she's a rookie cop, so that's understandable. Thanks, Daryl. Fromily loves you, Julie. I love you guys too. I really do. So, moving on. Let me take a drink. How about that before I move on? Because talking for this many hours makes you very thirsty and dehydrated. Give me a sec. Okay. So now we've got Ethan looking through pictures that Julie brought from Colony House, and these are some of the most discussed scenes in the fandom over the years. Just the pictures that they go through. So, since I'm on the treadmill now, we have the next. For anyone who wants to stick around, we have like 45 more minutes before I have to get off the treadmill and go to bed. So I do have the time to discuss them a little bit as we go through the episode. Let me see. We're almost halfway through the breakdown, so we have a little bit of time to look at the pictures. Because if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd be awake anyway. I have to do this walk for my pain management before I can sleep. So I might as well just stay on here and continue until I'm done. It takes my mind off the walk at this point. So we've got Boyd and the goat here. And this is interesting because in the scene where Boyd finds the goat in the woods, where was Victor exactly? We're going to see that scene coming up in this episode, and Victor wasn't even there in the scene. Was he hiding in the bushes watching? Like, where did he see this from? I wonder. Sometimes I think Victor has some clairvoyance, because there's no goddamn way that he could have seen literally everything that he's drawn in these pictures. There's no way. I think both Victor and Ethan have a certain kind of clairvoyance where they see certain visions in their heads, and some of what they draw is from that stuff. And when Victor said the boy in white shows him and Ethan, he said the boy in white shows you like it shows me first. I think it like part of that could mean the boy in white gives them a certain amount of clairvoyance and visions in their heads. Because there's just no way, if you look at all the things in Victor's drawings, there's no way he's seen all of that stuff. But he says that all his pictures are things that he's drawing to remember. The pictures remember. He couldn't have seen all of it. And so, yeah, I think... Oh, and remember, Ethan had a vision in episode 2 of this season. Season 1, episode 2. He woke up from a seizure after having been passed out, and he said that he saw the Lake of Tears, and he saw pictures all over a wall, and all of his family were in them. How did he do that? How did he see Victor? Victor was drawing his whole family, and he had pictures all over his wall, and Ethan saw that in his head. So Ethan had a vision of something that was happening somewhere else. He saw a wall covered in pictures, and it had the whole Matthews family in them. So I think some of these pictures that Victor draws are from visions he's had in his head, because the boy in white also chose him once to give these visions. They said that Ethan never had a seizure before they got there. And now he's having seizures and waking up saying that he saw all this stuff in his head, and including something that actually was happening that elsewhere out of his vision. Yeah, that's what I think. I've always thought that about Ethan and Victor. So here's Boyd and the goat, and Ethan going through these pictures that Julie took with her. Sadly, all of these pictures are now buried under the Matthews house after it collapsed. So much for saving all the pictures. I'm pretty sure that all these pictures are buried under that house now. Now I'm looking for my notes on what is said in this particular scene, if anything that we need to go over. These notes are not exactly chronological. Okay. And I don't know. I don't think there's much there. There's not really any dialogue, so we can go on from there. It looks like the picture under that is a person's body ripped open, but we don't get to see the whole thing. Then we have a scene. Now this looks like a drawing that's folded up, but we don't get to see the whole thing. Why do I have so many duplicates? I'm sorry. Anyway, then we have a scene with Julie and Tabitha in the basement, and we finally get the story of what happened to baby Thomas. Julie's sitting there on the edge of this giant hole that Tabitha dug, and she's looking kind of sad. Let's see. Let me look at the chat really quick. Hey, Recon. Yes, the stream is still going. Yeah, we go a long time around here. If you check out the runtime of my recent live streams, most of them are around 5 hours long. I'm trying to make them a little shorter, just for health reasons, but it's been kind of difficult to make them shorter than 5 hours. And the last stream was 8 hours, but that one is an outlier. We don't do them that long most of the time anymore. I used to do them regularly. In season 3 of From, most streams were like 8, 9, even 10 hours long sometimes. The longest I ever did was 12 and a half hours or something like that. That was my record. But I don't do anything that crazy anymore. That's too much. That's just too much. So yeah, Julie, like Daryl says here in this scene, Julie asks her mom if the divorce is her fault, and if she did call the Matthews home, it would be her fault. Interesting. Yeah, that's right. She did say it was, was the divorce my fault? If she was the one who called the Matthews home and made Thomas fall off the table, then it would be her fault. Yes, Brandon, we are all-nighters. We sure are. So, yeah, this is where they have the conversation about Thomas. And Tabitha finally is honest with Julie about what happened with baby Thomas and how she was distracted just for 1 second by a ringing phone, and Thomas fell off the changing table. Just for 1 second, the Matthews were both distracted, and he fell off the table, and it broke her, and it broke her marriage to Jim, and she just hasn't been able to pick up the pieces, neither of them, since then. And Julie felt like, she basically had to step up and be the parent for Ethan while the parents couldn't get their shit together. So that's why Julie has such a chip on her shoulder. Now we know. After this scene, we learned more about why exactly. And they should have had this conversation a long time ago. Like, it would have been much better if they were open about this and talked about this sooner. But this family doesn't talk enough, clearly. And yeah, because Julie didn't even know why the divorce was happening. And Tabitha explains, it was really because of the loss of Thomas. It wasn't Julie's fault. Or was it? Because if Storywalker Julie winds up being the one who calls the Matthews home and then and distracts them, makes Thomas fall off the table and die, then it would be her fault. I personally think that it's the man in yellow, the ancient evil entity, who calls the Matthews family. I think it's the evil entity makes the phone ring even outside Fromville. I think maybe. I'm leaning in that direction. That's what sets all this in motion for the Matthews and gets them back there. Wait, actually, come to think of it, then it wouldn't be the evil entity that would have done it. Because the evil entity wouldn't want Tabitha coming back there and potentially figuring out a way to break the curse and set everybody free. The evil entity wouldn't have been responsible for the phone call. If anything, if either of the two entities who I think are in control here is responsible, it would be the boy in white, which would be extremely dark of him if that's the case. But hopefully not. I mean, the boy in white, I think, has done some messed up things for the greater good of all, but causing a distraction to make a baby fall and die would be about the worst thing he could have done. So, yeah, I hope not. I hope not. I hope that it was just a coincidence that it happened, or Julie does it as a storywalker, which, I mean, that's also dark, but at least that would be accidental. If the boy in white did it, it was intentional. Just to set all of it in motion, because Thomas's death is the catalyst that leads to the Matthews divorce and their trip, which is going to be one last trip for the family before the divorce. Then they wind up in Fromville. But, think about it, though. If we think about it, if we stop down and think and reel ourselves back in, because it's easy to go down these rabbit holes. And it's fun. It's fun to do that. But if we reel ourselves back in and think, what did we learn in season 3? Tabitha was always destined to wind up back here no matter what happened. Fate was always going to pull her back there because of the reincarnation curse. She didn't have any choice. Jade talked about that. He said maybe Aristotle was wrong. Maybe there's no such thing as free will. When Tabitha had that dream of herself as a little colonial girl in Fromville, and she said she had that dream as a recurring nightmare for her whole life, even before she ever got there, she dreamed about those red painted rocks. And she realized it wasn't a dream, it was a memory. And in the end, I'm sure she came to that realization once she got her reincarnation revelation that she had been brought back there over and over. She had to have realized that was a memory, not a dream, of those red painted rocks. She was always destined to come back there no matter what. So it wouldn't have even, like, nobody needed to call and make Thomas fall off the changing table for her to wind up back there anyway. She would have been pulled back by that reincarnation curse anyway. So yeah, they have a really nice emotional scene, and they start to, I think, heal their relationship. Recon says, I can see Julie having a cause effect on a lot of things, but having the intent, nope, I can't see it. Oh no, yeah, nobody is saying that she intentionally would have done that, not at all. But some people have theorized that she called the Matthews home intending to try to reach them, maybe warn them or something, and she unknowingly causes Thomas to fall off the changing table by distracting them. And nobody thinks Julie did that on purpose. Let's see. Something tells me Tabitha isn't up for confronting things. Yes, that's for sure. Daryl says in the season 3 finale, Julie says she can save Thomas. They are setting it up. She thinks she can. I agree with Michael. She thinks she can, but Ethan's Captain Exposition narrative says otherwise. Yeah, I believe Ethan is right. Hashtag listen to Ethan. I believe Ethan is always right and his instincts are correct. So like Ethan says, you can't change a story that's already been told. So anyone who's died, Julie won't be able to save them. He said that she can't go back and save Tian Shen or baby Thomas. So yeah, I agree, Michael. Her story walking can't change anything that's already happened in the past, presumably including her story walking from the future, which is built into her future - past. Right. I agree. See, Daryl says, but Julie won't change anything because she would have always called the Matthews home, just like how she always threw the rope. Yeah, I mean that's on the table for sure. But her dad being dead, I don't think that's going to change. Like Michael here says, since her dad is still dead in the future, her story walking never saved him. Hence, he's still dead in the future when she story walks backward and fails to save him. That already happened. No grandfather paradoxes. Yeah, I definitely agree there. So, and the throwing of the rope is a bootstrap paradox that was always meant to happen. So, okay, so let's go on. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's true, Daryl. Ethan says that Julie can't change anything and she won't. because she is the one who always rang the Matthews home. I mean, hey, that's possible. Yeah, but didn't Ethan also say this? Like you said, Daryl, Ethan doesn't. Oh no, wait, you're right. He doesn't say she can't do stuff outside of Fromland, so that's true. That's true. I almost read that wrong. Sorry. Yeah. And yeah, Michael, a lot of time travel stories have somebody go back and try to fix something, but they end up inadvertently setting in motion the events that lead to the thing they were trying to stop. It does happen sometimes. Daryl says the fact that we don't know who rang and it was the phone distraction that caused Thomas to die. And Julie is talking about wanting to save Thomas. Julie definitely called the Matthews home and got Thomas killed. Yeah, Daryl, I think when you say it that way, that makes me even more persuaded that it's likely to happen. Yeah, it's definitely a timey-wimey trope. Because she's going to try and she wants to save Thomas, so she's probably the one who got him killed. Yeah, gotta agree with you there. I agree on that part. Football says, what if she saved someone already and that's why she's trying? Yeah, that could be. Recon says, so if Julie does say something, would that be creating a new timeline or pocket universe or something? Oh, if she changes something, yeah. Or is it straight up determinism that whatever happened, happened? So if she does something different, you said, okay. I think it's going to be straight up determinism. Whatever happened, happened. That's what I think is going to be. Okay, so now we have this scene with the riot at the diner. Tian Chen is trying to hold people off. They're trying to rush the diner for food because the people of the town think that the Colony House folks are going to use up all the food by being down here. So Boyd has to intervene, and Tom is being a real asshole here. Tom is the ringleader of this mob. You know, he's like right up in front of the crowd. Boyd is like, what is wrong with you people? So Boyd sends them all away. Poor Tian Chen was standing there with her broom trying to defend herself and the diner. Jesus. See why the town needs Boyd? They need him to control this kind of nonsense. Now we flash back to more of Boyd in the past. And he thinks that there may be resources out in the woods. He asks Khatri if anyone has explored out there, and no one has. So, and he's absolutely right. There are really useful resources out there, the livestock and the talismans. So, again, he does an amazing thing here. Amazing thing for the town that no one else had done before. And here it is. Here is the very well-known, infamous scene where Abby looks down the road, and this is what I was describing earlier. This is like that. This is that 1,000-yard stare in her eyes that I was describing. Where she says, "I keep remembering this dream I had when I was a little girl," and to me, it looks like she's just staring into nothing. Like just glassy-eyed, blank, staring down the road, like, you know, that's how I interpret it. And again, like I said earlier, it doesn't mean that she dreamed of Fromville. I know pretty much the entire fandom came to that conclusion that this means she literally dreamed of Fromville, but she doesn't literally say that. So we can't be 100% sure of it. And it's possible that what she's talking about, the other explanation for what she's talking about is, and the way that I interpreted it myself when I first watched it, and I still think that this could fit, is that she dreamed when she was a little girl that she died, and by waking up, you know, she was okay again. When you die in a dream, you wake up. when you die in a nightmare, you wake up. So she's thinking about, right now in her head, she's thinking, if I kill everyone, they'll wake up. We're all just having a nightmare. It's not real. And she later confirms this by talking to Boyd and saying, none of this is real. It's okay, when he sees her shooting the place up. So it's an alternate explanation for what she's saying is all I'm offering here. Just take that for what it's worth. I'm not saying she didn't dream about Fromville.Maybe she did, but it's not 100%. It's not what she said. She didn't specifically say it. So we can't 100% know. And we probably never will now because she's already dead. But yeah, it's just an alternate explanation. It's implied that she may have dreamed of Fromville, but did she? Well, we'll never know now, I guess. Also, how much of a chosen one was she really if she was there before the two cars came? She's not figuring into the end game of it all. So how important was it really, what she said here and her part in all of it? I think the importance of Abby is just the trauma to Boyd. That's why she's important. It's how traumatic having to kill her was for Boyd. I believe she was targeted by the evil entity for the same reason Fatima was targeted, because targeting Boyd's family, it means breaking him. And you, of course, your evil entity is going to want to break the most helpful person in town who helped so many survive. Look what he's doing, transforming life for this place right after he first arrived. He's already transforming this place for the better. So he's going to be targeted, and that means his family is going to be targeted to break him by extension. And unfortunately for the evil entity, Boyd has an indomitable spirit, and he is not easily broken, because most people would have been broken by having to shoot and kill his own wife. And that didn't do it. He's still, he's been breaking ever since then, but gradually, not completely. And I see, wait, is that Scarlet? Scarlet's back. I'll add you now, Scarlet. Hey. What happened? Did you lose network?
Yeah, I've been trying to get back on for a while now. So.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I'm able to.
I was kind of messing around. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the only reason I'm even able to still be streaming is I'm on the treadmill. So, otherwise, I would have had to just end it after episode 7 because we were already almost at the 4-hour mark by then.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just typing stuff into the chat.
Okay.
That's pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll never know because she just says I was ... We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
There's several times when they do that, the little ... thing. I was just citing those in the chat.
Oh yeah. We'll never be able to know definitively for certain, but yeah. I feel like I'm the only one in the entire fandom who doesn't take it as a certainty that she dreamed of the place as a little girl. I think literally everybody else takes it as 100% gospel, and I don't, because we weren't told that. And what she said was vague and could be explained by my alternate explanation.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that, because Tabby had a dream when she was a young girl, and it was in the colonial village.
That was different, though. She was reincarnated. She remembered being there. That was a memory. So I don't think the two things can be even compared, because Abby, I don't believe anybody else was reincarnated other than Tabitha and Jade. So she was having a memory in a dream. Tabitha.
Yeah.
you know? So they're two very different things.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I also want to know, like, because she always described her like pearl. She's always clutching her pearl and swinging it back and forth. I didn't know that had any significance of anything.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She was holding on to it very purposefully, you know. Yeah, Daryl Elgin dreamed about the place on his way into town, and I think it's because he was on his way in, so he was close. You know, he was almost there when he had the dream. And I think that the entities in there can reach out to people on the outside. We saw the boy in white appear to Tabitha in the middle of the street in Camden, Maine. If that can happen, then somebody can have a dream about the place outside of towns. I'm not saying it's not possible. So Abby could have dreamed about the place as a child. I'm just saying we don't know that for sure. So we've got to just allow for other possibilities. We just can't know. But it's possible. I believe it's possible. Because, yeah, like the boy in white appeared in Camden, Maine in a vision to Tabitha. So if that can happen, then somebody can definitely dream about this place as a kid before they get there. So 100% she could have. She absolutely could have.
Or the nursery rhyme. Because the nursery rhyme was obviously got out of Fromville somehow.
Yeah.
Because Beth's grandmother knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Father Khatri heard the voice directing him to drive. So it's absolutely possible. And there are other examples of people who've been reached out to outside of the place. So it's possible. But personally, I don't think so. In Abby's case, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think she has that much importance other than to hurt Boyd. She was targeted to try to break Boyd. That's just my opinion. Anand says Abby was experiencing derealization. It's a common trauma response. Yeah, and depersonalization. It's absolutely a common trauma response.
Can I say Acosta's full name? Her full name is Danny Danger Acosta.
It is.
Yeah, it's close for danger. I was always said it live before that people were like, "What's Danny short for?" I'm like, "Danger." Maybe her name's just Danger Acosta. But it's Danny. I wonder if her and Kenny are getting closer. Are they getting close?
I doubt it anymore. It looks like Kenny is getting close to Sophia based on the full trailer. He's in 3 different scenes very close to Sophia, holding hands with her and praying, out at night with her in the dark, and standing right next to her at her father's funeral.
Yeah.
So I think that they're going to be a thing. I think they're going to be dating. I think they'll have a trauma bond. The loss of their parents, her father and his mother. And he also lost his father there too. So hey there, Shanikoff. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but welcome. They say, I think Abby was just losing her mind. I don't think she is reincarnated. She was going through severe trauma. Yeah, I agree. Severe trauma, losing her mind. In my opinion, remembering having a horrible nightmare that she had as a little girl, in which she died and then was, woken up. When you die in a dream, you wake up. So she's thinking, this is the answer. I just have to kill everybody and they'll wake up.
Yeah,
she's coming unhinged.
Maybe she could experimented on only one person doing that and see.
Right. Did she have to do that with everybody?
Yeah.
She could have just done it to herself. What made her think that all of them? you know, like what made her think that she had to do that to everybody? She could have just thought, I'm having a nightmare. Let me, you know, I'm not advocating for this as a solution.
Yeah,
but
I understand what you're saying.
But it would have been better than her massacring everybody if she had just taken herself out instead. At least it would have been just her.
Yeah, she would have known whatever exists outside of it if there's anything. Or she would have found like, out. Whoops! Now I gotta go hot boy.
She would have found out.
Yeah, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah. Now, what was this in reference to? Tony said, "Of course she did. Always trust the dawn. I won't lead you astray."
Is that about pasta? I know Acosta's Tony's lady.
He has a lot of things to say about Acosta, that's for sure. But I think he was talking about Julie. We were talking about Julie. I think he may have been referring to something Julie did, like Julie's gonna do something differently. She's gonna change something. You know, maybe he thinks she made the call. We were talking about whether she made the call that caused Thomas to fall off the changing table.
Yeah.
Could have. So,
I mean, she could have left the talismans and the goat and chickens for Boyd too. I mean, those things have already been done. She could story walk back and put those in place.
She could have put the talismans there in the little hut.
Because
they
have
us back.
Sorry. Because they have that like thing about the they have that call sheet where they had the older colonial woman. I thought, okay, she's going to be making these talismans and Julie's going to see them and say, I need to hide those somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. So that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, so this was the dialogue. So I was remembering the dialogue correctly. Michael checked and it's Ellis said, "Mom, are you okay?" She says, "Yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about this dream I had when I was a little girl. Never mind. Go help your dad." Yeah. So now we'll never know what the rest of that sentence was. That's frustrating. Yeah. Tam says, "I interpreted this as her remembering a nightmare that she had to..." Thank you. Okay, so I'm not the only one in the entire fandom who interpreted it this way. At least I'm not like the lone. It doesn't feel good to be the lone person who thinks something against the entire fandom who thinks something else. So Tam also thinks this. So okay, I'm not crazy. Tam says, "I interpreted this as her remembering a nightmare that she has to die in to wake up from it. And then she got the idea that everyone needs to die here. Yes, Julie, I thought the same. Okay. So it's not just me. Okay, I feel better now."
I don't know. I never got enough information. I always thought it was so vague when it's ... So
it is vague. But it could. I'm not saying that it's not possible.
Yeah.
It is absolutely possible that she dreamed about Fromville, and it could have happened. Absolutely possible. So, anyway, let's see. So we should get back. We're about halfway through episode 8 right now. And so, yeah, so Michael, Michael's Eloise theory. This is like, ergo she was Eloise. That's the core of my theory. It pivots on this scene. Yeah. Very interesting theory that she's Eloise. I think that's awesome. And yeah, she doesn't say it explicitly, just a strong implication.
So that implies she got out of Fromville and then was adopted by somebody? Is that the story?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's what Michael thinks. Which is a great theory. And she's the right age to be Victor's sister. So okay. So Tony thinks that the powers that be wanted Abby, not Boyd. Boyd just happened to be there. So he thinks, I know Tony is in the camp of thinking Abby dreamed of Fromville as a little girl, and this place wanted her, not Boyd. But yeah, I've already laid out my case for why I think Boyd was the chosen one by a helpful entity. But I know Tony doesn't think that there is. I don't think Tony believes there is a helpful entity here, and he definitely doesn't think the boy in white is helpful. But I do. So see, Tony says Abby was a Marine. The only other Marine in the show. They knew who she was. They made a point of Boyd saying, show mentally strong. Oh, how mentally strong and tough she was. It's all there. And it's also, I think it's all there in terms of the case for why Boyd is the chosen one, how helpful he is as Mr. Fish and Loaves, and he winds up here. They put in that dialogue, I think, deliberately. And he, like, in two different scenes. The first scene where he's telling his family, reminding them how he was Mr. Fish and Loaves in the military. And then later, they have him talking to Khatri and saying, I just retired from 30 years in the military, sent me to some of the baddest places in the whole planet. And I made do with whatever was there, whatever resources were there. I believe that dialogue was put in there deliberately by the writers to cue us in to the fact that he was brought there by a helpful entity. He was handpicked. What worse hellhole can you think of than this, with the slimmest of resources? That's exactly what he was trained to do for 30 years in the military. I mean, to me, it's I know, this is obviously not explicit, just like Abby saying the whole dream thing, that wasn't explicit. But to me, I think the writers are just trying to, spell it out for us, or at least lead us with breadcrumbs in the direction in this episode that Boyd was handpicked to be there by a helpful entity. It's just, to me, the writing just so clearly leads us there if you really think about it.
Well, one thing that would support that is that they would choose Boyd with a wife that would lose it like this and shoot everybody in the town, so it would slowly break him over time.
Right.
That seems to be a heavy theme with the show.
Yeah. But yeah, I went on and on about that earlier, so
okay.
I've got to stop.
That's fine.
What I mean is they've already heard me ramble about why I think Boyd was handpicked there. So if I repeat myself, we'll never get done.
Well, that's fine. You can go on.
Anon says Kenny only likes women who will ultimately reject him. Yeah, maybe Sophia will ultimately reject him, you think?
Yeah, probably for Jesus.
And Tony says, yes, I agree, but then she said Abby was the real badass of the family. Yeah, he said that Abby was the tough one. But the most resourceful, that's Boyd. He's resourceful he's the perfect person to adapt and survive in this place and help others survive. And that's why I think he was picked. She's Iron Abby. Mm-hmm. She's tough, but she won't bend. And like Kenny said, people who can't bend will eventually break here. Iron doesn't bend. So I think that's why they nicknamed her that way. To kind of go with that theme. If you can't bend here, you're going to break eventually.
Well, and she had that one Achilles tendon, which was the dream, They picked somebody who basically had that dream so they would snap and shoot everybody in the town.
Right.
So that entity knows a lot. The entity knows a lot about these people.
Right. Shadow says, I think the boy in white is helpful and is so because he is part of the manifestation of hope. Yes, I agree. And Daryl, yeah, I can see why you would, some people might think Boyd was chosen because he's the main character. but it's not at all because he's likable and I want him to be the chosen one. It's because of everything I said. Mr. Fish and Loaves, 30 years in the military, going to the worst hellholes on earth. Ethan saying, I think we should put on the wall who here is trying to help. It's an entity that's bringing people there who are helpful, who can actually help people survive and try to find a way out. I just follow all those threads, and I think that he was chosen. Not at all just because I think he was likable or anything like that. In fact, I didn't like him at all when I first started watching the show, to be honest. I didn't like how violent he is. I didn't like him slapping Frank and pointing a gun at Frank, shoving his face in his daughter's dead body. You know, sometimes Boyd is not the most likable person. He has a very dark side, like I've been saying. Tam says, I really hope Boyd survives. I won't be able to handle it otherwise. I love him too much. Oh, me too. I grew to love him. I grew to love him once I learned why he's violent, why he is the way he is. This place has been breaking him. He wasn't like this before. Yeah, I've got to continue the breakdown so I can go to bed for sure, Tony. Yeah, I think the boy in white being the avatar of the tree is an excellent theory, Michael. And I agree with you. And he was basically empowered by the children's hope. I agree with that theory.
Now I'm just imagining the roots making a tree, and then out pops the boy in white out of the tree.
Yeah. Hey there, Noel Cox. Noel Cox. I read that wrong because I'm tired.
Yes,
Noel Cox.
That was funny.
But it was all just one big blurb, you know, because it's a big blurb. Noel Cox, welcome. Is it possible that Abby was chosen to cause the massacre, and it was Boyd that stopped the massacre and the reset? Maybe. It's possible. It could be. It very well could be. It's also possible that it's entirely possible that both Abby and Boyd were meant to be there, both of them, and they wound up in the same car. I've talked about that before, but multiple people on the bus seemed like they were chosen to be there, and how did they all wind up on the same bus? You had Elgin, who had the dream with the boy in white in it. You had the bus driver, Bacta, whose grandma knew the cicada nursery rhyme. You had Marielle, who's Christy's fiance. And Randall seems like he was probably handpicked to be there just to cause trouble. They're all on the same bus. Yeah. Brandon says all-nighters, but this is IHOP time. Michael, seems to me that Abby was lied to by the entities as an attempt to clear the board. Ooh, I like that. To see if she could massacre everybody, just do the evil entity's job for it. Yeah, that's a great theory. She was probably, maybe she was lied to. Either that or she lost her mind, because this place could definitely just make you snap. So, getting back to the breakdown. This is the scene with Kenny's great speech. I really liked. I liked how Kenny he basically just put Donna and Boyd in their places. He toughens up as a leader. He steps up, and he tells Boyd, he tells Donna, she's got to get her shit together because they need her to be the badass that she is. And Boyd needs to go out there and find a way home. I'll just read his speech because it's awesome. He tells Kenny that he changed his mind. He can't go in the woods right now, because there was almost a riot at the diner because of the Colony House people clashing with the town people. And Kenny says, you told me you had to go. You told me I had to step up and be strong while you were gone. You told me you were running out of time, and what part of that's changed? We've all been sitting around the last 12 months acting like those talismans were a solution, like they made us safe. But we were never safe. Those talismans were a band-aid, a temporary reprieve. Things were never okay here, and things were never going to be okay here. That was a mouthful he just said about the talismans were just a band-aid, a temporary reprieve. He said, so going on, he said, we need to find a way home, or else every single person here is going to end up exactly like Father Khatri. There are answers out there, and you are going to find them. And then he says to Donna, and in the meantime, you need to get over what happened last night. You need to get your shit together and be the scary hard ass you've always been, because that's who people need you to be right now. And if we're not going to fight like hell to get home, then we might as well swallow a fucking bullet right now. Is that what you want? What a great speech. I really liked Kenny stepping up and standing up to these two and shocking the hell out of both of them, leaving them in stunned silence. And he's right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just like Donna's line. I didn't know the little bastard had it in him.
Yeah. He's absolutely right about everything he said. The talismans were always just a band-aid, a temporary reprieve, and they've been going around complacent, pretending like they're safe in the daytime, but they were never safe. And Boyd needs to get back to trying to find a way out. Ever since he had to shoot his wife, he's been just going through the motions and getting everyone home safe at the end of the day, not trying to get everyone home to their real homes outside of this place. He stopped exploring the woods. He just focused on getting everybody through each day and ringing that bell, walking down the street, getting everyone home by dark. That's just going through the motions. He needed to get back to exploring, problem solving, really pushing back and being an active player again, like he used to be. And this is the start of him doing that, going back out into the woods. And Kenny's absolutely right. That's what he needs to be doing. So this is the beginning of Boyd doing that again. And it was his grief that made him stop all of that. His grief and his guilt over what he did, what he had to do to his wife. Now, I'm going to try to pick up the pace to get through the rest of these here. The rest of this episode, that is. So Father Khatri, because I need to wrap up and go to bed. Father Khatri, in this flashback, he walks by this very cruel billboard that says "Getaway," which is, I think, expert trolling by the evil entity. In this place where nobody can escape, it says "Get away" with an airplane and a Hawaiian girl. And they're all trapped there with the monsters. It's just too good. It's just, this evil entity loves to troll, just like it trolled Kenny with "Celebrate Good Times Come On," the song right after his mom died. I just think this is hilarious. This billboard is here. It's so funny. It's just taunting them. I enhanced the color so that you can see it better, because it really looks like this. But this is the enhanced version. I saturated the color so you can really see it. Love it. So this is where Boyd finds the goat in the woods. And he's like, there are some chickens too. And he found all this livestock back there. He said there might be more back there. Khatri is just incredulous. This is the drawing that Ethan was looking at earlier in the episode too. Boyd and the goat. Where's Victor? How did Victor know this happened? He's not even in the scene. Again, was he hiding in the bushes? I think Victor can see things. Even when Victor isn't present, I think he can see certain things that happen because of the boy in white, giving him visions.
He's just hiding in the bushes with his crayons drawn.
Yeah. Like, it's just funny to me. Like, where was he? It's just him and Khatri here alone. And Khatri is just, I love how stunned he is by the goat. He's just standing there with his mouth hanging open, and Boyd gives him the goat to kind of babysit for a few minutes, and Khatri's like all flustered, like, wait. He doesn't know what to do with the goat. Like, it's just a goat. It's no big deal. But
Yeah, I like how
yeah,
the goat kind of pulls him behind the scene, kind of pulls him to the side.
he does. You know, I just noticed that for the first time on this watch. I never noticed that before. But in the background, the goat does pull him. He goes off to talk to Ellis, and you can see in the background, it'll probably show it in these stills. This is where Ellis takes Boyd aside and says that he's really worried about his mom. And Boyd has been going out into the woods every day for weeks. And he begs Boyd to just take a day off and come talk to his mom because she seems to be losing it. And Boyd doesn't listen to him. And that's the most tragic thing. If Boyd had just listened, this wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have had to shoot his own wife. Like, I really think that she wouldn't have snapped if he had just stayed with her. You know, but he's just so excited about the stuff he's finding out there and wondering what else there could be. And he gets so caught up in that. He's so good at helping the whole town and being a leader that he forgets to take good enough care of his own family. And Ellis just keeps begging him, Dad, please, you're not listening to me. Boyd is so excited about the goat he just found and what else might be out there that he's not listening closely enough to Ellis. And, you know, he's haunted by this now for the rest of his life. And he says, you know, tonight, you know, when I get back, I'll talk to your mom. And he tries to calm Ellis down. But, you know, Ellis, and then you can see Ellis, you know, go from pleading to just angry. Like, what the fuck? You know, he's not listening. But it was for an altruistic reason. It was to help the whole town. And he failed his family, unfortunately. His desire to help, this place, you know, it exploits those who want to help the most and tries to break them, you know. So by extension, you break everybody, you hurt everybody if you break the most resourceful person in town who saved so many lives. This is where Boyd starts to break. What happens here? This is where Boyd stopped being as resourceful when he has to shoot his own wife. So he goes out in the woods, and carves arrows in the tree to kind of remember where he's going so he can find his way back. And one of the boy in white's dogs shows up. And it seems like the dog is trying to help. I think since the dog is associated with the boy in white, it's a helpful entity. And it's leading him in the direction of the talismans, and he winds up finding them. It doesn't lead him directly to them, but he chases the dog because he tries to get a look at the dog, and he keeps running away. Like, the dog takes off, he follows the dog, and he winds up getting lost as a result. He was carefully, if it wasn't for that dog, he was carefully marking his way so that he'd find his way back. He was literally carving an arrow in a tree when the dog showed up to take him off his path so that he'd find the talismans. I think if he hadn't seen that dog, he never would have found the talismans. The dog made him stray from his path. He would have stayed on his path. So he winds up getting lost, and it gets dark. And then he literally just falls backwards into the hut where the talismans are. He's wandering around. Man, I take too many pictures. He hears some noises, and then as he draws his gun, and then he falls backwards through this canopy of leaves into the hut full of talismans. And he looks around, and the monsters literally come right up to where the leaves are. You can see the milkman's hat. And yet, it looks like the milkman should be able to see him in there, and yet the monsters just walk away. Maybe it's because of all the talismans around him, but I just find it weird because this is not an enclosed space. It's just a bunch of leaves there. I get why the talisman works in a tent because it's enclosed, but I just find it so weird that the monsters walked away when all that's blocking that entryway is a bunch of leaves. You could say maybe it's just because there are so many talismans, they're extra powerful. I've heard that idea. So that could be. Maybe the leaf canopy is just thick enough that it works. Or I guess you could say that. Anyway, yeah, the monsters turn and walk away. I mean, it's almost like the evil entity didn't want to kill Boyd. It just wants to break him slowly. Because Boyd has been in other really close situations where he shouldn't have made it out alive. But it's almost like the evil entity doesn't want to kill him. It wants to instead slowly break him and drag out the torture of the whole town. Because if you slowly break Boyd, you slowly break the whole town by extension, who relies so much on him, as we see in this episode how much he transformed their lives. So the evil entity doesn't want to make this a quick thing, kill everybody really fast. It likes to drag this out slowly. And maybe that's why Boyd gets out of situations like this where he shouldn't. It's a game. It's a game that the evil entity enjoys and wants to savor. So once the monsters walk away, he looks around and he sees the talismans all over the walls. And there it is. With the cycle, day and night, the different runes. And he starts pulling them off and takes them back with him. He doesn't know what they are, but they look like they have some kind of purpose. Somebody made them. So being as resourceful and smart as he is, he just takes them. And I think also he looks at it and he looks up, and I think he puts two and two together that this protected him against the monsters potentially. That's why, because he has this look on his face. He looks down at the talisman, then he looks up where the monsters just were, and like no words even need to be said here. You can see the wheels turning in his head. Like, did these talismans, did these rocks with these carvings in them just protect me from those things? So he takes them all with him, and he thinks that they might work, and then they wind up, who knows how they wind up testing them after. I would venture to guess that Boyd was the first one to experiment with talismans in a building. He'd be the one to volunteer himself up as tribute. I wouldn't be surprised. Somebody had to be the first to test these out and make sure that they actually work like he thinks they will. So yeah, he's definitely thinking, okay, these just saved me from those monsters. So he just scoops them all up. Now we have let me just quickly, I've got to get through the rest of this episode quicker, but let me just quickly check on the chat here. Hey Carly, nice to see you. We're going to be wrapping up very soon, but it's nice to see you. Glad you could make it at least to the tail end of this. Carly's been away for a while, and now back getting ready for season 4. I think Carly, you're in the UK, right? I think Carly's from the UK. Correct me if I'm wrong, but so nice to see you in the chat. And it was so nice to hear from you in the comment section. Over the last day, we were kind of chatting back and forth in one of my comment sections. Carly says, seen something about the dog, guess being in that bag, the one on the hotel sign. Oh, the dog in the bag in the season 4 trailer, and a picture that definitely looks like a dead dog. Oh man, that would be crazy if it's the dog. I think it's gonna be Jim chopped up. I think it's gonna be Jim. What do you call it? Dismembered. Carly. Carly says. Let's see. Oh, Shite is this Shite in UK? Always miss them having late night sessions again now. Okay, I thought so. I thought you were in the UK. Well, it's awesome to see you. I know the time difference makes it hard. Recon says there could be something we can't see that scares the monsters off. Let's see. Yeah, the shots of Boy realizing he was lost were so good. Yeah, it's awesome, right, Daryl? Like, the scene was so well done. This episode is just phenomenal. Agree. So let's see. Yeah, Michael. Let's see. What were you saying here, Michael? Michael says Boyd's kind of living in guilt that he didn't listen to Ellis and ended up having to shoot Abby. It's also why he says, God damn it, if you don't learn the lessons of the past, you repeat them. When Christy says Kenny needs a father more than a sheriff after Kenny's mom died. Right, yeah, I picked up on that too. He realizes he wasn't there as a father to Ellis after he shot Abby when Ellis needed him as a father, hence they were at odds at the start of the series. So now he needs to not do the same thing with Kenny and needs to be that father figure to help him process the grief, which he didn't do for Ellis, since he was dwelling in his own grief and trying to keep the town together as sheriff. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I picked up on that. Yeah, sometimes it takes a bunch of watches to pick up on something, though. Like, I'm still picking up on new things every time I do a watch through. So I totally get that, Michael. So Daryl thinks the gaps are small enough here for the talismans to work. Yeah, I guess so. The show definitely has layers like an onion for sure. As long as the space is sufficiently enclosed, the talismans work. Like the monsters can't fit between the vines, so they're good enough. Same with a tent. Yeah, that makes sense, Michael. It's thin cloth, but it's enclosed, so it basically makes it a magic bubble shield. As long as there's no gaping holes in it, they can get through, and nobody opens it. Okay, yeah, that totally makes sense, Michael. I like that description of why this worked, why the talismans worked in here. Like and subscribe if you love it. Yeah. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're watching this live or if you're watching the replay. Carly says, I'll have to find the video. Definitely a dead dog in the trailer when they're all looking up. Only one person has brought it up so far. Wow. I'm going to have to look at that again.
Yeah, it does look like a dead dog, Julie. It's kind of just... I don't know if Gus is much for this world.
Where in the trailer is the dead dog?
It's that picture where Jade and Tabby and Boyd are looking at what we thought was Jim hanging from something, that collider picture.
Okay.
But in the wider, longer version of it, to the right, there's a pile of what looks like fur wrapped in a bag. And I don't know if that's the bag that's actually hanging off the sign.
Huh. Okay. There's a wider version of that picture?
Yeah, there's I've seen a longer version of it where there's an actual... You can see it to the side. I don't think when we were covering it and you're showing the picture it was there. Because I think the picture was too short.
Yeah, and I didn't trim it or anything. That's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah, Carly, definitely send the link on Discord. I would appreciate it. I'd like to see what you're talking about. If that's Jim they're carrying in the yellow sheet, Jim can't be all cut up around town. I don't think it is Jim in the sheet. I think that's the pastor. It looks like there are boots sticking out of the sheet that are probably not Jim's black boots. I think it's the pastor that's in the sheet, personally. But yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking like part of Jim's going to be in the bag hanging from the sign, and part of him will be in the barn, which Tabitha's reacting to and wailing. Anyway, Daryl says this scene is made to show Boyd that the talisman saved him, so I believe the gaps were small enough. Yeah, definitely. Brandon says the family here and now could actually out solve and survive any type of crazy world simulation. Think so, Brandon. Definitely. Harley said somebody like really zoomed into it. I'll send it soon. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been in the Discords.
Yeah. Carly, did Jim have boots on? I have to go back and see if there's any shot of his feet.
Yeah, I saw
if he actually had boots on.
I saw a shot of his feet. He's wearing kind of these like tan sneaker like things. I have a photo I could actually send you.
I think my Wi-Fi is getting a little bit wonky right now because there's a storm outside.
Yeah.
My it just like buffered. Like my image just buffered on the screen. So I hope you can still hear me clearly.
Yeah, I can hear.
What was it you said, Scarlet, just now?
He was wearing tan shoes.
Yeah.
And not a blue shirt, but a blue kind of heathered shirt. You know how like heather, like that kind of heather fabric?
Yeah. Okay.
Not a solid navy like in that shot.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. So I think it's the pastor who's in the sheet. So Michael posted the link to the Collider high res image, and then this article. That's where I got it from. I'll take a look at that after. I'll take a look at that just in a minute. Let's get through this scene. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the links. So Boyd visits Ellis at the clinic, and Ellis is a pouting child here. But now we know why Ellis is so angry at Boyd after this episode. Boyd comes and he says goodbye to Ellis, that he's going to be going out into the woods to try to find a way out. And he doesn't want Ellis to regret anything that he didn't say. He doesn't want Ellis to regret anything if he doesn't come back. So Ellis just sits there sulking and doesn't say much. And he's just going to let Boyd leave like that. So Boyd goes, and Fatima has to talk some sense into Ellis. Donna tells Boyd he'll come around or something like that, She's actually nice to Boyd in this scene and hugs him before he leaves, even though town and colony house have been so divided. This is the beginning of the change now. They're united after the colony house massacre. And there's no more of that division anymore. So Fatima talks some sense into Ellis and says that he needs to go after Boyd right now, or he's going to regret it. Now, getting back to the flashback, the end of the flashback, Boyd emerges in the daylight when it's safe with the talismans all rolled up in his outer shirt. And when he gets back to town, he hears gunshots. He hears the sound of gunshots. Now, this shot right here is in the full trailer for season 4, incidentally. This exact shot right here. of people running and this house boarded up. So it looks like Boyd is going to have a nightmare about this. There's also a shot of him shooting Abby. And yeah, so these people are all running for their lives. Abby is shooting everyone. And Boyd thinks there's some kind of threat, and he's looking around and he doesn't see anything. He doesn't realize Abby is the threat. She is the threat. And then he sees her shooting people. Donna's running around like checking people, to see if they're still alive, and Abby is about to shoot Donna. Boyd gets her attention, and Donna's like pleading with her not to shoot her. Abby's basically saying, let me see if I have the exact words here in my notes. Hold on. Let me see. Wait a minute. Wrong spot. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I found it. So, Abby points the gun at Donna and says, "It's okay. It's not real. It's a nightmare. The only way for us to go home is to wake everyone up. It's okay. You can't die in dreams. Everything's going to be okay." So this also feeds into my interpretation of Abby saying, "I just remembered a dream I had when I was a little girl." She could have been dreaming that, she could have been referring to a nightmare in which something horrible was happening and then she died and woke up. So she's saying here, it's okay. It's not real. It's a nightmare. We just have to wake everybody up. In other words, everybody has to die to wake up, and then they'll be okay. They have to die in this nightmare and then they'll wake up, just like in this nightmare she had when she was a little girl. That was the solution that she came up in her mind as it became unhinged. You can't die in dreams. That's her logic. That's my interpretation of it, but again, it could be, it absolutely could be that she dreamed about Fromville as a little girl too. Could go either way. But yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. And then she tells Boyd, "You didn't come back before it got dark. There's no way you could have survived out there, not if it was real. It's time to wake up. Time to wake everybody up." So, so Boyd, that was the clincher. Boyd not coming home like Ellis begged him to do is what really clinched it for her that this isn't real. That's what made Abby snap. In this moment, well, it's not what made Abby snap. I should say this clinched it for her in this moment that it's definitely not real, and he can't even talk her down from in this moment. He could have at least talked her down from shooting any more people. Maybe if he had been there already, but he none of this would have even happened if he had been there, if he hadn't gone out in the woods. And but the fact that he went out in the woods and came back and he's not dead, to her, that's proof that this is a dream and what she's been doing is the right thing. And as a result, she's about to shoot her own son now. And Boyd tries to talk her down, and he gets her attention. Abby starts singing "If I Had a Boat," and he's like getting through to her, and he thinks he's going to be able to talk her down from this, and he smiles at her, and then unfortunately Ellis shows up, and she turns, and just as she's about to shoot Ellis, he has to shoot her. And this shot right here is also in the full trailer for season 4. The moment when Boyd had to shoot his wife, this exact still is in the trailer. So again, it looks like he's going to be having a nightmare about that. Either that or they just threw it in the trailer for our benefit to remind us of the moment that he started to break. And he's been slowly breaking ever since. So the camera pans in closer and closer on his face. And it doesn't even have to show Abby. It's so effective, just the fact that we know that he had to shoot her. And you see the horror on his face. It's perfect just the way it is. They don't even have to show her on the ground. It's absolutely devastating. So that's that. I mean, that's the moment that he started to break. That's the beginning. That's what shaped him. That's the trauma that's shaped him ever since and changed him forever. Now we have Boyd packing up to leave for the woods. And he's got a clean shirt on, one of his many duplicate yellow shirts. And Ellis shows up to make amends with him before he goes in a really touching, heartfelt scene. They make amends just in case he doesn't come back. And it's really beautiful. Ellis apologizes and they both kind of tear up. It's just lovely. Beautiful acting for both of them. And Boyd tells him, you know, you're my son and I'm proud of you. And it's absolutely, you know, it tugs at the heartstrings. What can I say? Boyd has made a lot of mistakes, but you know, he's a good human being. He's a good father and he loves his family. He says, you're my son. I love you and I'm proud of the man you've become. And not a single day goes by that hasn't been true. That means all that time that Ellis was mad at him and refusing to talk to him at all, he was still proud of him even then. That's what he's trying to tell him in that moment. It's just lovely. So yeah, Ellis saying sorry to his dad, so wholesome. Carly says, hey, I've been here since the start. Just had a busy life, so I've been MIA for the last year, but I'm back and very excited. That's right. Of course, you've been here from the start, and I totally understand that life gets busy, and welcome back. Glad that you're here. Glad you're here. Oh, I see. This was because Brandon said, welcome to the family. So kind of you to welcome people in, Brandon. This is the best stream. Everyone actually speaks to each other. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the lovely words. It means a lot. Oh, hey, Papa Socks is here. Another of our OGs who's back again. Papa Socks says, and now I'm thinking, what if Donna is the villain and she set up Boyd to shoot everyone, including Abby? Crazy, all these hypotheticals. Yes, even after 3 seasons, the fact that we have this many hypotheticals is a testament to this amazing mystery box show. And nice to see you, Papa Socks. Hope you're doing well. So let's see. Now I'm thinking, what would have happened if Abby had shot everyone? Would everyone have woken up? Hey, I guess we'll never know now, huh? That's just one of the many, many questions. Brandon says, weather is crazy here. 80 degrees and then 30 degrees within hours. Yeah, it's going to be a big swing here in Iowa later this week, too. It's going to go from a low of -2 degrees on Tuesday and to like a high of 50 something on Wednesday and then a high of 68 or 60 something on Thursday. So yeah, I guess we're having some wild swings in weather around the US. Okay, so All right, let's wrap up this episode.
Yeah, let's get Sarah in here.
Yeah.
Let's get Sarah to mess this good moment up here.
Yeah, let's mess up this beautiful moment with Sarah popping out of the shed where Boyd told her not to leave, but
Yes,
she had to. She just had to pop her head out, and Ellis is like, "What's she doing here?" And Boyd is like, "You just got to trust me. You just got to trust me, okay?" You know, he gets Ellis to keep this between the two of them, that she needs to be part of this. You just got to take my word for it right now, okay? Can you trust me? Can you do that? And Ellis agrees, but man, Boyd and his secrets. This is the beginning of his many secrets. Just after they reconciled, Sarah has to go and foul it up. Anyway, closing out the episode, Kenny makes a speech here about how, you know, there's going to be no more town versus colony house going forward, that now they're just going to be one unit, which is great to see. And Kenny is taking over for Boyd while he's going to be away for a little while, and Donna's here backing him up, flanking him. So it's cool. No more of this town versus colony house division. And he says we're a community, so we do this together. He says that Sheriff Boyd is risking everything for us out there in the forest. The least we can do is keep ourselves together while he does. So that means we're going to do things a little differently going forward. So no more colony house, no more town. So great little speech by Kenny. You know, he's growing up. Little Kenny's growing up here. And then they get Jim up there to tell everybody that that they're going to be building a radio tower, and Jim needs help gathering supplies and building it. So they all start to pitch in, bring the supplies up there, and get started. And I think this is the end of that. Yeah, Boyd and Sarah start on their way, and and Boyd puts handcuffs on her because he's not taking any chances, and I don't blame him after what Sarah has done. And off they go. And that is the end of that. Now we need to wrap this up as quickly as possible so I can go to bed. And I'm going to take a look at those images that are those links to the image that Michael put in the chat, and head to bed. It is, yeah, this has been a great live. Really appreciate you guys in the chat. And Scarlet and Karl, who's gone to bed like a normal, sane person. Yes. So let's see. Yeah, God, I'm so tempted to read all these chats, all these things in the chat here. Shanikaf here says about Shanikaf says about the season 4 trailer. Wasn't there a ring on the body that Boyd and company were carrying? He's a priest, so he wouldn't be married. Even so, he wasn't wearing a ring in the trailers, as far as I can tell. Maybe, yeah, he wouldn't be married. So, well, actually, he's a pastor, not a priest. So he might have been married, and he has a daughter. He has a daughter. So that could have been his ring.
Oh, I thought you meant Father Khatri's ring.
No.
I'm always looking for a ring that Father Khatri has on because he was connected to Boyd, and I'm thinking it could be Jim's ring because Jim is wearing a wedding band that looks kind of like it.
Right.
I haven't seen anything on Father Khatri's hand. I haven't been looking too close.
Right. So either the body is Jim's or somebody else's. Okay.
But it could be the pastor's ring, That makes sense.
It could be the pastor's ring. And the ring seems to be bouncing down the stairs, Recon. That's right, in another shot at Colony House. It definitely looks like the stairs at Colony House, like Daryl said. So Recon says the theory that Randall had that there could be moles could have another meaning if Man in Yellow can shapeshift.
Yeah, I know.
That's true.
Everyone's a mole now.
That's very true. Yeah, anybody could become the Man in Yellow if that's the case. If the Man in Yellow is a shapeshifter now, which I think he is. Yeah, that's interesting. Carly says the suitcase and the sticker we see everywhere must have a bigger meaning. The one of the lady it was on the old billboard too. I wonder what the connection is. Right. They must have a bigger meaning with that suitcase that popped up in the trailer. Yes, glad you made alive too. Great Mother's Day gift. Is it Mother's Day in the UK? Do they have Mother's Day in March?
I don't know.
I'm guessing, yeah, because it's Carly's in the UK. Okay, cool. Well, happy Mother's Day. I'm glad that you could make it. And thank you, Daryl. Good morning / good night to you too, Brandon, and much love. He says much love to everyone. Have a blessed day. Well, you have the same, Brandon, and thank you. So it's Mother's Day in the UK. Cool. I didn't know that you celebrate Mother's Day on a different day than we do. So all right. Annie, you're still here. That's why I'm in and out, Julie. The kids have been keeping me busy. Well, glad that you're popping back in. Michael, good morning, good afternoon, and good night, or something. Yes, same to you, Michael. And we celebrated in May. It varies depending on the year. I mean, every year it falls on like a different day in May. I don't know if it's supposed to be like the first Sunday in May or something.
I think it's like the third Sunday.
The third Sunday? Yeah, it's not the
something like that.
You think it's the third? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's usually around the 18th, 19th, 20th, around there.
Yeah, nah. Oh, I never ended the poll. The poll that I did are the Scarecrow / Ragdoll monsters a nightmare. So 48% say no, 30% said yes, and 22% said yes, but they can still kill people.
Mm-hmm.
So 83 votes. Wow, great participation in that poll. Daryl voted no. Before I close it down, I'm just gonna click on that link now that Michael put in the chat. Let's see if I can get to it. Wait a minute. Now I can't find it because it's a little too far back in the chat. I'll have to literally go to my own replay to get the link.
I can probably find it for you, Julie. It's all over Discord. I can probably find it for
you. Annie says, can't believe I'm in the minority. I just really think it's a dream. Imagine them animating those doll things for multiple episodes. I don't know. Thought it was a one clip and done. It is hard to imagine, I know, but I tend to think that it's going to be either it's a dream and then it becomes reality, or it's a killer dream that can actually, kill you for real, like in season 2 with the killer dreams, or it's just straight up real. Either way, I don't think, one thing is for sure, I don't think it's going to be just a harmless nightmare. Oh, thanks, Michael. Michael put it in the chat again. Let me take a look at that, and then we're gonna say goodnight. Oh my. Yeah, there's more to this image than the one that I was able to find before. So I'll just put it on the screen really quick before we end this. Yeah, there's something on the ground there. But then again, what are they looking at? If this is all it is on the ground, then what are they looking at right now in this shot? I mean, there's something on the ground that could be a bag, and there could be some fur. I don't know. Those dogs that belong to the boy in white are definitely some kind of entity. Like they were around in 1978, and they're still around now. Dogs don't live that long. So I don't think you can just kill one. It just doesn't make sense to me that it's the dog, that it's one of the dogs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's the dog. Let me look at this a little closer. Okay, I just zoomed in on it really far. I see that looks like fur. What the fuck? It looks like fur. Oh my god.
Yeah, I sent you some close-ups of it on Discord.
What the fuck?
Similar.
What the actual fuck? This bag doesn't look bloody. That looks like fur. I am at a loss here. Those dogs are entities. They're belonging to the boy in white, and they're around in 78 and in 2022. They're not alive. And yet, what is this? What is this fur? This is weird. This is really weird. Well, we definitely have more to chew on. Even more, as if the full trailer didn't already give us enough. Well, fascinating. Thank you for that, Michael. Okay then. We'll see. We'll continue that. I'll bring that up in the next live, and we'll talk more about it then.
Something to think about as you go to sleep, Julie, tonight. Think about the dog in the bag.
Yeah. What the actual fuck? Yeah. Well, yeah, we will see. I am gonna leave you guys with that. And
yeah.
Yeah, what a note! What a note to end it on. Yeah, it's a dark note to end it on, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
I'm
gonna
hoping
be fucking
I'm hoping the dog is okay, but I don't think Gus is okay. Please tell me Gus is okay.
Oh no, something to sleep on. Oh my lord. Maybe there's a few bags around. The milkman, he slit the cow with no fucks given. Oh god. Yeah, that's true. I was awful. I hated that, the way they slit the cow's throat. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, we could have killer dreams again, like Michael was saying here. Looks like a dog in the burlap sack at the right. Definitely fur. Yeah, it's fur. Why would they release an image like that though, that shows something that's so spoilery? It can't be all that's there. I still think Jim is dismembered in the bag hanging from the motel sign. Maybe there's more than one bag. I don't know.
Jim mixed with dog parts.
God, could you do that to a dog?
Frankenstein to Jim dog combo in the bar.
Yeah, season 4 is gonna be wild. Like, season 4 is gonna be wild. That is for sure, Daryl. Well, now I thought I was all done with my script for the season 4 trailer, but now it looks like I'm gonna have to make some last minute edits. Thanks, guys. I thought I was finally ready to record this thing, but no, seriously, thanks. I really appreciate the info, because I am gonna make some edits to the script and add in that information, and we'll see. We'll see what this turns out to be. So keep an eye out for my video, which I'm planning on releasing Monday morning. My full trailer breakdown. It's been a lot of work, so please give it a view and a like, and throw a comment in the comment section. I've spent a lot of hours working on this thing, and now it looks like I'm going to be spending a couple more. No, not a couple more because of this, but I still do have to record it and edit it. So watch for that Monday morning, and then Monday night should be our next live stream. That's the plan for the next. I don't know if we'll do a rewatch one, or I think Monday we'll just do season 4 theories. We'll talk season 4 theories Monday night. Wednesday will be the next rewatch live, which will be for episodes 9 and 10, and that will wrap up season 1. So that is the plan. Next live will be Monday night around 10 p.m. Eastern, and Monday morning will be my video drop, if I can get it done by then, which I think I can. So keep an eye out for that. Please turn on your notifications, and even if you just throw an emoji into the comment section, it will boost it in the algorithm, and that would be much appreciated. Plus hitting the like button, of course. Knowledge comes at a cost. Yes, Recon. Maybe it was a small clue they knew someone would see. Yeah, that's true, Carly, and we all have our magnifying glasses in this fandom. We are all detectives here. Carly says, "Oh, thanks so much, guys. Glad I made a live. Looks like I'm back to late nights and all-nighters again." Carly, you definitely you dropped some real information nugget on us too. I'm glad you came and let me know about this. I was not aware of that image with the fur in it, so I appreciate it. Michael says, photo originally seemed kind of non-entity, since we don't know what they're looking at till you zoom in and see the dead animal in the high-res version. Yeah, that's for sure. It seemed kind of like not that much of a big deal, right? It did. Although it did make me think that Jim was going to be hanging from the motel sign, and something's definitely hanging from the motel sign. Maybe it's not Jim. Anyway, Carly coming in clutch with the fur image. And yeah, you're welcome, Carly, and thanks for being here. Thanks to everybody in the chat, and Scarlet coming back on, and we will see you guys Monday night around 10 p.m. Eastern, unless I have to push it back a little bit. Keep an eye on the notifications for that, because that's always a possibility with my pain level, that I might have to delay it a bit. I will try to make it earlier than midnight on Monday. I will try my best. So I really want to do these earlier. So anyway, have a good day or good night, everybody. And you have a good one too, Annie. And see you later, Recon and Daryl, Michael, and Carly. And we will see you next time. Good night. Good night, Scarlet.
Good night. Everybody pet their dogs if they have one tonight. Pay attention to your dogs, everyone.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, Jeff's in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.